the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Cam Solo. She's in there. She's got phones. And she's pulling show prep, too. So she's got that handled for today. Alapuca will join her. They're part of Rick and Bubba's internship program as they are trying to get their degree in common sense. And they both had some common sense when they arrived. But they said, hey, the common sense I'm learning is unbelievable. I'm taking this back to campus. So we thank them for being here. Adler will join us shortly. Rick will be here. Bubba will be here for the main show in 1 hour from now. It's just me and Greg. Helmsey left the show. He's the head coach now at JSU women's tennis. Wait, no, he's right here. Hold on. We'll. Oh, hey, buddy, how you doing? To my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right is head coach Michael Helms, and we'll explain. How's everybody doing?
New day, new colors. Wow.
There'll be some homeless people wearing UAB stuff.
I mean,
when you donate it.
Got a lot of
good
stuff
night alive
for the next person.
So
we'll get into that later.
But just real quick, we will say congratulations to Coach Bullethead. He is Jacksonville State University's women's tennis head coach. It was announced yesterday. So congratulations, Michael Helms.
Thanks,
he will
guys.
be leaving UAB men's tennis, where he was with the Blazers for a year,
Where'd
and
Blaze
headed
go?
over to JSU.
Blaze?
Yeah, boy, Blaze went.
I retired Blaze.
But you can put him over here by me. I'm still the stadium guy. For
Okay,
the,
all right, that's good.
Night.
Okay,
I mean,
yeah.
it's about been 4 years now.
You know,
Good
schools
gracious.
are sensitive to that. I want to be.
almighty.
I want to be respectful of that.
We can still have some green in here.
Okay.
Gosh almighty.
I put him, I thought, in a good spot.
But congratulations to you and the family.
Thank you.
And
Extremely excited.
And
of
as of
course.
right now, you're not leaving the show.
I am not.
Let's go ahead and put that one to bed. Even go, Greg. Never mind. He started telling everybody you were leaving. I know he shouldn't have done
a lot
that.
of questions yesterday about that. I can't tell if people are truly, would miss me or they want my job. I can't figure that out.
Yeah.
And listen, I love people that dream big, so I say keep dreaming.
That's it.
That's
it.
Maybe one day.
He told one of the guys that was doing some repairs on his house. They were doing some work. He said you were leaving. So. I thought that was wrong. I thought that was wrong.
They said that's what they thought.
It's kind of like you told some interns and you just let it sit that Jim the sign guy was my dad.
I did. I forgot I told him that, and I forgot I didn't go back.
And then he came and he was outside the window, and you said, "Look, there's Speedy's dad," and they thought.
And they let him in because they said, "Well, Speedy's dad, let's let him in."
So he'll do that.
I meant to go back and tell him it wasn't. I forgot.
But that's the problem is you forget, and then there's no telling what happens after that. It spreads.
Yeah.
But congratulations, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
I know we'll dive into it more. You'll tell kind of some behind the scenes stuff and how it all happened and transpired. So we'll do that during the main show.
I know y'all be excited about this because I know y'all. It was funny too. Some of the comments like bullet head. Of course I'm gonna get a haircut today, so y'all will be able
you need to
get on me for that.
Need to.
And little man needs a haircut for his new gig.
Sure.
And so I'll knock that out today. But just the overwhelming support yesterday caught me off guard.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you to everybody that has reached out. Heard from people that I haven't heard from in 15, 20 years. And it's some exciting times.
Yeah, it is. So we're happy for you and the family and the Gamecocks.
Yeah, how about that?
So we'll talk about that coming up during the main show. But yes, we didn't want to ignore it this hour.
Sure,
we definitely don't want to do that. But we don't want to get into it and then in 45 minutes get into it again.
Right.
So, but we'll leave that for the main show.
And plus, I want Greg sipping on coffee and paying attention. when I talk about it.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah. Right now, that's good stuff. But yeah, I do remember he'll do that, and I think he's just having fun with people that he'll say stuff, and then he forgets he said it, and then he'll move on. Yeah. And then people believe it. So I hate that for your flooring guy.
Greg and I are going to come into each other's world now.
Oh,
a great deal. And of course, I called him during the. This is things we can talk about.
I run into Dollar General's right there across.
There you go, buddy. I called him the other day when I was in town, and I couldn't at that point tell him why I was in town, and so but he didn't want to have anything to do with me.
Mm-hmm. I know. He's like that.
Construction was going on. I was out of there.
Yeah.
By the way, Dad now knows.
But that'll come with some smell.
Dad now knows where you live. He narrowed it down to one of 2 houses.
Does he go home that way sometimes?
Well, he does. And I said, he said, hey, and sometimes he
just likes going through Western
He likes a different route sometimes to mix it up. And he said, I've narrowed it down to 1 or 2 places. He got a blue truck. I said, that's him.
It.
That's him.
And
does he have a blue truck?
He said,
my neighbor may have a blue truck too.
Oh, really?
I'm not sure.
Buddy, you don't even know what dog
he said
impregnated Millie. So, I mean,
I know. That's a good point.
So my point is, don't be caught off guard when Mac Daddy shows up one time
That's
and
fine.
he's out there hanging out with Mr. Buddy.
No problem.
Yeah.
He's narrowed it down. He may be at my neighbor's house.
Sure.
Well, he'll enjoy that too. Yeah. Never met a stranger.
Not one.
No.
That's funny that he goes home that way.
He'll mix it up sometimes. We'll see the
I
countryside.
like to do that.
Yeah.
And that is a pretty ride through there.
I love a pretty ride.
I do too.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I'm going to get one. I'm doing the reverse Greg. Somebody said that yesterday. They said, so you're doing the reverse Greg.
Yeah, you are.
I said, yeah.
You are. You're just doing it at a different time of the day.
And look, I get it, people. Sometimes that drive's going to suck. You know, we've been on record for that. That's just part of it.
Probably every day.
Hey, you got to grind it out. That's part of life, man. You grind things out you enjoy to do. Yeah. So that's what's going to happen.
That's what's going to happen.
The reverse Greg.
That's it.
That's what I'm going to start calling
it. Reverse mortgage is reverse Greg.
The distance of the drive itself doesn't bother me.
Sitting up.
It's the time of day, and I don't have to deal with that.
I come. Now, traffic-wise, it's really nice. But being awake is
that's the downside.
That's hard. There's really no reason for anybody to be up at that time.
Right.
Normally, you're still up from the day before at that time.
All right, so we'll take a break. We'll come on back. Kickoff hour is rolling. I do want to present a question to you guys. We got tons of stories. We got some questions from the audience that we've just been letting sit that we've compiled over the vacation week. So we have a lot to discuss. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why we say you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Yes, you can post for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba, linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday in July event has arrived with limited quantity deals on top tech to power any passion. Save on select XPS PCs and more powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Plus, get savings on select monitors and accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
20 minutes past the hour. Cam Solo, your intern today. She's the early one. She's here with the kickoff hour, getting show prep pulled. She's on the phones as well at 866-WEBE-BIG. Alapuka will join her at top of the hour for the main show. They're your interns today, getting their degree in common sense. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour. We have talked about Coach Bullethead joining Jacksonville State University as the women's head coach for the women's tennis team there at JSU. And so congratulations to Michael Helms.
You going to have any trans athletes?
My God.
Have you had to deal with that?
No, Craig.
I bet you're going to have to.
See,
eventually I probably
tell
will,
Greg
Greg.
Sites and those. This is what comes with
You're
it.
going to have to. You're going to deal with it.
Get ready for that.
Also, purple hair said it's a good thing.
I know, and look,
I won't
purple
be
hair.
recruiting trans athletes, Greg.
Look,
You don't
purple
know.
hair. It's easy for her to say this. She came out. The women's soccer player came
Say
out and
this.
said that she didn't mind if trans athletes were part of the national
Yeah,
team.
at the end of her career, because she's not affected
Right,
by it. It's
because
pretty easy to say
it's-
the politically correct
right,
thing.
right. I mean, because this is her last go, and it's too late for anybody to join this team, and so it's easy for her to say that because now she's out, and she's like, okay, y'all deal with it now.
Such a good point.
I wonder
Yeah.
if when she was just, let's say she was just now getting her first shot at the Team USA,
Right.
and the one person that knocked her out of the spot was some dude that thinks he's a woman. I wonder how she would feel about it.
Yeah,
See, now
yeah.
that's not going to happen.
No, but it's easy for her to say that. Now she can just, walk away and go, y'all deal with it, but
I'm
I'll
just
cover
giving you
my
a heads
bases.
up, buddy.
Yeah.
Get prepared.
There
But,
are things that I'm going to have to deal with from time to time in this society that are very uncomfortable, but this is not going to be one of them.
Yeah.
You don't know.
We'll see that. Mark that tape. In an effort to, and I'm looking now over at Helmsey, those of you can't see me, in an effort to get Greg's attention for the rest of this hour, we've got to get a story out of the way.
No,
Or-
it's not
or
about
he's
the
gonna-
story.
he's
I
gonna-
just think it's a funny
He's going to stare
headline.
at his laptop because this is all he wants to talk
I
about.
think it's a funny headline.
What you got, buddy?
I'm not even talking about the story because it's self-explanatory. Georgetown University mascot Jack the Bulldog,
Yeah,
listen,
yeah.
dies at age 4, brought joy to thousands.
That's it. That's the story.
That was it?
Yeah, wait a minute. Brought joy to
I
thousands.
got to tell you, I saw that
Wait, time
headline
out.
and
Brought-
didn't think
no,
that he would be a.
No, brought joy to thousands.
Yeah, I guess it's a little
That's
mascot,
a little,
right?
That's first of all, 4 years old. He didn't live very long.
He didn't.
Them English bulldogs are sickly.
Yeah. Well, they don't have a long lifespan.
But I'm just saying. I mean, the headline: he brought joy to thousands. Have you ever went to a ball game and thought, "Man, I brought the mascot brought me some joy. I'm so fired up."
And now I'm looking back
Greg,
at Helmsey.
I know.
I mean, do you not think that's ridiculous?
Yeah.
Greg, Cocky's gonna fire me up every day. What are we talking about?
He's not a.
You think they're talking about like little kids that see
If
the
I
little
walked
dog?
by-
He brought joy to thousands.
Greg, I bet he did.
Probably millions, Greg. I think hundreds of thousands.
I mean, it's good he was there, but I'm
Tens
just
of
saying.
thousands,
but
hundreds
the
of
headline
thousands.
reads, "Hey, brought joy to thousands."
That bothers him.
It does.
I didn't think this would be what bothered him today.
It don't bother me. I just think it's a funny headline.
So I know the.
Oh, and it also says he loved eating blueberries and strawberries.
Does it really say that?
Yes.
I thought that was supposed to. No, no.
What? So it died at 4. I know
Yeah,
their
that-
lifespans,
it's
but
tough.
what is the
but just
average
think,
lifespan?
If he could have lived longer, he'd have brought joy to millions.
Have you read? Have you
Greg.
read Pat's the headline?
Yeah, he didn't say why he died. Just said he died.
Wow.
I mean, I don't want him to die.
he died
I'm just
early,
saying the
obviously.
headline. It was funny to me. The 4-year-old dog brought joy to thousands. I thought that was funny for some reason.
No,
I tell you, the game was good, and you know what? I'll be honest with you. I wasn't very joyful, but that mascot came by, and all of a sudden I was just full of joy.
Greg, what is wrong
I don't
with
think
you?
that's
huh?
ridiculous.
What is wrong with you?
Y'all don't think that? What are y'all scared the dog people are gonna get on TV?
No,
No,
I'm
I'm
not-
just looking
I'm just-
around,
I ju-
Greg.
I love
honestly,
dogs, by the way.
do
I
be-
think I'm on record.
I do believe
I
in
don't
this
know.
situation.
love
No,
dogs.
I think Lisa loves dogs.
No, I love dogs.
No,
I do.
Lisa loves dogs. You went along with it.
No, I do, but I'm just saying
Greg, I
it's funny
think-
that it's the fact that it even made a headline is funny, but brought joy to thousands.
I do think there's probably some kids around that have pictures in their
Thousands?
room. Probably a lot of people go to ball games.
Well, like I said, it could have been millions. if
I
he
will
lived a
say
little
this
longer.
too. I had if you would have said, Helms, you get 100 guesses on what this headline is that I am so
See,
want to
that's
read.
what I like.
I would have never guessed
Well,
this.
that's the point.
Wouldn't even have been in the ballpark.
That's the point.
Maybe
Just
that's
saying.
something we
All right,
start
so-
doing
You know,
every
deep
day.
down inside, they thought I don't because these things are pretty expensive. Them dogs, I bet they thought, man, we only got
Speedy.
we only got
I
4
know.
years.
I'm
out
just
of
letting
them.
them go.
Every day.
They were going. The last one lived 10 years.
I think a great segment for this hour would be Greg's headline. And
Yeah,
we
I mean,
take
I
one of
like
the
that.
shorter
Yeah,
segments.
we've tried that.
And maybe
Brought
we
joy
do.
to thousands.
We can come up with a theme.
But nah, just whenever one hits me, I'll throw it out there. You know, I
Here
don't
we
like
go.
it.
You know
I
how he
don't-
does that. He don't want to be tied down to
No,
something.
because then they suffer.
Yeah.
This
And
is
you
like
feel
the-
like you have to
This
do
is like
one.
the sound off thing. You don't
Yeah,
want to be tied
yeah,
down to it.
because
Right.
it suffers.
Even though it made everybody's
It
joy,
waters
it
it
brought
down.
joy to thousands, Greg. It did.
And it lasted about 4 years. Like that. But, no, I'm just saying if you have to do one every week, it waters it down.
Oh wow, he has his own web page.
Well, he brought joy to thousands. You have your own webpage.
Um,
I'm just kidding. I just thought it was funny.
said that Jack
It shows
walked
him
on
riding
the.
in a one of them chargeable cars. He's riding in it.
It says here the mascot's website said that Jack was walked onto Georgetown's campus several times a day and was a beloved presence at campus events.
Oh, I guess that's where the thousands come.
I
from.
guess so.
He was like an ambassador.
The Jack crew, I guess those the folks. It says students and campus staff took care of him. Were responsible for walking Jack during the day and evening and escorting him around. It says here too, on down in the story,
What's wrong
that
with it?
Jack, the mascot, was in the middle of writing a book about being joyful.
Shut up.
I'm just kidding. I just made that up. But
He had a little help with
right.
another rider. But
Yeah.
do you remember we did the story years ago, and it's really terrible. But of course, it's one of these bulldogs. They're a little fragile.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Louisiana Tech's, and it was at the the vet getting a checkup, and they put it outside and forgot to bring it in. And the heat killed it. Remember that? We did the story on it.
Good story,
You
Greg.
do.
I'm just saying these things are fragile.
I know.
Yeah. Many different bulldogs have been the mascot for Georgetown since 1962.
Ugly too.
The school is expected to announce the next Jack in the coming weeks, but this Jack is out.
I wonder why they call him Jack.
It says here a brief illness too, so I guess he came down with something.
I hate that for old Jack.
Do you?
Well, he brought joy to thousands.
Says he's
There's thousands of people suffering today because
Said-
he's not there to bring joy.
said
to
this
them.
Jack's gone on over the Rainbow Bridge, is what it says here.
Well, good old Jack. How about that? They'd like to get a little more info out of him, but yeah.
It says, please keep all who cared and loved for him dearly in your thoughts and prayers.
I guess when the camera shows a Ugga, I kind of go, yeah, that's pretty cool.
There you go.
See, there you go.
Okay, he's going the other way now.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
starting to
The
see.
headline got me.
Y'all are
All the
witness
stuff going on in the world today, and we got Jack.
Y'all are a witness to Rude Tourette's. He comes out hard, and then he starts to feel bad
Well, I
about
like
what he
dogs.
said.
You know I like dogs. Anyway, just thought I'd share that with y'all. You never know. Speedy's
thousands-
Speedy's because it's a bulldog. He's Mississippi State, and he gets joy from that
this
one.
is here he goes again. See, Rude Tourette's, it
How
goes
old is
back
that
and
one,
forth.
Speedy?
He comes out really mean, and then he pulls back, and then he thinks he's pulled back too much, and so then he lashes out again. Okay, and for some reason he'll target me or you, like we're the
But
one.
now I realize why you were so offended.
I haven't.
That's
See,
what it
this
was.
is what it does. And so
get
then he gets you playing
He's a
defense.
homer for bulldogs.
And then he feels like he makes his minions happy
How's
doing that.
the current bully? I wonder
I'm
how
not
old he
sure.
is.
I don't know.
He,
I don't know.
well,
I don't know.
let me
What?
find that out. I'm trying to figure it
I
out.
don't know.
If
I
you
don't
get
know.
10 to 12 out of them, you've done something.
Yeah. I would think 4 for Jack, the mascot for Georgia, was a little
It's a little
early because
quick.
it doesn't say what, but it does say brief illness.
Yeah,
so
that's what I hate
something happened. I don't know.
I'm just saying it was a weird headline to me.
Well, you're bothered by the thousands. Is that what you're
Yeah,
bothered by?
How about the current mascot for Mississippi State's named Jack? That's weird.
After that
well,
announcer.
the son of Champ.
I thought they went by bully. I know the
Well,
dress
that is. It's like bully, whatever.
But they have
bully
it.
1, 2, 3,
Oh, I
4.
got
But
you.
they have
Do you
another
think-
name,
I
which
got
is
you.
Jack.
Back to Georgetown. Do you think if it walks campus every day, I think that he is bringing joy to people?
Well, he might get on some people's nerves.
Oh.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer is calling our name, and this year you can actually get the free time to enjoy it like we will with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner, not the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to what you were doing, which is whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh's ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, it's 25% less expensive than takeout, and HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. They have finger food, snack board, kid-friendly s'mores bundles, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market. They're a hit at parties. How about this? It'll be a cinch to serve them, so why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
25 minutes till top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll have some questions from you, the audience, that you've sent in, and we've got quite the stack here from the vacation week, so we'll go through those. Got some other stories and headlines that we'll read. I know Greg's digging for more that upset him today, so we'll look at that. I do have a question for you guys when it comes to moving. I know we don't move a lot, but when you got kids and it's not enough to hire.
Horrible.
Yeah, it is. And you got some stuff, but it's not enough for a moving company. I mean, it would just be silly to get a moving company when you just have to move a bedroom or something, you know. And so you get maybe a little cargo trailer pull behind that's covered for, you know, weather and stuff. I have a trailer, but it's open, and with the rain that's been coming through our area, it was just too much of a chance when you've got, you know, stuff that doesn't need to get wet. And so we rented the little cargo trailer one way, and JC's, you know, getting ready to report up at UAH in Huntsville, the Rocket City, and love the city. You know, whenever I go into Huntsville, it's a beeline straight to my parents' house in southeast Huntsville. So I don't get around much and just drive around, but I did on the day we went up, and hey, wow, Huntsville.
Yeah,
hey, wow, it's growing. And so anyway, that's a side story. But the main story is that it was me, it was JC, and it was Terry. And it was, hey, let's knock this out. And I had to announce to you know, JC, who really didn't want to do it, and neither did I, that nobody was having fun. You know,
there's not one fun thing about
it. Hey, I just want to announce to everybody.
Find one fun thing involved in moving.
Son, I know this is something that you don't want to do. I know I don't want to do it, but I just want to announce to you, I'm not having a good time. You know, now I'm going to have a good time being with y'all, and we're going to make the most of it, but nobody likes to do this.
You felt like you had to say that.
But that's because, I mean.
You got to get something.
You could tell that nobody wanted to do it. And I'm like, I don't either, but I'm on vacation days that I'm not working the best of. And so it's like, let's just knock it out, and we'll be glad we did. You know, part of it is just, let's get the heavy stuff there and the stuff, and then, you know, you can take other things and that don't need, you know, a trailer or something. So we did. And so we got, dressers and bed frames and hey, we got to hang a TV and we got to do that and all that. Well, there's this tall dresser, and it's about a 52-inch tall dresser, pretty tall. So when you're carrying it, if you're walking forward, you're kind of blind. I mean, all you're seeing is the end of the dresser, chest or drawer, whatever.
Do y'all take the drawers out of them?
I try to avoid it, but I end up a lot of times
depends on the quality of the wood, I guess.
Yeah. And this one was.
What about they keep coming open?
I know. And then this one was heavy, but what we do is we get the painter's tape and just tape the drawers and
it's a life hack.
Yeah, and then they don't come flying open. And we try to avoid taking the drawers out if all possible. And then luckily, we were really lucky at the place they're going to stay at. It doesn't have stairs. It's just got one step up into the main room.
Okay, that's one thing to be happy about.
Yeah. And I told JC that. I said, let's look at some positives.
That's a win.
Yeah. And so you come in.
That brings joy to thousands.
It does. So Terry, and hey, Huntsville. It rained on a couple of days in Huntsville. It rained, and as luck would have it, dadgummit, it's raining nonstop the day we decided to go.
Oh, goodness.
And we heard some rumblings, and we're like, oh, we got to hurry. And we got everything in, but at the end of the trailer, it was just a 5x8, so it wasn't a big trailer, but we had the back of my truck full with some stuff, and then we had that could get wet, like some porch furniture, and stuff for the back porch. And so we have that one item left, and it's the tall dresser. And nobody was wanting to do that because that was the big one. That was the bull. And so here we go. Now we got moving straps. I don't know if y'all ever used those, but we just in a kind of an awkward position. It does. So JC,
I never have them, but
JC is in the front. Okay, and we doggy walk the Chester drawer or whatever you want to call it to the end of the trailer, and he's got the front side, so he's walking backwards, and then I have to do the sit down kind of weird on the side. Let me get it up and get it going, and then I'll join you. Okay, and so we get through the front door. And I thought Terry would hold it up open a little bit better, and she did. But that's okay. I mean, she can only do so much because then you're bumping into her.
Yeah.
And so you go into the main room, and then you take a right, and it's this long hall, and he's at the end of the hall. Well, we're moving pretty good, and we don't have long. Maybe here to the end of the studio of In the Rain, and so I covered the top, and I'm like, let's just go. My gracious, we'll wipe it off real quick. It's not like it's going to get.
Ain't gonna ruin it.
Can we please get this done?
Yeah.
I wanted it off my plate, and that way we return the trailer and we move on.
You were done with that trailer.
Oh boy, you just wanted to get it back so quickly. And so we were going, and this is what I want to ask you guys. In y'all's opinion, Terry's out because nobody could get down to the end of the hall. Who is responsible for direction and making sure we don't hit door frames and walls if normally the guy that's walking forward,
the person,
can see, hey, watch out here, whatever. I can't see. I'm blind. I see the top of the dresser. I mean, about halfway through the Chester drawer.
It's the person that's going in the door first.
Right.
Yeah.
Even though that person.
Even if you're backwards.
Even if you're backwards.
Yes, 100%.
Well, we're going down the hall, and we're going pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Just came out of the rain. We got squeaky shoes.
Yeah.
Hey, be careful. Hardwood. Don't slip. And then we get to his door frame, and bam! The side of the dresser hits the door frame and comes back into my face. And I thought for a second somebody had punched me in the cheek.
What if you'd have fell out?
Gosh, and it's just now changed, but there was a big mark like somebody had punched me.
Hurt.
And I'm like, gosh, almighty. He's like, what? I'm like, hey, buddy, you got to watch the door frames, man.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. He goes, well, I'm going backwards. What do you mean? And I'm like, I can't see. If I can't see,
you got one
and you're
close look.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
I'm like, all I can see is the furniture in front of me.
Yeah.
And now I can't see out of this eye.
Right, so then Terry, are you okay? Put it down. No, I don't want to put it down.
Yeah.
We're
I wish it staggered you.
We're 10 feet from where we're going. Let's just get through the door frame. So now he's
your face is numb.
Yeah, it is, and so now he's kind of off balance a little bit. So now we got to redirect and go through. Buddy, watch what you're doing, man.
When you realize your hands on the side are,
you don't want
you got to move them to the
front.
Yeah,
and then you got not only do you have the frame, now you have the door.
You can we took the door off.
Right, and then this door for some reason wouldn't stay open. It wants to fall forward a little bit, and so now you bump it into it. Hey, so finally we get through the frame. All right, hey, let's put it down. And I'm trying to just be, hey, this is the last thing. And I go back to, hey, let's try to make the best of it. And I didn't know that my face looked so bad. And I just thought, hey, buddy, man, you gotta watch it. And then Terry came, oh my gosh. Oh my, honey, your face
still swollen.
And I'm like, what? And she said, you've got the biggest mark. Are you okay? And she started like blowing it up like I was hurt. I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. What do you mean?
Were you crying a little bit?
No, but something has happened to me. The older I get, if I scrape myself, I'll bleed.
Me too, bad.
Am I getting old people's skin?
I'm getting that too. The other day I dropped my keys between the seat. And I reached there to get them, just ripped my hand open.
What's up with that?
So it's doing that. And the puppies, when we'd had the puppies, their little claws would make me bleed.
Have we gotten to that?
We got old man skin.
Is that what it is?
Well, the good news is your blood's flowing good because there's a lot of blood coming out of there.
Yeah,
so that's a good. That's
but
a
I
good
think
sign.
You're right. I'll look down now and go, what happened?
Yeah, and I think in the past, if that would have happened, you never would have even known it. I would have just said, "Hey, man, that hurt. Good night. Hey, watch what you're doing, buddy." But I put it down, and there's this big scene where Terry's like, "Let me check you. You got this big."
Old people, you worry about them.
Is that what it is? But
Same thing. I'm noticing it.
We had a little bit of a debate between me and JC of whose responsibility
I'm sorry,
that
go
was.
With you on this that JC was responsible. I think
because
the fact you couldn't see to give him a heads up. Now it would have been nice if you said, "Hey man, watch the thing," but you didn't. You couldn't see.
Whoever is in that first spot going through the door first has to control the situation.
Tell me what I need.
Slow down. Hey, watch the door. Give you some direction. Absolutely.
Yeah. Because if I could see it, normally it's a combined effort. It's like, all right, hey buddy, you got this coming up. Watch yourself. Okay, but normally the person backing up is left, right, and just trying to line up where
when
you're going through. Yeah. And buddy, hey, let me tell you something. We had some pretty good. I mean, it was almost like walking pace. And he hit that door frame. Luckily, it wasn't a corner, so it didn't damage the door. It was the side of it. Yeah. Bam! And that thing come back and hit me. I thought for a second, hey, who punched me?
Hey, puppy eye.
But I realized at that point
you put a piece of meat on it.
That I guess I got that kind of skin now.
I do. I've noticed the same. I'm dealing with the exact same thing. And I thought I'm thinking, no way I'm bleeding.
Right.
Just little.
Yeah, that was small. That was minor. Had a big old red mark, like somebody dotted my eye.
Took the squalling.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday in July event has arrived with limited quantity deals on top tech to power any passion. Save on select XPS PCs and more powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Plus, get savings on select monitors and accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
Yo, Biff, This one still needs to be vacuumed.
The service at Chuck's car detailing business is spotless. But new word-of-mouth recommendations leave him short of hands.
They don't have an appointment? Just get him in line behind the pickup truck. I'll stay for another couple hours and get it done tonight.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence, because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out today, because they're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to anyone that texts CURVE to 200-300. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad, because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they're ahead of the curve. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let Bosley show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text CURVE to 200-300. That's CURVE to 200-300.
Have you tried the Innovative's Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance, 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, it's 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here. It's the Good Time Gang. We'll have the guys join us here after top of the hour for the main show. We've got Rick, Bubba here, Adler joining us shortly. Cam Solo, your intern here to this hour, is Alapuca. Will join her shortly for their internship and earning a degree in common sense, which is a superpower. This portion of the program brought to you by buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. I was actually in a department store, one of the big ones, and I don't know. Are y'all the kind that wear those buy Raycons? You know, do y'all wear those into stores?
Yeah, I wear mine everywhere now.
Do you?
Yeah.
No, I don't wear them unless I'm doing something. Like either working in the yard or jogging.
That's kind of me.
Yesterday I was jogging with them on.
Yeah, for some reason I'm in the yard or I'm trying to do better and I'll have them on. But there's a lot of people that just go into the store, grocery shop,
listening
or
to
whatever.
Music.
I guess they're either podcasting or music.
I will
or
do
some
that.
of them are even talking.
You be paying attention to what's around you?
I would think, but
I do it, guys, and I don't talk on the phone with them in my ears around other people because it makes me so uncomfortable because the people think I'm talking to them or I feel like people are talking to me.
Yeah, right. That's ridiculous.
But I wear my Raycons all the time, everywhere. I wish they weren't blue, but they are. I should have got red.
Yeah.
I got black ones.
Right. Well, it's funny.
They didn't have.
I saw. This is what I was going to tell y'all. Is I saw a lady and she had some black ones on as well.
Yeah.
We were in the grocery store, and Terry and I, if you want to know, we were looking at bananas. And this
were they green?
And this lady
were they green or too ripe?
We were trying to find the ones that were just right.
Yeah, it's hard. Sometimes they're all
it's
green.
really hard. And this lady, she had a tomato in her hand, and she was looking at the tomato. And I looked up and I saw some Raycons.
How about
and
that?
They were black ones, and I said, "See, she's got it like she likes it." And so then I started with Terry, and I'm like, "Hey, honey, if you're in here by yourself, would you have some on?" And she was like, "Yeah, probably." And I'm like, "Really? I didn't know that."
I'll do it a lot of times inside my house.
Oh.
And I have to make an announcement if y'all, like, let's say I go to the kitchen.
Yeah.
And I'm doing dishes, and I got to really focus and get in on this dish. Yeah, they're stacked up everywhere.
Mhm.
Dishwasher's full. Got to put those up first.
Right.
I'll plug in Morgan Wallen and Riley Green, and I'm going nuts in there cleaning, and Amanda will be screaming from the other end of the room, and she can't hear me. And she's like, "Will you please take those things out?"
Please.
I do that in the house before when I'm going to run. I said, I'm putting these in. If you got anything you want to say to me before I get out of the house, say it. Because as I walk through the house, don't be hollering because I'm not going to hear you.
Dad doesn't understand the concept, and so like when I'm there, like the other day working on the boat, I mean I'm cleaning up the boat, he's screaming for, "Hey, hey!" And my mom's like, "He can't hear you. He has his ear plugs in. He's got the earphones in, the Raycons."
Right. My favorite thing though is that when the person with them on is talking and they're screaming,
Yes.
"Hey, you don't have to scream."
Yeah.
I don't have headphones on.
Why is Michael ignoring me?
Yeah.
He's not.
Well, right now you can get an extra 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Don't pay the big name tech brands price because you're going to get the quality without that price, and 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. If you own a company or you're trying to do better, like we just said, maybe you've got some college kids, grandparents. They're a great gift. You can go that route. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or buy one for yourself. You can also have a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
What about that lady's voice when you put them in? It goes connected.
I like
yes,
it.
Yes.
Like it. Fires me up. I know I'm ready.
Do the ring,
and I'll do them on
Connected.
this too. So sometimes it'll say connected, and it's connected to the computer, and I'm like, why am I not playing? And then all of a sudden it plays out of this, and I'm like, dang. So I have to,
How about the one ear?
swap it over.
How about the one ear people?
I'll do that sometimes too.
You
so
know,
I can
and I'm thinking,
multitask.
all right, what do you? I guess maybe
I tried, but I started walking in a circle.
That's when I feel like I need to pay attention to both worlds.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I need a little bit of Nat
Well,
sound.
I do that here
but,
sometimes.
yeah. But I really wanted to know what the lady was listening to, looking at tomatoes. I was like, I wonder if she's listening to her favorite music.
What if it's like death metal?
Is it some calming music, or is she listening to a podcast?
Yeah.
What's the deal?
Yeah.
So there you go. All right, so we got questions from the audience, but while
yeah.
we wrap this up, and hey, if I could, the home run derby was last night.
Well, let's talk about that a minute because
Well,
we
it's
can always
okay.
do questions
I
tomorrow.
know.
I thought it was tonight.
Completely missed it.
Right. Well, look, I want some questions, but Vladimir Guerrero Jr. won. He outlasted. Bleh. I think the guy plays for the Tampa Bay Rays. I forget his name. What was his name?
Any
You're all over
names?
this.
Any names?
Well, no, I mean I know who won. I just don't know. I forget who was in the last
That way to
round.
prep it up.
Well, hell, you don't even know.
But I
let's
didn't try. I didn't call it. Hey, let's talk about the derby. Let's see what's that guy. He plays baseball.
No, so now we're there. Sometimes you can be such an ass. All right, let's see here.
He had a bat.
He had a bat, and I think he plays in the majors. I'm not sure. Let's see here. What's his name? Oh, I see.
The longer you take, the more it's going to fall off.
Hey,
Do what?
hey, you brought this one home, buddy. Good job.
No, it's Randy, and say that last name.
Let's go to break.
No,
A Rosarina.
That's really
It's a
Next
Rosarina.
up, Rick and Bubba.
and that's really not the reason I brought this up. To be honest with you,
Well, I hope not.
but I mean, really, the main thing is that
Quickly, guys, I want to cover
Vladimir
the-
Guerrero
the-
Jr.
The main thing is that Vlad won.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's really good, by the way.
All right, so
is that he won? But really, the other thing is that you had a switch hitter
What's his name?
that plays for the Baltimore. and his dad was throwing to him. And in the first 3 minutes, in the first round,
Is that Adley Rushman?
Yes,
Is that who that is?
Yes, and his dad threw to him.
Okay.
Which, by the way, he had readers. His dad had readers in the back of the jersey, which
Yeah.
was funny. But from the left side, in the first 3 minutes, he hits 20 or 19 to 20, and he got to go to the bonus round and get 30 more seconds. And so he switched to the right side.
How about that?
And in 30 seconds, hit 7 or 8 home runs. From the right side. The place was going nuts.
So, I don't-
A sellout crowd in Seattle. The place was packed. You couldn't find a seat.
Wow.
For the home run derby. And so, but
I hate I missed that.
Yeah, it was
I
really
did
kind of
too.
cool.
I like the home run.
I did too.
Yeah.
So I know Pete Alonso. He's won it a couple times, so I know him. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. We know him. I don't Julio Rodriguez. I don't know him.
There's a lot of people named Julio Rodriguez in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
So just pick one.
Luis Robert Jr. Don't know him. Is it Adalis Garcia? Don't know him. Randy Rosarina. I've actually heard that name before. Mookie Betts.
That's who was in the finals with Vlad.
Okay, and then Adley Rushman. So I hate I missed that. I always enjoy that.
When Pete Alonso went hunting with the
Yes,
meat eater
started
and got
crying.
all emotional about it.
That's the one thing you get out of whenever time you hear Pete
he
Alonso.
was really ugly face crying.
When Pete
You know what I'm talking
Alonso,
about? He was like,
when Pete Alonso's name comes up, he does it. You and I immediately think the guy hits bombs.
Oh, he does.
Right. Greg's first thought of he's crying. But
well, he got a little emotional.
He did.
Ugly
made
face
him think of
crying.
things.
You know, some people got that real ugly cry face.
He does. He had that. I'll give you that.
Go back and watch it again.
Let's see. Seattle, the T-Mobile
Hell of a hitter.
T-Mobile Park had about 46, right at 47,000 fans there, and he got knocked out the first round. Alonso did.
Oh wow!
Because he ran
He's
up
won
on
it
the
a couple
Mariners,
times,
Rodriguez, who hit 41 home runs in the first round.
I think
Alonso out.
I think Alonso had won it the last 2 years, and this was going to be a three-peat.
I think Rodriguez beat him last year in a big, the last round, but he had won some prior to that too. We'll be right back. See, Greg, I know.
Washington, like I said, was kind of the first state, so the author is saying this is a test that we can look at, and the early results say that it is bad on society.
You talking about the devil's lettuce?
Yeah, the devil's lettuce. Yeah, Big Chief.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Ganja?
Yep, ganja.
Yeah. So
Jamaica Gold.
one of them good ones.
Left-handed cigarette.
You talking about doobie? So
Dragon's breath.
You talking about smoke from a distant fire?
That's it.
All right. So anyway,
Talking about chieftain.
so it really hasn't been, and I'm yet to see, and maybe there is a story, and I don't mean to overlook it, but I'm yet to see the state that says we're doing it, and it's been fantastic.
And we're better off for it.
Yeah, and and they talk about all the other things, the other things that spawned that they didn't really see coming. Right now, today we're taking out how you feel about Mary Jane and putting it over here. We're talking about, does the legalization of the devil's lettuce, the king's grass,
Big Chief.
does it lead to a better society than when it was not so readily available, all the way around?
Well, the author's basically saying the drug affects your brain.
Oh, does it?
And it changes your brain.
Well, there's a
and
shocker.
it changes the way
Wait a minute.
you act after that.
Wait a minute, are you saying when I'm high, I don't have my faculties?
Yeah, I'm exactly saying that. Or at least this is Alex, and I don't know how to say his last name.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
Berenson, former New York Times reporter. So, if he was a New York Times reporter, we'd say there's some credibility there, at least in doing research.
Right. Well, and it probably, I've noticed just in watching it over the years from a kid to a young man to an adult man, just my own little observations. It seems to also it just doesn't seem to have a positive effect on the person who starts consuming it on a regular basis.
Now, I'm sure that, and this is one of the selling points, the tax money that comes in. I'm sure
they always tell you that.
Yeah, that's a positive. But at what cost are we raising that money? If our assault and murder rates have gone up 40%, that's going to be a drag on the system. That's going to take resources. That's going to take more money. So I don't know that you're really gaining anything in the long run. But it's early. It's early evidence. Now, for me personally, I just see how this would be negative. I've never have been on that wagon and don't promote that and don't allow family members to do that. And, you know, I just know too many people who have started with that and went on to other things, and it has not ended well.
There's all kinds of issues, and you've named some, but for me, as a person of weight, back to that again, I'm just hungry enough.
Yeah. I don't need any motivation to go find chips.
Just out of Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to comment on the marijuana discussion. I think one of the factors that people don't usually consider is that when the stuff's not sold on the free market, it ends up creating a black market, and that means that, you know, drug cartels and criminals end up selling the stuff to our kids. You know, instead of our kids waiting outside of a gas station trying to get somebody to buy them a joint or something, they end up going to somebody's house who also has, you know, heroin and Oxycontin.
So what you're saying, you'd rather your kid get marijuana straight up down at the convenience store. I got you.
You know, really,
that doesn't even make any sense.
Look, I understand the logic you're trying to say, sir, but really, we've still got to get to the point, and the real bottom is that using this is bad for you. I mean, that's the point,
right? Yeah.
So we need to decrease demand somehow and find out why people want to do this. What are they using it for, and try to work. I know that's somewhat elementary and some people would say foolish, but we've got to try something.
Well, it goes back to this too. I've never, and I understand what you're saying too, sir, and I certainly do. But I want to be clear though. Where did we get this mentality that if something is legalized, the criminal element goes away?
Yeah.
Has anybody ever been to the places where gambling, full-blown gambling, has now been legalized? Has it become less dark because somebody legalized it? So all the criminals and all the gambling cartels and all the mafia, they just disappeared because it became legal. Have you ever seen all the different things the mob runs in the place? They're running mostly things that are not against the law.
Right.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Brand new hour beginning right now. The national anthem gets us started. 7.5 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology from sweet home Alabama to the world. It is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. The gang all here now as Team Rick and Bubba moves forward, featuring but not limited to Calvin Speedy Wilbur, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsey, Eddie Van Adler now joins us for the YouTube experience. Rick and Bubba interns as we try to change our society generationally by training up young people and giving them a degree in common sense, restoring this ability and logic back to our society. One student at a time at Rick and Bubba University. I'm Professor Burgess, and across the way, making Team Rick and Bubba complete, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of Pizza and a Cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family. We appreciate it. 30 years in the making. How about that?
Tom Petty, Honeybee. It was Greg. Let Greg get this on your list. As I was traveling the world, looking desperately for content to make the miles roll by, I look up on the selection, new releases, Tom Petty Wildflowers documentary.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. And it's
it's
a documentary of the making of that entire album.
How about that?
So take a look, see at that, and this is post him being dead. They interview Mike Campbell and everybody about him about him being gone, and so for some reason it goes back to this. This was a pivotal time in his career, this Wildflowers album. So
because it was the real long documentary. Remember the first one?
Yes, not that one. Because I love that one, and this one is not as good as that one. Let me prepare you for that.
I'm
but
sure.
But it is very good. Okay, but don't compare it to that.
Don't go in.
I made that mistake.
Expecting that.
Right. Sherry even got upset with me because she was sitting next to him on the way home on Delta One.
There it is.
And she was like, and she said to me, she goes, "You don't have a good attitude about this documentary." I said, "No, it's good." I said, "But it's not as good as that one." I just want to let you know that.
No, it's not.
But it is good, and there's some interesting things. And I caught something in it. I'll tell you off the air because I don't think it's on air worthy. Okay. All right. So, Bubba,
I got it.
Yeah, Bubba, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good, man.
Glad to be here.
It's a sad day losing Helms.
It
is.
See you, buddy.
It's kind of an emotional adjustment there, but
are we having a cake for him?
Right.
Right, we need that, Bubba.
Don't
we?
start this.
We'll miss you,
Here
buddy.
the good news is we can give his mic to Adler.
That mic's terrible.
Did that get fixed yesterday?
I think Super Tom.
I saw
knocked
Tom.
that out. Yeah.
You know what was so sad about it is yesterday. Sherry and I, as you know, have been on a new schedule from the beginning of the year. She's been getting up with me, which means she's been hearing the show more. I don't know whether that's good or not.
Yeah.
But yesterday she was. It's so funny because she usually, for years, I know you may have experienced this with Betty too, and the rest of you with your wives. I'm talking about a decade of shows went by that I don't think Sherry ever heard. So it's so funny when they're engaged in the actual content of the show. It's so rare, And she was like, "What's up with that Adler's mic?" and I was like, "Oh wow, you were that engaged." She goes, "Yeah, I mean he had some good material. I was actually interested in it, but I just couldn't take that microphone."
Oh.
And
check 2. Hey,
yeah, right.
That
sounded a lot
That's
better.
good.
That sound rocked in.
No, don't do that.
Did it clip?
Yeah,
I think you
I thought
peaked.
you were kidding.
I think it peaked. I
Oh. No, I think you quit talking.
Yeah. But let me tell you what's funny, Bubba.
Talk again.
2. Hey, check. Hey, 2. Hey, 1.
Bubba, you were confirmed
Is it
again. Bubba said this years ago that the male and female dynamic. Females will not tolerate bad audio.
No, they will not.
If there's something wrong with it, they cannot push through it.
If you've ever tried to hear a ball game through static of a team you wanted to hear, I can listen through buzzing, popping, just and focus on what the announcer's saying.
Yeah.
I've always noticed that most of the females I know cannot tolerate it. They just at the first sign of it not being crystal clear, they're like, change it.
And I thought that was confirmed again. So we will talk about the Helmsey thing. I knew it was going to happen. We even met with Helmsey yesterday before it happened. The fact that it just went out on social media, I thought, well, if I was the audience and I saw this on social media, I'd have the same reaction.
Sure.
So
and we hate to see him go.
We do. But anyway, so
we'll need to clarify a lot of it.
It will also be one of those days where I think a lot of you that it seems as the years have gone on, and it may just be because you can't believe we still are employed. There seems to be a new intrigue with exactly what we do here. And have you noticed that? We get those questions more now. What is y'all's work day? What do y'all actually do?
Right.
And so this will open up a door to look into that again. So we'll unpack that and congratulate Helms on a great opportunity. And the bottom line is he is going to remain working with us as well, but we'll talk about that going forward. Also, some other things laying around from last week that we didn't get to yesterday. We'll get to your phone calls today, and we'll unpack some of
a lot of happening in the world. And Rick, we don't do this day in history a lot because we've never been a big fan of that. But I do think it is noteworthy because it's one of the more interesting days in American history from a political standpoint, and I think a lot of us might want to see a return to this. On this day in 1804, Vice President Aaron Burr fatally shoots his longtime political antagonist, Alexander Hamilton.
Yes.
And Hamilton dies the next day.
Right.
We used to just take it out and duel it out, as opposed to all this social media and Right. It did put an end to things.
Right.
You got to admit.
Yes.
And you thought twice before you called somebody out.
Oh, yeah.
Because they say, hey, I'll see you at noon, and we'll duel this baby out.
Let me tell you, talking about that reminded me of another funny conversation about that right there. There was a couple sitting at we were eating breakfast one morning where the guy with the falcon was, and there was a
falconer.
There was a guy from Germany there with his family, and we got engaged because they spoke English. Well, anyway, what about this line? And we think about this about all the email I was getting about how America and in the past and in some cases, unfortunately, it seems like we have that going on now. The thing about everybody worried about all of us in France about the rioting and everything that was going on, and the guy the German, okay, don't miss that, was laughing because he said that people kept asking them, and he finally said to them, I'm not near as afraid right now here as the few times I went home with my wife where she's from. And I said, where's that? He said, South Chicago.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm nowhere near as concerned right now here as I would be if I was in Chicago, or in the wrong side of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Portland. Portland. So anyway, there was I think, Bubba, unfortunately, in some neighborhoods, they are back to that.
Yeah. But from our political leaders, wouldn't you like, we're kind of tired of this Biden-Trump thing back and forth. Duel it out.
Well, Biden said he wanted to. Meet him behind the gym.
We're not going to fight. We're going to duel,
right?
Baby. Yeah. Let's shoot it out. Winner take all. And that's it. We're done with it.
Y'all realize this happened? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine the news cycle?
And Alexander Hamilton, he was really key in setting up our economic policy the way it. Look on your money. He's on there. He was the Treasury guy when all that was set up.
Are you talking about Alexander Hamilton?
The play Hamilton.
Right. From the play Hamilton.
That mic sounds good.
Good. Alexander.
Rick and Bubba.
Certainly they will dabble in things that are against the law, but they're also strong-arming people wherever money is made in a big way. So if marijuana becomes legal in the state and it becomes big business, I assure you the criminals are there as well. You don't run the criminal element out of your society by legalizing something.
No.
That's just not true. 866 We Be Big. Tyler in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Tyler, go ahead.
Tyler.
Yes, sir. I was just going to say, I've worked all over the world in a bunch of Muslim countries and things, but I don't understand, like in their culture, a woman's not allowed to have a voice or have judgment on others, and they don't speak unless spoken to, and how they can come over here and just run rampant and say what they want to and say how it's so much better. It's not better. I've been there. It's terrible. I don't see how they they just claim that all of our rules and regulations are.
Yeah, I would think of all the things in society, the Islam, the toughest sell I would think if you were a fundamental Muslim would be to a woman. To me, that ought to be that should be a pretty tough sell. But now here it's different. You can just say that you want to practice your religion without being under Sharia law. So you would think of all people, if I was a woman who was a Muslim, I would be embracing America, unless there was some other motive.
Valid questions, all of them valid questions. Because, Rick, think of this too. We modified the rules in the Congress so they could wear in their headdress, okay? Mm-hmm. But if you're going to stay with that, shouldn't you also follow some of these other? Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's a very liberal kind of cherry picking of the rules. It looks like, but I don't know. I'm not an expert.
Well, all religions, including Christianity, all religions have different versions of that religion that people agree whether that's the true religion or not. Islam certainly doesn't have the corner market on that.
No.
You find, Jewish people that, say, well, I'm a secular Jew, I'm an Orthodox Jew, I'm somewhere in between. You have all the denominations in Christianity. Some of them have what we call non-essential disagreements, and then you have some that have essential disagreements.
Yeah. Right.
So I would say the same thing would be true in Islam. But I as a female, if I was a female Muslim, but by the way, picture that. Really now, I guess I could be. If I decided I was, I guess I could be. Like tomorrow. But so the I may identify as that, but certainly that I wouldn't because of my belief system. But if you did that, of all places you should embrace, it's America. Because on the worst day, females have it pretty good here.
Oh yeah.
And but anyway, we'll continue. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Shay out of Huntsville. Listen to 100.3 The River. Shay, go ahead.
How you doing this morning, fellas?
Good. Great.
Hey, dude, just to take all the jokes out of it, man, the issue about marijuana is simply a states' rights issue. Whether you're for it or against it,
it's really not.
We can be for it, we can try it, or whatever, but it comes down to a states' rights issue. We should have never given that right to the government.
Okay.
And then just let capitalism decide. If the people want it, let them vote for it. If they don't, they don't. I mean, y'all support capitalism in every other aspect, and y'all support free decision in every other aspect except for this one.
No, that's not true. I don't support it in prostitution.
Or murder.
I mean, there's people that get paid and go out in the free market and get paid to murder people, and prostitution would be free market and capitalism too, and I don't agree with that either, so you're incorrect on that. But I'm glad you clarified because you said it's a state's issue. It really isn't, not now. But then you clarified and you said you wish we should have never given that to the federal government.
From a legal standpoint, in the United States, under the Constitution, that issue should be settled state by state.
Right.
Now, we say that we have a moral issue with it because of the effect it has on people and on society as a whole.
Yeah. Now, and I want to clarify, because if you misunderstood my comments, I want to clarify this completely. I'm not a libertarian. Right. And I have moral principles even when it comes to capitalism and free market.
Democracy.
And democracy. And a constitutional republic. Do I believe that the free market on things that I think are wise decisions? Do I believe the free market and capitalism has produced the highest standard of living in the history of the world? Correct.
Absolutely.
Do I believe it has advanced the kingdom of God in more places than anything else ever tried?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. But to label me as a person that says that I'm only against capitalism when it comes to marijuana is an incorrect assessment of any comments made on this show. I mean, it's a good. It's 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we love it. Thank you for being with us. All right, so listen, we got a lot to unpack, including stuff that's still laying around from vacation stories we didn't get to yesterday. We'll get to today. But all right, so big deal if you're in the loop here on the program. So If you are part of the Rick and Bubba family, then you likely are aware of all the different platforms that we have, and you follow us on social media. We hope you do. Find all those options at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. You can stay with our Facebook page or Instagram or Twitter. All the guys on the show have individual stuff as well. So let's yesterday, Jacksonville State University announced their new women's head tennis coach. And I know for a lot of you it was shocking when they made that announcement and you looked dressed in coaching garb for Jacksonville State University was Michael Helms, and you probably thought, wait a minute, doesn't he work on the Rick and Bubba show? So Helms.
Well, congratulations,
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I think the first thing I need to do is thank UAB for giving me the opportunity to be a part of that program and coach Justin DeSanto specifically, because if he doesn't take a chance on me in this coaching world, this is not even a possibility. Right. And so when he does that, and then we have the kind of year that we had, albeit because of a wide variety of things, good players, first of all, you got to have that, and a great support staff. And then he and I gelled very well. We complemented each other so well, and did things this year as a team that has not happened in 20 years. And when that happens, you're going to get some interest. And so then this job comes available, and this is actually something that I thought was probably 5 years down the road. I mean, I had it in my mind, okay, I'll just continue to do the assistant thing, gain experience in this world, and this is what I want to do for the rest of my life, and I've kind of figured that out. And so when that opportunity is available, I'm going to make a run at it, and here we are. So didn't know it would happen this quickly. This is very special for our family. So I don't know if you, the audience knows this or not, but Amanda and I met at Jacksonville State. I played baseball. She was a cheerleader. And so we got married in Jacksonville at Jacksonville First Baptist, which, by the way, it's going to be is it Randy Owens Performance Arts Center that they're going to convert into that. And so look at Amanda, by the way.
That's awesome.
And so this is some very exciting times for us. And I want to thank President Don Killingsworth and Greg Seitz, the athletic director, Trey Morris, the men's coach, for the opportunity. This is a big deal for me, and I'm so excited. Look at that young man.
Oh, look, there's Braden. Oh, wait, no, that's Helmsey.
Looks a lot like Braden. I mean, Braden looks a lot like you.
So thankfully he doesn't act the way I did at that age.
Yeah.
But I will say this: the overwhelming support yesterday caught me off guard. I don't know what I expected. Wow, there's a lot of love for this show, and I was not expecting the. I mean, I was expecting some people to reach out and those type of things, but I heard from people yesterday that I have not heard from in 15 or 20 years.
Well,
and it just meant so much.
Yeah, and I don't want to interrupt and do a good night.
No, you're good.
But I do want to say this. I do believe when you saw what you experienced yesterday from this audience, and we've all had this opportunity, thank the Lord. I was reminded again, even watching the people who were encouraging you, to not let the idiots who are trying to always tear us down or go after us to start thinking, wow, you realize that those voices are, thank the Lord, minute. And I'm not talking about people holding you accountable. That's a different thing. I'm talking about the people that just, they're always after you, always dogging you. Nothing you do is right. Everything's horrible. We hate you. We hate the show. We hate this. We hate that. And when you see people step up and you're like, man, we can't forget how kind and how encouraging and how many times we're prayed for by tens of thousands of people, and how blessed we are to have those people in our lives.
Yes.
But and you know how it is. It's just human nature. The negative those people always get in your.
I know.
They do.
It's like you can get 99 encouraging emails and get one horrible one, and then
you're all over that.
And the adversary in your flesh uses that bad one against you the whole day.
I know.
But so I hope you saw.
I did. I was. It was pretty emotional actually, and so. A good first day. I had a chance to meet with the team. Now, I had to do that Zoom because there's 8 different countries involved, and so that was fun. And so got to meet the girls and say hello and kind of set some expectations right off the bat, and then of course you dig into the weeds of it all now moving forward. And so, look, guys, I appreciate the opportunity to do both. I thank Jacksonville State for allowing that to happen, and I'm doing the reverse Greg, where I'm actually it's gonna be a grind for a couple years.
But you need to spend some time with Greg. That was our concern yesterday.
And so we. I love I don't know who pointed it out, but they said, so you're doing the reverse Greg. And I thought I liked that. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to name it. But for a couple years, it'll be a grind, driving back and forth. And the good news about college tennis is, our season will go from mid-August until end of November, 1st of December. Then everybody will go home. Then we'll come back. We'll have a long break and come back in January. And then we'll complete everything. We would like to be playing in the middle of May, but that's worst case. And so then you have May to August where you go back and forth from time to time, but it's I'll get my life back a little bit then and rejuvenate everything. And the family's excited. Even the kids are kind of looking at this, going, okay, wow, so this is real. Mm-hmm. And we're going to stay in Vestavia for a couple years at least, probably even a little longer, because Maddie's pretty adaptable. If we wanted to move her, I think she would be probably okay with that. We're going to let her make that decision. We'll make some adjustments if we need to, but definitely going to stay. Let Braden and Braden's a senior next year, which is amazing. Caroline's a junior, and so wow, that's fast.
Yeah.
Can't believe it. But and them being older has allowed me to do stuff like this. I've said this jokingly, but it is true. I feel like I'm getting my life back and being able to do some of this stuff because they are getting older and more responsible and doing things on their own. So, guys, I'm extremely thrilled about this. This is very special to me to be able to go back to a place I call home and do the things that I love. So, and with the people I love.
And we come back, we'll tell the audience, too, because I know their big question is, are you going to be able to stay on the show?
Yeah, I'm already getting resumes.
Yeah, and
we'll, I got a lot of those.
Like a pack of dogs.
It is.
We'll cover that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's just not factually correct. Right. 866 We Be Big. We go to Debbie in Birmingham. Debbie, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hi, I'm well. Love the show.
Thank you.
Love your testimony. Thanks for what you're doing.
Thanks.
Yesterday, listening to the show was way more fun going through the possible Fansville scenarios than what actually happened. Les Miles ticket, really? This is the best that we could do?
It was bad.
Debbie, we agree. I was so let down when I thought like I was just sitting there going, there's got to be something else. Did I miss something?
Yeah.
Did I go to sleep during that commercial and not realize I missed it?
I thought that another episode was going to come on after.
Yeah, right. I would have been good with them extending it, have somebody steal it and run away with it.
Yeah.
Tasha.
That was the end.
Glencoe, Z93, it was. Even using Les Miles, they didn't use him well.
No, they said it'll be back next year. Y'all see that?
Yeah, and that's fine. I just didn't like this last one.
No, I didn't.
Tasha Glencoe, go ahead, Z93.
Hi, good morning, guys. I was curious as to your stand on prescription meds and how many kids nowadays are on psychotropic meds for all kinds of different things, and then your thoughts on alcoholism and prohibition.
Well, here's the way we looked at that. First of all, I do find it interesting that a lot of times, anytime somebody wants to be a proponent for marijuana being legalized, they say, well, we stopped prohibition on alcohol, and that's turned out great. But what I would...
I don't. Yeah. Oh, sorry for interrupting, but I don't think it's turned out great.
Right. No, I was making that point. But I will say this, in all fairness, there is and we've said this a bunch of times, but you probably missed it. There are people that consume an alcoholic drink that do not get drunk, and they consume it in moderation, and they do not go out, with their faculties compromised. No one's ever shown to me before, and I don't know much about marijuana. It never has been my thing. I never had a problem with it. I'd never pursued it or anything like that. So maybe I don't know that much about it, but from what I do know about it, I've never known that there were certain joints you could smoke or bongs that you could inhale that after you inhaled them, you did not have any effects of it. You just sat there and said, oh, yeah, I'm not high. Is there a version of smoking dope where you don't get high? See, I've never heard. That's the difference. I mean, I'm impaired every time I use marijuana. I'm not impaired every time someone takes a drink of alcohol. But still, to your point, I don't think any of us would say that alcohol has been number one for society. But and then you asked about the opioids and the prescription drugs. We got a real problem in this country. I mean, a very big problem with opioids, and those are drugs that are supposed to be kind of controlled by the medical field and regulated by the government. And our addiction problems with that are through the roof. And so I just don't understand why we would look to an area that says this seems to be an obstacle for our society. And somebody says, well, let's just make it worse.
Well, think about this, too, with marijuana. What I've always found very curious, we completely destroy the tobacco industry, okay, so the government could charge them and take their money, because we decided it was bad, but then now we've turned right around and we're growing the marijuana industry.
It doesn't make any sense, because I thought we came down as a society that smoking was a detriment to the health of our society, and we look at it as a mistake, and it's even been demonized, but smoking marijuana has become mod and acceptable. It doesn't make any sense.
It just seems anything burning in your lungs is bad for you health-wise.
Yeah.
You know?
Go one way or the other. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We just... "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us today. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Let me tell you something. These days, I mean, maybe more than at least I've been alive, the next potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. If you don't believe that, just ask Jacksonville State. I'm going to tell you that the next hire, every time you go, is this person going to be an asset to our company, or is this going to be the one that is the downfall? Are we going to be throwing money at that particular role we have available and getting nothing in return? Well, if you want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, small business owner, go to linkedin.com/Bubba. They'll help you find the right people to come onto your team faster and also for free. Now, when I say that, I know a lot of you go, free, yeah. You add your job in the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile and spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus only on the candidates with the right skills. Now, have you ever been there? You ever sat down to a job interview and you're about 3 sentences in and you realize this person doesn't even have the basic skills we need for this? Why am I wasting an interview on this when I need to get someone hired? So they help you with that. That way you prioritize and only interview the most qualified. And, small businesses rank LinkedIn jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the leading competitors. So if you'd like to find out more and put your opportunity in front of the nearly 50 million job seekers that visit their site each week, you can actually post it for free. I knew that got Speedy's attention by going to linkedin.com/Bubba. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com there under the sponsors button. So as far as the show is concerned, inside the show, the big story yesterday was the announcement by Jacksonville State University. They have a new head women's tennis coach, and that person is Michael Helms. So that immediately Michael's talked about why that was a great opportunity for him and all the connections we have to Jacksonville State and he has. But the question on the mind of the Rick and Bubba family is, how in the world can this be done? Is Helmsey staying on the show? Is he leaving the show? Is this his?
Can I apply for his position?
Right. Can I apply for his position? Some of you, by the way, have lofty goals on what you think you can make here. But anyway, you know, and that kind of leads to the question, and we had a good long meeting yesterday about it because we had the same question. But, you know, the times we're living in and the way that we operate in the different stages of life are thankfully, if you can handle it from, you know, a work standpoint, you know, and some can and some can't. But our workday actually offers you quite a bit of opportunity to do other things, if you so desire or can. And so as far as the work schedule is concerned, and the fact that, and I don't mean this in a belittling way. I'm just meaning it in a factual way. This is not like being given the head football job.
Here we go.
Well, I'm just saying, as far as time it takes year round, you were explaining.
I will treat it like that. I can promise you.
Yeah,
that.
but based on your conversation yesterday, the requirement on your work day, in the off season, is not as much as it would be in some of the big
most
three.
of what I can do, I mean, you just got to be willing to put the time in. I mean, I was, you know, you're gonna start your days at 3:30 or 4. Not a whole lot of people are willing to do that.
Right.
I mean, I was in here 30, 40 minutes this morning doing things that I knew I needed to get a top of before the show started because I couldn't deal with those during the show. There will be times throughout the day today that I will deal with Rick and Bubba stuff that I couldn't deal with when I was dealing with. So you got to be willing to prioritize. It's not easy. You got to be able to control it all and manage it all, and you got to be willing to do that, and that's where it really starts. Most people are not willing to do that.
Yeah, and plus there things you were doing that you don't have to do anymore on clinics.
See, that's another thing. People think that I come here and some people probably don't even know how extensive the UAB thing was.
Right.
So I'd leave here, I'd go to UAB, I'd be there from 11 till sometimes 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night, and on the court maybe 3 hours of that, and then I would go to clubs and teach till 8, 9 o'clock. So now I don't even have to do that. So that's actually a relief. The body can only take so much as you start getting our age, and so
tell me about it.
What I have realized and the reason I even jumped into college tennis to begin with is because if you're a tennis professional and you work at a club, you're on the court for 10 to 12 hours a day. Well, first of all, I didn't know if I wanted to do that, but second of all, I didn't know if my body could handle that. And I got myself in decent shape and over the last couple of years in order to be able to handle some of that stuff. And I love that. I love being on the tennis court. But as I get older, I don't know that I can handle those kind of hours. So truth be told, when you're a college tennis coach, probably 25%, maybe 30% of your time is actually on court. The rest of the time is all the other things that go with it, whether it be academics, whether it be compliance, whether it be community engagement, whether it be whatever the case, marketing, fundraising, all those things. And all those things I love to do. So that'll be 75% of my time, which I can do that anywhere I need to. And so that's the beauty of this. Now, when I first got into it as well, I thought, am I even going to like this? Am I going to like that side of it? Am I going to like dealing with international kids and players? Because that's a big part of it. And y'all know how athletes are today. I mean, it's hard to deal with sometimes. So those were all things that I looked at. But the minute I got into it at UAB, I realized, oh, wow, this is exactly what I want to be doing. And so it's kind of taken off from there. So
and so we'll go down the road and some of the, like I say, our the way we kind of look at it here, other than the on air stuff, because the on air, you know, it kind of stands. There's not much you can do about it. The show runs from 5 to 10. But off the air, we kind of always had the team, you know, get your job done, handle your responsibilities, and as long as you're doing that, I don't really care how you lay your day out. Now, if you're not doing that, then you know
then you get the call.
Yeah, then we have to address it. But as long as you're taking care of your stuff, I mean, you can do all kinds of projects and stuff and all that, and we do. And,
outside of the reverse Greg, which you know, and like I said, we've been and that's driving back and forth to Jacksonville for a few years, and I'm not oblivious to the way that is going to. There's going to be rough. There's going to be times where I get in the car and go, "This is going to suck." Okay.
Yeah, no question.
But that's life. I do that now. Look, I don't like spending 25 minutes downtown Birmingham trying to find a park, only to come out and have a ticket on my car.
Right.
Just some people.
You ain't got to worry about that no more.
Yeah. No. So some things you just kind of take with a grain of salt and move on, and that's part of the deal. And and it won't always be like that. So I'll tell myself that.
Yeah,
so,
right. So.
And I think that 2 hours in the car will be better on my body than being at a club late at night teaching tennis.
And we're not talking about clubbing. We're talking about
tennis clubs.
Yeah. That's after that. That's like 10:30.
But by the way, speaking of the late '80s and the early '90s, doing this job and going to those clubs doesn't work either.
That will get to you. Middays work much better.
Yeah, they do. But my afternoon job, boy, you talk about the perfect job for a drunk.
Was it ever?
Don't have to get to work till 1 and you're off at 7.
You kidding me?
I thought when they said they were giving me a promotion, I was like, what? They said, yeah, we're moving you to mornings. I said, that's not a promotion. You're about to ruin my whole
messing my gig up.
What are you talking about? And I like being at work at 1 p.m.
Yeah.
So and you know,
where's my car?
And in complete reality, just right. That actually happened. In complete reality, though, there's also the we'll see. I mean, you could get into this in a year and go, okay, this can't be done. And you have to make a choice, but we're willing to try and see. So.
Yeah, and I appreciate you guys for doing that. This doesn't happen without that.
Right.
You know,
so
I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, we're always for wanting everybody.
And if it doesn't work out, Don Juan DeMarco's already emailed and said, just let him know.
Yeah, I got some weird email from him saying something about Body Jam isn't all I hoped it'd be. The problem is when Don Juan was here, all the things that we need Helmsey to do off the show, those are the things Don Juan hated. You know, so I don't think he would enjoy that gig. But you never know. I've seen he keeps that social media happening pretty good on Body Jam.
Yeah, he's really come along.
That is one thing I thought. Man, it's awful kind for them to reach out about this. And, I hadn't heard. And then I thought, are they reaching out because they want this gig, or are they truly, excited?
Now, there was a rumor floating around too, and I want to lay that to rest. Your brother Jay is not coaching the bowling.
No,
team,
he
right?
will not be named next as the bowling.
Yeah, right.
That's funny.
Well, and we started trying to get Jacksonville State to cover some of what Helms does here, and so
those texts yesterday absolutely floored me.
Yeah, that's good. Got Bubba so fired up, he posted something 3 times in a row.
Amanda came in the living room last night. She goes, well, if you were ever wondering if Bubba's fired up about this, he's posted it 3 times.
Yeah, 3 times in a row.
And my favorite part is he left it up.
That was my thing. He left it.
Well, I'll explain that.
I wouldn't know how to take it down.
Yeah.
That's fine. Hit the little 3 dots and delete.
Oh my God.
It'll take more than 30 seconds to explain. I'll explain it when we.
But yesterday, I don't know if
it's kind of on me.
Yesterday, I said that Coach Rich Rod he would be handling our podcast archives, and Mike Parrish will handle the golden tickets.
What was Cocky? Cocky was going to do something. He was going to be the webmaster.
He's going to handle the website.
Yeah, Bubba went back to the 90s with that one. I loved it too.
And Philip Webb's got a good fundraiser for you.
Yeah,
boy, I didn't take long.
Hey. I had tears in my eyes with that one.
Sawyer.
I was crying.
Can't bring that up.
You got to do what you got to do to raise that money, Ham.
Bubba against social media when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We just took pictures in the golden ticket seats in the break. Greg's wife's not feeling well, so he's going home to take care of her and take her to the doctor. And so we were taking pictures a little bit early, and usually we all have our famous one-liners, and we use them. Trust me, if you come back twice and we forget you came back, you hear them again. And we have our one-liners for the golden ticket seats, and one of them is because you have to release to come here in case you get on camera or whatever. And I said, did you read your release? And you'll say, oh, we signed it. I said, well, the small print, it says, this picture has to be your Christmas card. You committed to making it your Christmas card. People chuckle. Oh, that Rick, he sure is funny. And so we, and then one of the guys on the show that's heard me say that for the 15th, 20th time will say, boy, I'll tell you, it kills every time.
Yeah.
But we actually had a family that did it.
Mm-hmm.
And Bubba put it out on his social media, but then we didn't give him props on the air.
Yeah, Donald, Melinda, and Lacey Wynn sent out their Christmas card, and it is the shot with us, Rick.
That's
and
right.
Nancy Adler's got
They
it up
actually made that.
Isn't that cool?
A Christmas card. So thank you.
That was my favorite Christmas card.
Donald,
I got this year.
Melinda, and Lacey Wynn.
That is a good one, by the
Love
way.
it.
Props to the Wins.
And those of you in the golden ticket seats today,
No
don't
pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. I mean, did we get elated about it and talk about it on the show? Yes. Can I tell you when I saw it too? You know how there's something about when you get a little gem that you're expecting.
Yeah.
But when you get a little gem you're not expecting.
Right.
Let's move to John Travolta.
That's
now.
my great grandfather's name.
John Travolta has gone with the speedy look. Did you know that?
What
John,
does that mean?
Did you know that John Travolta is 64 years old?
Wow.
You know, that's
So you're saying I look like
well,
64 years
Rick, I have to think how old we're getting, and that's probably about right. But
Yep.
you would think back in the days when he was on the Sweat Hogs with that hair he had, that he'd have hair forever.
But
know?
you just touched on something. I've had to come to this realization
long time ago
that if somebody was 10 years older than me, then they are 64 now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because there was a time when that just meant they were 34. That's all that meant. And so anyway, there it is. I mean, that Speedy, you look a little. You and John Travolta.
That's his daughter too. By the way.
have the same shaped head.
Thanks, Rick. Did John think that we were buying that wig he had? Have you seen the picture of him?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no. I mean, Greg, you pointed that out to us. Even if we wanted to buy into it, you wouldn't let us.
Oh no.
That's a good look for John.
Yeah, and probably should have gone to it sooner.
Yeah. Have y'all seen
Greg's point?
He looks a little bit. Have y'all seen the pictures of Trump? Somebody is if he would shave his head and grow a beard.
Hey, he looks.
You mentioned that, but I hadn't seen it.
That was a good look for him.
Yeah.
He
looks
he
tough.
could pull it off.
Almost like
Well, let's do it as soon as we can.
Yeah. Oh, have you seen it, Greg? It's like
I'm
what's
going
it?
back.
Stone
I'm
Cold
trying to
Steve
find it.
Austin. He's got that look about it.
Oh, no.
Yeah. No, I'm being serious. Look at it. Now, Greg, this is one of those moments you're going to look at me and go, you're going to hate
where
what
was
you're
this
going to
at?
say.
Hold on, let me see if I
you're
can
right.
find
Can I go back?
Just look.
Can I go back to this? Whatever we have to do to get Donald Trump's current hair gone, I'm in.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever.
It is a good look. Hey, Greg.
Okay.
Greg.
All right. Okay. That's much better than what he had.
That is better.
Yeah.
It's a lot better. He looks like that he's going to be in a movie, and at the end of it all, in the room, you thought he was good. You know what I mean? And all the guys in the movies like this, and you think, okay, and all of a sudden behind the scenes you realize, I tell you who he looks like right there if you'll think about it. Have you ever seen when, what's his name? Come on, Rick.
Help me, Rick.
You can
Help
do
me.
it. You can do it. Jeff Bridges.
Yeah.
When Jeff Bridges goes bald,
Yes,
and
that's
he
good.
keeps the
Yes.
gray beard,
Yep.
it kind of looks like that. And you remember, you thought he was all about Iron Man, and you find out he's actually against Iron Man. So anyway,
That's a good look for Trump.
I would right now, if I was king of hair, and whatever I ruled on everybody had to do, I would rule today that Donald Trump stop what he's doing and go to this look.
So you're king of hair?
Look, there you
I
go.
mean, if I could be king of hair. See there? That ain't him.
The only problem with it, Rick,
I'm saying he looks like Jeff Bridges.
Oh,
when he's
that's
bald.
Jeff Bridges.
is you
I thought
never
were saying that
really
was Trump.
truly
True
know.
grit.
I thought that was
See, we're just putting this smooth. You never really know what's under there.
No, you don't know.
Like Trump may know, hey, that'll never work because I've got some things up under that hair that just not
It's
gonna
like
work.
my head. My head would be awful.
Can I tell you?
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, things you need to know about today. Well, we hope you do. Some upcoming events to be part of it. I'm excited about Sunday night. Taking some time off, now back, getting after it, going to Montgomery, Alabama. That's a great Rick and Bubba market. We love I-92, WLWI. Bubba were there and Speedy back in the spring at a Montgomery Biscuits game. Had a great time there. Coming back to Montgomery this Sunday night. It is a free event. It is a man church at Landmark Church in Montgomery. They're doing our discipleship strategy. And men, if you want to be there Sunday night at Landmark, just simply go to themanchurch.com under events or rickandbubba.com under events. You'll see the link where the church is, and we'll see you Sunday night. Coming up on the 22nd of July, First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida, they're having a men's breakfast. Andrew Varvutis will be there from Team Man Church. He's speaking at that breakfast. That's their next gathering, and then back into the small group curriculum. On the 28th in Crestview, Florida, Emmanuel Baptist Church, they're just getting started. Prime time. Blake Prime will be there for that event. We got some others in July that Helmsey and I are working through that you'll see that have just happened. We'll get those up for you as well. I had another one today, Helms, that came in, but I'll get that to you.
Okay.
On August 4th, I'm going to Austin, Texas. What a happening little town Austin is, and I know it can be it leans to the left a little bit there in Austin, but there's a lot of opportunity there, and I've been there many years ago, and getting a chance to come back to Austin, Texas at a different church this time, City Reach Church in Austin, Texas. They're doing a men's conference, and I have the honor to speak there on August the 4th. So if you're in the Austin, Texas area, and I know, Bubba, you text some folks that you knew there, and you know some people there, come out, and I'd love to see all of you when I come to town on August the 4th, Lord willing. And then August the 6th, what's eating Scott Goroski? First Baptist Church, Starkville, Mississippi. We'll find out. First Baptist Church, Starkville doing their man church, and Scott Goroski from Team Man Church will be speaking there on August the 6th. So, and stay with themanchurch.com under upcoming events. If you're, a lot of people email and go, yesterday we had this. You know any churches in my market that are doing y'all strategy? The best way to find them is just go there. If you see man churches going on, you know they're there. All right, so I'll tell you what we won't do. We will not have Bubba post where the next man church is on his social media.
You'll get plenty of posts.
Maybe we should. We'll get it posted 3 times.
Yeah,
so yesterday Bubba was obviously enthusiastic about Helmsley's new opportunity, and he posted it 3 times.
Yeah. Well, it was on me. It's on me. And I don't know if I was having phone trouble or internet trouble or what the deal was, but I tried to post it, and I was doing something else at the same time. And usually when I post it, then I go over and look at it, to be sure it looks all right.
Right.
Well, I went over there, and I didn't see it.
Right.
I thought, well, what did I do something wrong? I'm such a dandy. So then I tried it one more time. And then I went over there to look. I didn't see it.
Right.
And, I think then I got a call or something, and I was still looking. I didn't see it. So I thought, well, dang, I'm doing something wrong. So let me really pay attention here. And I did it. And I was really looking at it, and I hit. And then I laid my phone down, went on to do something else. And then when I came back later, it was up 3 times.
Right.
So, and then here was the problem. I thought, well, I should just delete 2 of them. Yeah. But there was already a lot of likes and all that. And I didn't want to delete their likes.
Right.
So
right.
I thought, well, we'll just leave it up there. I look like a dandy. Everybody knows it.
Well, this happened to me.
I ain't hiding that from anybody.
Bring that up, Rick.
Yeah, it happened to me because I made the mistake of thinking I could be sharp and do a story.
You need more. We need more of that, by the way.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, but I don't know anything about it. And Sherry, by the way, you were going to do it, but Sherry corrected why I keep putting the words behind the picture. She corrected that.
Okay.
So thank you. I think that's been resolved. But anyway,
that's why you weren't saying Rick.
What happens a lot of times is what happened to you. You do something and you don't know whether – I know sometimes you can see the line running, but sometimes you can't. And you think, well, is it out there?
Well, about the time I get used to it, they change it.
Right.
And it's doing something else. And I go, well, I don't do enough to really get on top of it.
Plus, I was dealing with airport Wi-Fi, which is
you got to be careful
which
of
is
that.
crazy.
Yeah.
And so I would try
the Russians get you.
I would try to do a video, and I would look, and all of a sudden, instead of it doing the "here we go, we're trying" or the spinning, it wouldn't tell me anything. And I'd go, was it out there? And then I'd go look, and it wouldn't be out there. Right. So I'd send it again. Yeah. Well, just like you, a few minutes later, I go, and the same video's out there 3 times. Yeah. And I'm like, well, doggone it. Rick and Bubba against social media. It's just not a pretty sight, is it? Doggone it, we tried, don't we?
But at least your story went away. On his feed, it's 3 times in a row.
I hope it stays there the rest of my career.
It probably will.
Yeah, there it is right there.
And if I want to make a comment, I just pick which post I want to comment on.
You spread it out.
That's so good.
I hate to put it all in one.
Right. No, I do that.
So
that's
made my day.
That was on me.
Yeah.
Well, I've done the same thing, and I know, and I can see how it can happen.
Yeah.
Because us, we're in that world of if we don't see it immediately.
Yeah, I want it to immediately go over there, and most of the time it is. I'll post it. I mean, I go right over there. Boom, there it is. I go, okay, that looks good. Only one misspelled word.
And then Sherry tried to teach me something, and I know because Speedy's become very savvy on the story thing. is, and I don't like the story. I prefer the post.
That's what caught everybody off guard when you
don't
first
like the
left
story or
because you were
roundabouts?
using it.
Yeah, and I don't like roundabouts.
Yeah,
but
both of those really get on his nerves.
But anyway, I like to be able to I want to see comments on it. I want to see the picture. I don't like to have to try. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
But I understand how the story can work if you're going through a day. I like But anyway, I don't like. But what my wife's doing, and I have to say you're doing, and I don't like it, is they're letting the story replace the posting. Like I looked at Sherry, and Sherry gave an entire 10 days in Israel.
I felt like I was with her.
Yeah, and an
That was awesome.
entire 7 days in France. But you go to her Instagram, there's not one picture on
Yeah,
there.
right.
See, I don't like that.
Yeah, I thought maybe once she settles back, maybe she'll do the top 10 or something
I still don't
like that.
understand why we have to have two.
Yeah, right.
You know?
I'm with you.
If it's important enough to put up there, have it important enough to be there for a long time.
And do it 3 times.
But here it is.
I'd rather do it 3 than one it disappear.
Well, let me get to this.
That's good, Bubba.
Apparently, and y'all probably know this, but apparently, Sherry says, no, if you want a story to stay forever, you highlight it. And you go to highlight.
You could highlight it.
And then,
yes, you can.
And then you go there, and it's always there.
Yeah.
Well, then it just becomes a post.
Correct. But it's called a highlight under your story. I'm very confused by all
you don't
this.
need to be just posting things. You need to be making them reels because they'll get more play.
All right, see, I'm confused by that. When it asked me if I want it to be a reel,
You want it to be.
You
a
want
reel.
it to be a reel.
I do.
Yeah. On these, on these videos.
But a
you gotta
reel,
have
but
video,
a reel. Here's what's.
Well, the
you
reel.
ready for
Can I
this?
put a reel on the story?
You ready for this? A reel is a post.
Oh my.
Okay,
gosh.
but just make it a reel when you post.
Wait a minute. When I reel it,
I saw a reel yesterday of a post that I didn't think they did that kind of stuff, and it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
I laughed when I saw it. I go, "What are they doing making reels?"
so if I reel it,
a reel is a post.
can you see it?
But it was a post.
Do you have
Please
to
look
go-
at Greg Burgess's face right now.
Yeah. Do you have to go to reels to see it, or do you just
No,
go to
no,
your
you could just go to the feed, and your feed.
You can make it part of your feed,
and it's a
your main
post, but
feed.
it's a
Am I
reel.
just picking a platform to put my video on that
No,
still will
no,
be on the?
Rick,
Why am
listen
I
to me.
picking a
It's
Now,
just,
is
it's
my
just
feed a story or my feed a post?
No, you could actually
highlight?
you could actually make the reel your post, and then put the post in your story. So when people
But
see
is that a
stories,
feed?
they click on that and they go to your
When
reel.
it
How
asks
do I
me,
feed my reel?
when it
What I
asks me if
wanna
I want my video to be a reel, I'm just supposed to say yes.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
let
just
it-
post
yes.
it like I
Yeah,
always
yeah,
do.
Yes.
and then
That's all I
it's,
need to know.
and then it's a post.
That's all I
but
need to know.
then,
But it's
but
a reel.
then to get
Am I
traction,
highlighting my reel?
but then
Listen,
to get traction,
this is important, Rick. This is important.
But then to get traction, because a lot of people don't go sit there and go through the feeds, but they see the stories. Put the reel in your story, and then they'll click that, and they'll take you to the reel.
Is that my feed?
They'll have
Yes.
that option. You won't
Yeah.
have to do
Who's
anything
being
other than
fed?
that, Rick. You want- This is important, not only for you, but for Man Church and Burgess
I didn't
Yeah.
listen to that. I need to hear that again.
Well, we got a podcast coming later.
We're going to talk to
You-
you.
we can re-listen.
I
just
want
turned
to
it
do a
off.
reel of something.
Rick and Bubba.
Such a shame.
How are you, Bubba?
I'm good. How are you, Si?
Good. We'll dive in. I noticed too. We arrived today. You know, we're starting to get the new interns, and I went in there, and there was just so much. There was a fervor of activity.
Oh, I know. We just
so
got
we've
people running everywhere.
Now, are all these people either current interns or new interns, or somebody like just a friend of somebody? Like I met some guy named Dylan.
I think Dylan is focusing on TV and with Adler, but I'm not really sure.
Is he Drooby Dooby Doos like Buddy or something?
I think he's here.
Okay.
And then Thomas Engel joins us today.
Right.
He will be interning, and Graveyard is training him today.
Excuse
me?
Right.
Yes. So
also
Graveyard,
known as Underground.
I asked Graveyard, who
buddies
came
call
in yesterday. Graveyard's not, I know he was here yesterday,
Yeah, right.
but he's not coming back for this semester. I just said, hey, can you come back? We're in that weird moment where people have not gone back to school yet. Can you help out?
Yeah.
He said, man, I'd love to. Typical Graveyard. Willing to get after it. He wanted to come in and help Thomas get acquainted to everything. And then we have another intern who interned that's coming back for their master's, DOJ. Drops Jupiter.
Okay.
She will return. But see, the classes don't start till like the 20th of January for where she goes to school. So
Have you noticed our master's program's really picked up?
Oh,
It really has.
It
It really has.
So that's good.
I've been real impressed and happy with our enrollment there.
Well, I will tell you this. I don't know. These guys, we'll see how it works out, but there was a lot of activity. I like the activity.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of standing around.
Busy.
There's a lot going on, and I
I'm
like
not
that.
sure what was happening.
No, it was
a lot
busy.
moving. Yeah.
So anyway, the president did address the nation last night, and we will play that. It was on, like I said, I love. It's almost like I felt like he was helping us.
Yeah.
Because I was able to watch it, and I was dying too. I mean, I had to fight everything in my being not to go to bed. I mean, I was dying, and I said I'm gonna watch this, but if it gets too long, I'm out. And it was 9 minutes.
Well, see, I missed it. I actually went to a little event at Top Golf last night.
I'm a regular Top Golf.
I got my own parking space.
The Top Golfer.
Go downtown now.
I got that card.
I do have a card. By the way.
I downloaded
it certainly
the app.
Speeded things along.
Dilly.
I'm in high cotton last night.
I hit the back net.
So I missed it.
Yeah, well, it really, honestly, we'll play it. The funniest thing last night, because our show will break it down, on the the seriousness of the nation, but we'll also break it down and critique how it was done. That's just what we get to do.
Yeah.
And I look, I understand you want to get all the facts right, but at one point I felt like that a man sat down with funny hair and read me something. And then a crazy-looking woman with another weird-looking guy read me something else.
Yeah,
it's like they were just standing there reading it, and the teleprompter was in front of them, and Nancy Pelosi. I guess she just refused to wear glasses, and her eyes, whatever contest she's on, they're gigantic. She's just, what we have to disagree with what the president's fear tactics. And Schumer's over there nodding his head. Then we get over to him, and then while the problem with deciding that two people stand side by side and talk. Even when you and I do it, when you're not the person talking, I don't know what to do. What kind of faces?
I try to glance over every now and then, and not be distracting, but not be, caught in a stare. And
but
beside,
nothing was new. There was nothing new last night.
Beside all of that, and we'll break it down. I think it's a fair topic to talk about. Do we have an emergency at the border?
Right.
And if so, do we need to do something about it?
Bubba. It is 6.5 minutes past the hour. swing. Yeah. If I were king. Take it, boys. Can I help it? It's still dream from time to time. It's good to be king. Everybody say it. It's good to be king and have your own way. The boys are here. Speedy, Greg, Helmsey, Adler, Alapuca, Cam Solo taking phone calls. There's Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Do you remember who made the phrase, it's good to be king, famous?
I'm sure it's been quoted several times in history. Was he a king?
No, it was actually Mel Brooks.
Well,
he did a whole comedy
I
bit,
remember that.
It's good to be king. And he would do anything you wanted to, and he'd look at the camera and go, it's good to be the king. And
I remember that.
And it was funny. But anyway, as we start the hour, I will tell you there when I was gone last week. So anytime that you're leaving and you'll be gone for a period of time, you start thinking about the things you need done at the house. I mean, somebody's got to get the trash can back to the road, and somebody's got to go by and pick up your mail and do all this. And of course, if you're people living under the banner of what about the dog? Somebody may be helping with that kind of stuff. But anyway, so our son that still lives in the same city we do, young Broderick, he very, very sacrificially volunteered to come back home and live in our house for the week while we were gone. And he did live like a king, it appeared. But you know how you have those moments when you have your children and they take a step that almost brings tears to your eyes because you're like, that's my daughter, that's my boy. Look at them now picking up the baton, taking the mantle, being the next generation. And I was in France, and I received these pictures that I just sent Adler from our home on the 4th of July, because we're not in America on the 4th of July. We were actually in France. And it was not talked about much there. But and my son sent me these pictures. He said, Dad, I want you to know that I've made spiral dogs.
Oh, that's good.
With my stuff on my grill at my house.
He's commandeered your house.
And I thought to myself, I had to get past the fact that he's basically taking up residence and is living in my house.
Right.
But
what
anyway,
an Airbnb.
But I thought he's out there on the deck. He's got the grill just like he likes it. And he said, for the first time in my life, Dad, I went out, I followed the instructions, and I made spiral dogs for his soon-to-be wife, Camtastic.
That's awesome.
And
look how crispy they look.
Yeah, and I thought, but I got to talking to him about it, and I said, did you go to the YouTube video that you put together during the pandemic and follow the steps? He said, well. He said the one mistake I made is I tried to remember it on my own, then went and watched the video. And I said, well, what purpose does that serve? Well, I wanted to see if I took the steps right. I said, after you had made them?
That's like a test.
Yeah,
Passed or failed.
And he goes, yeah, and I discovered that I did mess one step up. And I said, what mess? He goes, I put the sauce on too early. And I said,
it's critical. It's critical.
I said, we have talked about this on and on and on.
He should have consulted his own video.
His own video.
He made it.
Right. Yeah. And
Rick, how'd you get Luke Combs to tell everybody?
Now, this is before I released my first album.
That's substantial. That is substantial.
Yeah. I didn't realize, Fat Rick, how much I look like Luke Combs. I look a lot like Luke Combs. That's for my first album. Right now, if I knew his music better, I'd sing one of his songs. I can't think of any of it, but I know.
Oh, that's good.
Which one of his songs? He's got some
He's
huge
got
hits.
Rick, get ready for a shocker. He's remade Fast Car. You remember, you're gonna van.
No,
and it's
hasn't.
like
and it's
blown up
actually
the
good.
charts.
It's really good.
It ain't good.
It is, Rick. You'll love it.
Luke Combs has done Fast Car.
Yes.
Tracy Chapman.
and it's blown all up the charts.
Did we need a Tracy Chapman remake?
We didn't.
No.
But it's good.
I heard he's doing 100 red balloons next.
That's funny.
It's 99
Yeah,
red balloons.
well, I thought you were actually making a
I thought you were making a joke.
I am.
It's 99 red loop balloons.
Go ahead and claim it. Yes, I am. Rick.
Yeah, I'm funny.
He's actually doing it in German.
Right.
Yeah.
So
They do
anyway,
have the German
but
version.
what a proud moment
You
until
got to
until he sheepishly, when I had lunch with him Sunday when we got back, he kind of, it's like he didn't. I was so excited about it, and he finally said, I put the barbecue sauce on too quick. I said, well, did they turn out bad? And Camtastic was there, and she said, no, they were really good. So they were celebrating. So I just thought that was a big moment.
That's a good mistake to make.
And he said his next step, and then he said, well, I also tried to do the hamburgers. I said, what? Without your mama here and us showing you how to do the proper patty and do the proper seasoning? And he goes, and then he looked at me. He goes, I said, what's wrong? What are you holding back, son? I got prefab patties. I said, prefab patties?
Man.
I thought we were having a great day. What do you mean prefab patties? So anyway, but he did his first spiral dogs. That was a big moment.
They look good.
And yesterday we were talking about the food in France and how we went to that one swanky restaurant that you don't get to decide what you're getting.
Thanks, Bubba.
And there was a discussion about sweetbreads.
I like to decide what I'm getting.
Yeah, me too. And we were discussing the sweetbreads thing, and there was a moment when we were talking
Now,
about.
isn't that like a little hand pizza?
No.
You talking about sweetbread?
No.
What do you call that? Where they put the
flatbread.
Flatbread.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Sweetbreads, unfortunately, is some of the inner organs of an animal.
Yeah.
It's not bread?
No.
Why they call it that?
Trying so you won't, because if they told you what it really was, you wouldn't eat it.
Because Greg made a comment yesterday.
Yeah, I was a little off. I missed.
You were, but that's where people's mind goes to.
Some of
to
it's
your
the
point.
stomach.
But to your point,
of weird stuff.
But to your point, Sherry and I were discussing at the table, and she threw out and she goes, "Would you eat? What parts of an animal would you not eat?" And I said, "Well, anything that involves the digestive system."
Yeah.
I said, "And anything that involves the reproductive system."
Yeah.
And she looked at me and she goes, "So you'd eat pig's feet?" I said, 100%. I said, "Sherry, if a waiter comes over and says, we have 3 choices for you. You can eat one of the internal organs of the digestive system of the animal. You can eat part of its sexual reproductive area, or you can eat its feet."
It's even hard to say.
Yeah, or you would eat its feet.
I go with its
I said, I pick feet so quick.
Yeah.
Ears, anything.
Ears, feet. I don't want anything in the lower tract.
I don't want.
What about liver? Do you like livers?
No.
No, I love.
No.
What about tongue?
Ooh.
I don't want to eat beef.
I don't want to eat a tongue.
No.
Who
But
wants a
Greg,
tongue?
back to this
People love
again.
it.
That's
Hey,
yeah.
reproductive tract, digestive
Yeah, I'd
tract,
eat
tongue.
Yeah,
I'm
I'd
still
eat
at tongue.
I'm at tongue.
Yeah.
I'm not eating anything down there
No.
or in there.
I don't think it should be eaten. To be
Down
honest.
there
No.
or in there.
Who-
out.
who
I don't want
said-
anything out of your stomach. I don't want anything out of your lower area. I don't want any of that. I just, if you go ears and tongue and feet, bring that on. I mean,
talking
all
about
that-
a
But
pig ear
when you
sandwich?
talk about just the meat, though, we've eat a lot of different animals that we just
Oh,
eat
yeah.
the meat that, especially Larry Mark. used
I
to
don't
fix
mind
for us.
that. If we're just
I mean, we pretty much eat everything you could think of.
no, I have no problem there. I don't like certain areas of the animals.
I'm with you, Rick.
I want to stay.
But
out of
isn't it kind of funny to you that even all that stuff we ate, when you get down to the meat, you basically have white meat and dark meat, and all of it to me, once you get in those categories, kind of tasted the same no matter what animal it was.
If the preparation is the key with the dark meats, is you must, as Scripture says, drain that blood.
Oh yeah.
If you
Well,
leave
that's
if you leave too much blood in there, it gets that gamey taste and that metal taste, and the preparation.
But the dark meat of all the different animals that had dark meat tasted fairly the
similar.
same to me.
Especially if you season it the same way.
I mean,
and
not exactly, but
get the
close.
right sauce
Yeah.
out. All those things matter.
And I know there's a great joke there. I was surprised at how good crows were.
Yeah,
we had that duck sauce on it though,
Yeah.
and you could
Well,
put a pine
that's-
cone in that, and it'd be
Yeah,
good.
that's
I
it.
ate some crow, and my dessert was humble pie.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Beyond the campaign promises and the rhetoric and all that, do we really have a problem, and should we be doing something about it? And this standoff we have now is very interesting. It could be
It is.
bizarre before it's over.
Well, there's a new kid in
Yeah.
town. There's a new kid in town, and he doesn't really play the way the others did. And you can think that's a great thing about him or a bad thing, but it is a fact.
So you better figure it into your equation. I'll tell you that.
So we'll come back and we'll start all that. My favorite part, which I told Bubba, which we love Mark Levin and have been honored enough to be on his show a few times years ago, and he's been on ours a few times, and And I just like it's almost like the best thing to do. You can save yourself a lot of problems if whatever's going on with the country, you just talk to Mark Levin about it. He knows more than most everybody else. And,
yeah, well, he's a lawyer. He's a constitutional lawyer. Right. He's worked in the White House. He's done it all, knows everybody, and he's a straight shooter.
And what it is, like we would be talking about, like Handy did last night, like we'll have the concept right. And Levin, Sean, what you're talking about is a so-and-so act.
Yeah.
You know, of 19, whatever. Sean, that's what you're talking about. And let me tell you what it says. Because, how about here's what it says, Sean. So we got that coming up, too. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we're going to start breaking down as the nation was addressed last night by the president. Then, of course, the response to the address from the Democrats. And then the response to the address from the Democrats from Mark Levin. All that is still coming. But we'll start with you, the people, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll break it down, too. Let's talk about where we really are. Bottom line, do we need a wall on this part of our border or not? And one thing that was a clarification.
And is it an emergency? I mean, is it something we just need to do, or is it what's the term he's using?
State of emergency.
State of emergency situation.
He didn't go there last night, which I thought was interesting, but he did make the case on how severe the situation is. What you need to do before you declare a state of emergency, and he did that. But do we think, as the people, and it seems to be, and this was brought up a few times last night, and I don't know who to credit this with because there was a lot going on, but that we, the people, as Democrats or Republicans, have been agreeing that we have a situation on our border, and as a sovereign nation, we need border security. And we certainly love legal immigration, but illegal immigration has problems with drugs and crime and murder. And he made some of those cases last night of people
and disease,
not
being vaccinated on a lot of things.
Obama thought it was a problem and got the money he wanted. Clinton thought it was a problem, got the money he wanted. But it's almost like I get a sense that we've lost our way now on whether we need it or not. And Greg made this point in the break, and he's right. And now it's become we don't want Trump to be able to fulfill his promise to the American people politically because that's not politically good for us as Democrats.
Bingo.
And then Trump is saying, I said I was going to build the wall, and I'm going to, and we're sort of losing the reason we need it, or do we need to decide we don't need it?
Yeah.
That really should be the discussion, and now it's kind of
is the wall the best way to handle this situation?
Is it the best
yes
way?
Or no?
Yes
Quit
or no.
playing politics and
Right.
decide that.
And one clarification I heard last night, which I think is important for all tax dollars, is that Trump's plan for this part of the wall is to get 5.6, I think, billion from this 56 billion that we send to other countries. So what he's trying to say is this America First promise he's made, making America great again and all that. He's saying this is money that goes to other nations. I don't want to take all of that away. We're still going to send money to other nations. I want 10% of what we send to other nations to be spent on our people to protect them at the border. And so I think that's important because, there's a spin politically that he's asking for more. It is funny to watch Democrats suddenly talk about overspending. That's hilarious to me.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to take that. Do you? I mean, it'd be like Bubba and I saying that we're against overeating. People be going, these two? John in Tuscaloosa. John, welcome. Let's let the people speak. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
How are y'all this morning, man?
We're good.
great.
We're good. So what's on your mind?
Man, the way I look at it is every American at night, what's the first thing they do before they go to bed? They go to the front door and lock it, don't they?
Right.
Well, I think that's what the United States needs to do. They need to lock the front and the back door, man.
We got that. Do you think that the wall is the best way to do it? That's really the question before the people.
I really do. I really do. What else? I mean, that's the only way I see to do it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your call. David in Huntsville, 100.
Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better.
Okay, I like it. 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866.
Listen to the words.
Big mouth it.
There's one point in the song where he says he's a girl. And the deal was Tracy said he could cover it, but he couldn't change any of the words.
Yeah, I was wondering why he said,
Yeah.
check out girl.
Yeah,
now.
because I've heard
Well,
people.
The song's about two lesbians.
Thank you, Greg.
Well, it is.
Thank you, Greg.
Buddy. Appreciate that.
Well, you'll
Thank you,
ruin a
Greg.
moment.
Well, there goes me enjoying that song. So thanks, Greg, for taking that.
Why would you
and-
do that
And I like
to
that
everyone?
And I
You
like
said
and I like that he
Bubba.
did it while finishing a little bite of his breakfast and taking a pop off his water.
Do y'all feel like a
That's
bucket
not
of
a
water
secret.
just got dumped on you?
That's not a secret. She said it.
But
I
we
read
didn't
the
know
article.
it. You're the guy that turned the lights on.
I know.
There you are.
I'm removing it from my.
Just saying.
See, Greg, because I can't
night.
live in a world where I have to hear Luke Combs sing that he's a lesbian.
I know.
I mean,
his
so-
job as a checkout girl. So I thought he should have changed it to clerk or something.
Right.
Checkout clerk.
Well, no, the reason why that's
But she
interesting.
required. I didn't know that makes sense.
According to the story.
Well,
Well,
the reason why that's interesting, Bubba, is people will cover other people's songs. And a
She
lot of
going
times,
to the bank on it.
a lot of times males will sing songs
Yeah.
that girls did,
Yeah.
and they'll change the lyric. As a matter of fact, I tell you what, if you go,
Something else.
Greg, if you go to Janis Joplin, her version of Me and Bobby McGee, when Chris Christopherson did the song, Bobby was with an I.
Yeah.
Well, that made it pretty easy. She just changed it to a male Bobby.
I'll tell you what.
But anyway, but Greg, thank you for about, I think it was 30 seconds.
Maybe 40.
I enjoyed
Maybe
Luke
40.
Combs' version of Fast Cars.
Thanks,
And I might be exaggerating. It might have been 20.
Yeah.
But it felt like I might have got 30 seconds out of it.
Oh, here's an article. Tracy Chapman on her lesbian anthem Fast Car becoming a country hit. All right.
Right again. You know what
Thank
that is?
you for the
Nobody
assist,
thought you
Adler.
were wrong.
You know, we just saw.
saying.
We just
didn't
you
want it.
remember the
You thought
cartoon
it.
when there was the big bulldog and then the little dog was
I would admit
Spike,
this.
yeah, Spike, get him, Spike.
I even liked the
Chase
song.
the cat, Spike. You want to chase the cat?
When she did the song, I liked it.
I do too. I like the song.
Yeah,
Didn't know it was a lesbian anthem, but
Well, no, I didn't either.
it's
but-
a good song.
We don't know a
I
lot of the
suspected
songs
it.
that we sing in our
you're so
car,
right.
what they mean, and let's keep it that way.
Yeah. Like I said, I got news for you. Afternoon Delight's not about camping.
No, it's not. I gotta tell you something.
They are
we haven't hit
grabbing
this
sticks
over
and
the
stones,
years.
huh?
I never really, especially through my teenage years, I never paid attention to the lyrics. I didn't.
Let me tell you this: "We Are the Champions" is not about the Super Bowl.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You didn't know that.
What? No, it's not.
It's not about the Mighty Ducks winning.
No.
It's really not.
No, it's
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
world.
What?
Yeah, I had to break that to some of my friends at Troy when the first national championship was won. They put together a video with it. And I
Y'all
said,
picked that?
Not quite that.
Well, it was good for
So you
sporting
couldn't
events.
just let it go. You had to.
Oh
say
yeah,
something.
yeah.
Well,
Stacks,
it runs-
Stacks said thank you.
Hey,
We worked real hard for that
hey,
championship.
it's a common thread here.
Sure it is.
And you'd have been on the team if you hadn't joined the rock band and left it.
I still like the song. I like old Luke Combs. He does good. I like his song.
Yeah, I did.
Take a pop.
Yeah, it's that explains to me though back when that video was made why everybody kept making a fuss over me everywhere I went.
Oh, my gracious.
But I'll never forget. You know, there's certain artists that you're not prepared for them.
Yeah.
When you see them, and I know same thing with the radio back before it was so easy to see people. You would walk up to some radio host, you'd be like, that can't be the guy, or that can't be the woman. But
He doesn't
anyway,
look like he sounds.
no, at all. But the first time I saw Luke Combs, I was like, so this guy's a country megastar, and he looks like everybody I grew up with in Calhoun County.
Absolutely.
I mean, he looks like he got on the trade day bus. On the trade
I
school
relate
bus.
to that.
You know, he got on the trade school bus.
And you
left-
saw him at trade day?
And I saw him at
Yeah.
trade day.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, his family had a booth.
Selling
He
some
dipped.
merchandise.
Yeah, right. I mean, but boy, he's cranking out the hits. I'll tell you
He
that.
is.
He is.
Right up to
Thanks, Greg.
That's a huge hit too.
Yeah.
Well, I bet it is.
It
Greg.
was.
This is where he tries to
Do
be
you
kind.
do you
after
wonder
saying-
sometimes these artists who are at that level when they go back and cover a song what makes them want to pick a particular song, or how did he decide on that song over all the rest of them?
Yeah,
out there?
I've heard some of them talk about it before. It's kind of like
I mean,
that.
Double Dutch Bus was available by Frankie Smith.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
that'd have been good.
Yeah. So your next thing you're gonna tell me that one's not about a bus.
I'd have a hard time singing that I get a job as a checkout girl. I mean,
my
this feels
It'd be a
weird.
tough lyric.
Yeah.
It would. Matter of fact,
couldn't change it.
And when I look at Luke Combs, I don't buy him as a checkout girl.
No.
Well.
About 180 degrees the other way.
They might identify it.
Now, let me tell you this. Now, if you go to certain convenience stores, now some of the women do like Luke Combs, and they shave about as much.
Absolutely.
That's so true.
Man, first time you were a little kid, you saw one with a beard, you didn't know what to do. You remember how terrifying that was?
Oh,
It didn't
We
take a
thought
beard.
that was confusing.
Just a few hairs.
Right. You were like,
Look at now.
I just felt like we were having such a good moment there.
Well,
for like
It-
30 or
it-
40
the
seconds.
This segment went totally
I
off the
was.
cliff.
I mean,
just couldn't let it go.
just-
Couldn't
Y'all
let it
kept
go.
bragging too much, and I was like,
A buzzkill.
I knew
there.
the next phone call that we took,
There
somebody
was-
was going to bring it up.
guys, there was a moment where everybody in the room agreed. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like everybody was like, "This will be in my car later today." The audience was like, "Just
I'll let the Tennessee
smiles."
listen to it. Yeah.
I mean, and then this one.
all right, wait a minute. Let me
delivering a limp.
let me do what I need to do.
Bubba
Swipe.
started it. Rick, Bubba started it when he broke down the lyrics. I wasn't going to bring it up.
Yeah, you were.
I
You know
wasn't.
why? You know why? Because you tried. You know how you can only go so far. And what happened was Greg had to sit through the whole Helmsey announcement without ruining it.
Yeah, that was hard.
And
That was
there was
hard.
a pressure to that because he earned the last one he had. It was
Yeah, I had to
heartfelt.
be
It's like
quiet.
like a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
Of course, I kind of read it earlier.
I felt him looking at me when I said certain things. Like I thought, here it goes.
Oh, me too.
Here it goes.
I felt the
But
same
you
way.
remember in the kickoff hour, I asked you a question.
I
And an obstacle you're going to have to overcome.
Yes,
I
this
missed
was,
that.
of course.
Don't go there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the point. Right now, you're going to deal with it.
First thing he said, Rick. I mean, just the first thing he said.
You talking about Rainmaker?
Yes.
Yeah. Golly.
That's your new nickname, Rainmaker.
Everything's going good.
Storm cloud.
Here comes Rainmaker. Somebody start
Rick, there's lightning in your area. Your phone tell you that.
Look, Rick, I called him Cold Shower.
Mom, don't react so much to that.
In the kickoff hour, he's called Cold Shower, and I'll just hit the thunder, Rick, anytime we have something. He's like, and the rain coming down.
That was the timing was bad. Everybody, man, that's pretty good. Of course, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, God, you know what? I kind of like that.
Here comes Cold Shower.
Kind of like that for 20 seconds or so.
You can still like it. I like it.
Next segment, all songs we thought we liked, but Greg tells us real meaning.
Well, next you're going to tell me Brown Sugar by the Rolling Stones isn't about baking.
I got bad news, pal.
When we come back, your phone calls are next.
And what song would you like to see Luke Combs?
Right. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba.
Point 3, the river, go.
Good morning, Biggins. They lost me when Dumb and Dumber came on, but they really lost me when Dumb started talking about how women and children were not a threat to our border.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
they went there.
The Democrats, let's talk, like Bubba just said a minute ago. Can y'all stop all? I love when they say two things.
You know what it was, Rick? Dog whistle.
Right. Well, let me.
Dog
Yeah,
whistle.
to your point, the Democrats. This is one of those things where sometimes somebody will say, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna go crazy. The modern version of the Democrats coming out of their mouths to us, the American people, are the following topics: fear mongering.
Yeah.
They invented fear mongering.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the Republicans are going to get you if you're a minority. They're going to get your children. They're going to get your grandma. They're going to get your mom and daddy. They don't care about you at all. So they're going to starve children. So they're the king of fear mongering. Okay. The other one is when they want to talk about, and I love this one too, overspending. Okay. Does anybody think they have any credibility about
my
overspending?
goodness. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Anybody at all?
None.
Okay. All right. Suddenly they care about children.
Oh, yes.
And killing children.
If they're born.
Which may be
if they're born.
Yeah.
Once they're outside the womb.
Isn't that crazy?
Let me tell you, if you're a child,
All bets are off till you're out breathing.
if you're a child and your mama's voting Democrat, buddy, the Democrats say that they'd love to care about you if you can survive your mama's womb.
Yeah.
All right.
Good
So and they're literally talking about these things to us. Let's go to Frank. Frank, what do you think?
Hello.
Hey, Frank, you're on. Go ahead.
Hey, well, the way I see it is, yes, a physical barrier would definitely do a lot of good. And there's so many different types of physical barriers on down through the border. I mean, there's already existing barriers there. I think what he's wanting and what I believe would work out, let's get it all together. Let's consolidate it instead of having a mess of barbed wire here and steel there and wood there. Let's get rid of all that, hit the reset button, get back to square one, and something that we can maintain for years to come cheaply and effectively and all at once.
Yeah, because I don't think either party can get around the fact that the Constitution tells them to do this for us, right?
Right.
So now, I guess, tell me we're not arguing about whether we should do it or not, which I think we really are. But
they claim we're arguing on how to do it.
Let me ask you this: even with Trump's version of the wall, it's not a ocean to ocean wall, is it? I mean, there's some places,
some areas they can't do it.
Yeah, it's just.
He also conceded a point
rugged.
to them about. You'll see in his address, he even says, "I'm moving off the word wall to steel barrier." At the Democrats.
Yeah, he said concrete and steel was the what he said.
Yeah, he's
moving away from concrete.
He's moving away from
to
concrete to steel for the Democrats.
Yes,
He said,
yeah,
which is good.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
that's the one concession he's going to do.
And like the caller said, if my front door doesn't lock, I've got a problem today that requires immediate response.
Yes, absolutely.
If our door here at work won't lock, we have to have an immediate response to secure that.
The Democrats are saying there's a better way to secure your stuff without you locking your door. I don't know that I agree.
We've tried everything else, I believe.
Obviously hadn't worked.
All right, we'll hear from the president as he addresses the nation next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Theme song, right? And for the small price of $100, Greg is gonna make it rain. There I go. And somebody beat the drum, yeah. For making all these claims. Here comes Greg. All right, so as we make our way back, 866 We Be Big. We'll get to your phone calls coming up. Can you name that artist, Bob? I remember my dad listening to this on AM radio. I've never forgotten.
Yep.
It's when she was young, too. Tanya Tucker.
Is it really? Yeah, she was like a teenager when she...
Starting all these people dreaming, thinking you can make it rain, yeah. All right, so simplysafebubba.com, now more than ever, when an intruder threatens your home or small business, every second is going to count. And knowing that, excited to tell you about simplysafebubba.com, something called Guard Protection. This is live 24/7 guard protection made possible by their new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. Bubba, this is technology at its finest. Fast Protect monitoring plan if an intruder breaks into your place. SimplySafeBubba.com. Their monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through the camera. Hey, you ain't supposed to be in here.
We see you.
We see you. And they also let them know that they are being recorded and that police are on the way. It is a game changer. 24/7 live guard protection and the new Smart Alarm indoor camera, they work seamlessly as part of the entire security system to keep your whole place safe from break-ins, fires, flooding, and more. We're going to get you 20% off any system when you sign up for the Fast Protect monitoring, which, I mean, you would want that. This is a huge offer, and it's only available for a limited time. So go to simplysafebubba.com or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I think we can say with no hesitation, there's no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe. To the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. This is Jake at State Farm. Jake. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. Hey, how am I coming through on my Raycon earbud?
You sound fantastic. I hope they sound good to you.
Absolutely. Hey, two things real quick. I heard Luke Bryan, the reason he did the song was his dad was a fan of 80s and 90s music.
Yeah.
And he would they'd ride around in his pickup, and that was his dad's favorite song. Number two, the song that we get straight up that means what it says, Fat bottom girls, you make the rocky world go round.
Yeah, that one, that is absolutely true. That one, there's no sugarcoating that one.
No. He did say Luke Bryan. I want to.
He meant Luke.
I know what he
meant. Luke
meant.
Combs.
Yeah.
I know he did.
Didn't want people out there thinking Luke Bryan.
It can be confusing.
Yeah.
Luke Combs, which
of
means
Luke's out there.
Greg, which means you and I will be covering Tanya Tucker's Lizzie and the Rain Man.
Sure.
We continue. Let's go to South Carolina. Garrett, standing by. Garrett, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How's it going?
Good. Good.
Hey, good. Just wanted to, I called in a couple months ago about speed limits on 280, and I recently moved up to Charleston, so I just wanted to get that message out there that the white signs on the side of the road are how fast you're supposed to be going, not going any lower.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Do you wish that we were as committed as stopping people that are going too slow as we are for people going too fast?
Well, the left lane riders.
Yeah, I
know we changed the law, but the word has not got out there.
I will go as far as to say because of people's panicking and trying to maneuver around them, the overly slow are more dangerous than the fast.
Yeah.
At least the fast keep the traffic moving.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about reckless. I'm just talking about let's get up to speed.
Yeah.
Let's go to Catherine in Birmingham listening to us on ZZK. Catherine, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I was wondering if you knew that Colton Ledbetter was drafted in the MLB Sunday night to the Tampa Bay Rays.
I'm sorry, I don't even know who that is. No, I did not know that.
Well, okay, so you saw his first home run when he was 7 over the fence home run at Herdmont Park.
Okay. How about that?
Against his team, and we were in the playoffs. You actually coached my son, who was the one that used to skip around the bases.
Yes.
But, yeah, Colton went on to get drafted this past weekend.
How cool is that?
Very
What a
exciting.
great story.
Had he committed to Mississippi State?
Yeah, so he went to Spain Park. He went to Briarwood and then transferred in middle school to Spain Park.
Okay.
And then he played at Sanford for 2 years and then transferred to Mississippi State, where
that's
he
what-
played last year.
Well, how about
So-
that? Well, congratulations to
So,
him,
yeah.
and thank you for making sure that I understand. Even though I saw it, I played no role in his training.
But we're very proud of him either way.
It looks like I had more to deal with your son who was skipping around the base. But thanks, that's cool. What a cool story.
That is neat.
Yeah. Heidi in Parrish, Alabama. Heidi, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, I was calling to let y'all know about the Amber Alert in Parrish, Alabama. The 9-month-old Harley Freeman that's missing. She's in a white 2009 Lexus RX 350. If anyone could just be on the lookout and call the Parrish Police Department or 911 if they see this car or the baby.
Yeah, we got an Amber Alert on that late last night, early this morning, and apparently her father's car was stolen. with her in the back seat, right?
Oh, it's awesome.
I saw the alert about the baby, but I didn't know how it happened. But that's how it happened.
Yeah, that's what I understand.
There was a car theft, and unfortunately, the baby was in the car.
That's what I was told.
Wow. So yeah, if anybody can help with that, obviously, please do. And the Amber Alert system, and I know the family that start all that. You hate the how it started for them, but boy, they have helped a lot of people since.
Right.
And hopefully we can get to the bottom of that sooner than later. Also, when we come back, I think we want to delve into some of the Biden stuff.
Well, we got plenty of it, Rick. He is abroad and a lot going on. He had a stop in England, and now he's in Lithuania.
Now, while we were gone, if I was at an airport during all this, did I see? Now, again, I don't know what to believe and not to believe when I'm looking at headlines. Okay,
right.
But did I see a headline that cocaine?
Yes.
Was found in the White House?
At the White House.
Rick, that's just weird.
And
cocaine?
There's cameras everywhere.
And Hunter Biden was there?
There's cameras everywhere, but they can't seem to figure out who left it.
They
Hunter
changed the
Biden
story.
was on the premises.
Well, then there you go. I can make a guess.
I'd go there first.
And look, hey guys, give us the truth. Who left it? Just the truth. That's all we need to know.
Well, Jean-Pierre, she tried to say that none of the Bidens were there Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
Oh, well, that's
Monday.
fine. Show us who left it then.
But they were actually there Friday. She misspoke because they were there Friday. But
They've
we'll
changed their
need to
story.
break it down on where it was found, and then it's just
They've
been a
changed the
mess.
story about 3 times now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you have to. And then I saw people sent me on the 4th of July. This is when you finally get all your Wi-Fi back. Here comes everything.
Yeah.
The way he looked out on the terrace.
Oh yeah.
He looked like he. I mean, yeah. Unfortunately, I know what that looks like.
Sure.
He was obviously on cocaine. Rubbing his hair, moving around. His eyes are this big around.
Did you see Jill's face out on that balcony? She was so concerned, just nervous being around.
Couldn't you
him.
tell? Did you see the way he was acting?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Look,
real fidgety.
I mean, we just to Bubba's point. If Hunter Biden did not do cocaine in the White House, then who did y'all let in the White House that had cocaine?
Because somebody did. Somebody left it.
Right.
And there's cameras everywhere.
And people don't just walk in and out.
It should be pretty easy to figure out who it was because you know who's on the grounds.
Yep.
You don't just walk into the White House. You sign in. They know who was in there during that time period. There's cameras everywhere. Just tell us who did it.
Don't you think?
And act appropriately. I don't care if it's the Bidens or somebody else. Just act appropriately.
Wouldn't you think you'd have to be really connected to be able to get cocaine into the White House?
Yes.
Yeah, that means you.
Yes.
Because if
Rick,
not,
because you know,
I think security's going to catch you on you
will.
before you get in, aren't they?
Rick, I would say the way we went in,
Right.
where the dogs go through everything you have and they would have picked
Look
it
at
up.
him. Look at him, Greg. See him
Look
picking
at Mama.
Oh,
See him
yeah.
messing with his
Mama's
nose.
real fidgety.
Look, you're watching right here. Just like,
Yeah.
Please look at Jill. Please watch these eyes. Look.
I mean, he's obviously the one doing it. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I heard a breakdown from some former White House staff about Secret Service and the dogs. I mean, we were there when they went through all of our stuff. They're normally trained for explosives, and so never have they worried about drugs and that side of things. And so this is kind of new. I mean, we've never talked about cocaine in the White House.
I bet they've got a dog somewhere that does that. They can do them all.
You don't just walk into the White House with cocaine.
No, you don't.
Of course you don't.
You have to get in on a privileged way in to do that.
Unless you're someone who can walk in without being checked.
Right.
Yeah. And that probably would tie you to somebody pretty important. I would
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
we're just playing the odds here.
Yeah, and that was kind of the angle they were looking at.
Did you see the? I just sent it to Adler in text. Did you see the Jean-Pierre whatever meme that everybody has that right now, where it has underneath that we're looking into it?
Yeah.
And I mean,
yes.
I mean, how many times have they changed?
Well, Rick, she said it was irresponsible for them to keep asking about this.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's irresponsible for the press that's supposed to represent the people to ask who was doing cocaine in the house that we pay for.
Yeah.
That's unreasonable of us. So we'll be back.
And the whistleblower, powder all over.
We're looking into it.
The Department of Justice has now charged one of the people who were the whistleblowers on some of this Biden stuff with being a drug runner and arms dealer out of Israel. Wow. Did you know that?
No.
Unreal.
We'll break down the Biden stuff next.
Rick and Bubba.
The president addressed the nation last night, and it was concerning the situation with our border and the wall. Speedy has that for us, and here it is, the President of the United States. It's only 9 minutes, so you'll hear the entire address here, and then we'll get the response, and then we'll hear from Levin, and we'll kind of continue to talk about it. So here's the President addressing the nation last night. If you missed it or if you heard it, you get to hear it again.
My fellow Americans, tonight I am speaking to you because there is a growing humanitarian and security crisis at our southern border. Every day, Customs and Border Patrol agents encounter thousands of illegal immigrants trying to enter our country. We are out of space to hold them, and we have no way to promptly return them back home to their country. America proudly welcomes millions of lawful immigrants who enrich our society and contribute to our nation. But all Americans are hurt by uncontrolled illegal migration. It strains public resources and drives down jobs and wages. Among those hardest hit are African Americans and Hispanic Americans. Our southern border is a pipeline for vast quantities of illegal drugs, including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. Every week, 300 of our citizens are killed by heroin alone, 90% of which floods across from our southern border. More Americans will die from drugs this year than were killed in the entire Vietnam War. In the last 2 years, ICE officers made 266,000 arrests of aliens with criminal records, including those charged or convicted of 100,000 assaults, 30,000 sex crimes, and 4,000 violent killings. Over the years, thousands of Americans have been brutally killed by those who illegally entered our country, and thousands more lives will be lost if we don't act right now. I've held the hands of the weeping mothers and embraced the grief-stricken fathers. So sad, so terrible. I will never forget the pain in their eyes, the tremble in their voices, and the sadness gripping their souls. How much more American blood must we shed before Congress does its job? To those who refuse to compromise in the name of border security, I would ask, imagine if it was your child, your husband, or your wife whose life was so cruelly shattered and totally broken. To every member of Congress, pass a bill that ends this crisis. To every citizen, call Congress and tell them to finally, after all of these decades, secure our border. This is a choice between right and wrong, justice and injustice. This is about whether we fulfill our sacred duty to the American citizens we serve. When I took the oath of office, I swore to protect our country, and that is what I will always do. So help me God. Thank you, and good night.
So there was the address. It was pretty straightforward.
Pretty short for Trump, too.
We all really wish that we would address his deviated septum, where he has to keep pulling in air through his sinuses that look flared, and he seems to be struggling to breathe through his nose. That's bothered me even back before he was elected. He's got the kind of money to get that fixed, but when you look at the hair, he doesn't spend it a lot on himself. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us today. All right, so we'll get to the Biden stuff that we missed while we were away. Here we go.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
There we go.
Everybody know Basement Joe.
All right, so Biden, while we were away, I don't even know what he's doing. Like I said, we just did the Hunter Biden cocaine story.
Do y'all want that Karine clip that you were referencing, Rick, in which she says like that's irresponsible for them to ask?
Sure,
or anything?
sure. Let's have that first about the cocaine thing, then we'll get this other stuff.
And she's going to say something that's actually factually wrong here as well.
Yeah.
There has been some irresponsible reporting about the family, and so I got to call that out here. And I have been very clear. I was clear 2 days ago when talking about this over and over again as I was being asked a question. As you know, and media outlets reported this, the Biden family was not here. They were not here. They were at Camp David. They were not here Friday. They were not here Saturday. They were not here Sunday. They were not even here Monday. They came back on Tuesday. So to ask that question is actually incredibly irresponsible. And I'll just leave it there.
Now, and she ended up being wrong because the Bidens were there on Friday. Correct?
Yes, they were. They were there actually on Friday.
I know it's rare for them to be there.
Right. Mostly
True.
vacationing.
True.
But y'all, I actually had not seen that footage of him up on the balcony there, and he is.
Look at it.
He's nervous and sweaty.
Oh yeah.
And then he does that weird move behind Jill Biden.
Did you see him go to his nose?
Yeah. Yes. And the look on her face, it says a lot.
Yep.
I can't believe he's doing this. That's what that look says to me, at least. I don't know. It doesn't look good, guys.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. And then what is all this other stuff? Where is he, Bubba? He's traveling around now?
Yeah, he hit England, and then he's headed over to Lithuania, but I think we still got some cuts from England. He had a little problem inspecting the guard there at Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, King Charles seems to struggle with him here. Look.
Can't talk to them, President Biden.
Oh, he's talking to them.
Can't talk to them.
He's trying to.
Oh, my goodness.
Still.
Greg,
Still.
what does this remind you of?
He's trying to get him to move.
Rick. What does it remind you of? Please look.
Sir, please.
Come on, let's go this way.
Let's go this way.
Hey, you're doing a heck of a job.
Oh, my goodness.
Mr. Biden, please.
Yeah.
Please. This is embarrassing.
You need to go with me here for Mama. Rick. Wow.
Golly, y'all.
All right, and I love that this next cut you've just titled it, Biden is confused again.
I get more people saying, sir, this is the way that we're going.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, and he has to kind of make jokes to him.
Yeah, I know. Look, I deal with this every week.
Sir.
Yep. No.
A lot of confusion.
Oh, no. We got him now trying to say Asian Americans' names.
I'm just going to say this. If you're bothered by this is secondhand embarrassment, what you're going to experience.
Okay.
Okay.
Of course, I do have a tough time making fun of people who can't say names.
Sure.
No, this is a little. He tries.
Right.
There's a funny side. Then you feel sorry for him, and then you're just embarrassed.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
Included groundbreaking Asian Americans like Vera Wang and Joan Shingang. I'm going to pronounce it. Shanga Kawawa.
Oh my gosh! Did you just say
that's
Kawawa?
Good night.
Oh my goodness!
That's real.
See, you
Saturday Night Live ought to be having a field day.
Well, they can't be funnier than this. I just play his stuff.
Yeah. That's.
Did you see how you lean back?
I mean,
you were like, oh.
He went to sleep at one point, didn't he?
Play that again, please.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta have it again. It's worse than I thought it was.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, wow.
Included groundbreaking Asian Americans like Vera Wang and Joan Shingang. I'm going to pronounce it. Shanga
out.
Kawawa.
Okay, look.
Didn't he do that?
one time
earlier.
yeah.
He said she calls me Joe Biden or making a joke.
Yeah.
You know.
He keeps trying.
He is so unenthused to be there. He went to sleep. He bored himself to death.
Well, sometimes when you realize you're stuck and can't get out, you just try to do like a possum and drop down like you're dead.
Well,
you know.
Well, why not this? Okay, because those names are hard to say, and I couldn't say them either.
Of course, I'm not
president. Yeah. But why not have someone that can say it, or a video, and then him come out and just congratulate him, and stay away from the proper names.
Well, I will say this:
play to your strength. Put your sunglasses on and have empathy.
I can't. I can. Admit that I probably couldn't say them either, but I am going to say this. I think I can take a better shot at it than that.
I think I could stay awake while I was slaughtering the name.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, at one point, Rick,
wait, just shut down.
Do the handlers, when he goes out, just say, "Good luck, sir"?
Yeah. Have at it.
What would do they? Or do they talk to him?
Get ready for anything, guys.
The handlers. If I went into the White House to manage that, whoever the handlers are would be fired.
That's a good point.
It's ridiculous.
I'm going to give them one benefit of the doubt. I think they do try to get him ready, but he's not capable of being ready.
Okay.
So everything they tell him, he goes out and doesn't do. He can't remember.
Well, then back to Bubba's point. Then
you got to do something.
We got to do something else.
We got to do something else.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris, Bubba, one of your favorites, another word salad from our vice president. We don't have a president.
Head to the salad bar and let's get this.
We don't have a president or a vice president or a press secretary that can speak.
Yeah.
Right, so here we go.
Well, I think culture is a reflection of our moment and our time, right? And
look at
that. And present culture is the way we express how we're feeling about the moment. And we should always find times to express how we feel about the moment that is a reflection of joy, because it comes in the morning.
What?
We have to find
what kind of joy are we talking
to also
about?
express the way we feel about the moment in terms of just having language and a connection to how people are experiencing life. And I think about it in that way too.
Me too.
What way are you talking?
Nice.
She tries to throw in the biblical reference to joy comes in the morning, but it didn't fit. It didn't make sense. It didn't.
She makes points, but she doesn't fill the blanks in between each point.
Yeah. She does that laugh.
I
call it laugh filling.
Yeah.
It's not really laugh ending. It's just filling dead air.
Does she think when this is over, she's owned it? Like, does she walk off the stage and think, "Well, I tell you what, that was a good outing for me.
I drove it home."
How would you like to be
Inspiring.
the person in the government vehicle that she sits down and looks at? That because we all do this. How you think it went? Well, I tell you what, you did speak for 45 seconds.
Abraham Lincoln, who? I mean, wow,
Right.
that was good.
The Gettysburg Address was short as well. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
The president addressed the nation. He made his points, and then the Democrats get their time to respond. Again, they also chose to read their entire response, which it was just odd watching the Shumey and Pelosi stand side by side. But here was their response to what the president said. Here it is.
Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak directly to the American people tonight about how we can end this shutdown and meet the needs of the American people. Sadly, much of what we heard from President Trump throughout this senseless shutdown has been full of misinformation and even malice. The president has chosen fear. We want to start with the facts. The fact is, on the very first day of this Congress, House Democrats passed Senate Republican legislation to reopen government and fund smart, effective border security solutions. But the president is rejecting these bipartisan bills which would reopen government over his obsession with forcing American taxpayers to waste billions of dollars on an expensive and ineffective wall, a wall he always promised Mexico would pay for. The fact is, President Trump has chosen to hold hostage critical services for the health, safety, and well-being of the American people and withhold the paychecks of 800,000 innocent workers across the nation, many of them veterans. He promised to keep government shut down for months or years, no matter whom it hurts. That's just plain wrong.
I know.
The fact is, we all agree we need to secure our borders while honoring our values. We can build the infrastructure and roads at our ports of entry. We can install new technology to scan cars and trucks for drugs coming into our nation. We can hire the personnel we need to facilitate trade and immigration at the border. We can fund more innovation to detect unauthorized crossings. The fact is, the women and children at the border are not a security threat. They are a humanitarian challenge, a challenge that President Trump's own cruel and counterproductive policies have only deepened.
Chuck,
and the fact is,
what's up?
President
Yeah, Chuck's
Trump
struggling,
must
and she
stop
looks like a
holding
doe
the
that's been caught in my headlights.
must stop manufacturing a crisis and must reopen the government. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leader Schumer?
Thank you, Speaker Pelosi. My fellow Americans, we address you
That
tonight.
sounds like us doing a live spot.
The President of the United
They should have
States,
split their copies
having
better.
failed to get Mexico to pay for his
Might be
ineffective,
going
unnecessary
back and forth.
border wall, and unable to convince the Congress or the American people to foot the bill, has shut down the government. American democracy doesn't work that way. We don't govern by temper tantrum. No president should pound the table and demand he gets his way, or else the government shuts down.
Like Bill Clinton.
Hurting millions of Americans who are treated as leverage. Tonight, and throughout this debate and throughout his presidency, President Trump has appealed to fear, not facts, division, not unity. Make no mistake, Democrats and the president both want stronger border security. However, we sharply disagree with the president about the most effective way to do it. So, how do we untangle this mess? Well, there's an obvious solution. Separate the shutdown from arguments over border security.
Same strategy as always.
There is bipartisan legislation supported by Democrats and Republicans to reopen government while allowing debate over border security to continue. There is no excuse for hurting millions of Americans over a policy difference. Federal workers are about to miss a paycheck. Some families can't get a mortgage to buy a new home. Farmers and small businesses won't get loans they desperately need. Most presidents have used Oval Office addresses for noble purposes. This president just used the backdrop of the Oval Office to manufacture a crisis, stoke fear, and divert attention from the turmoil in his administration. My fellow Americans, there is no challenge so great that our nation cannot rise to meet it. We can reopen the government and continue to work through disagreements over policy. We can secure our border without an ineffective, expensive wall. And we can welcome legal immigrants and refugees without compromising safety and security. The symbol of America should be the Statue of Liberty, not a 30-foot wall. So our suggestion is a simple one. Mr. President, reopen the government and we can work to resolve our differences over border security, but end this shutdown now. Thank you.
My favorite word is the word, is the word, the word.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it a beautiful word when you think of it?
It is.
Word.
Was Chuck Schumer trying to be Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, he was talking to us like we were on a children's show.
If you kids want to do better, you need to do as I say.
We have heard from the president.
He is allied to you.
My children.
And has malice toward you.
Now, I want y'all to know that the modern Democratic Party just told us something was too expensive, and we got to stop fear-mongering.
Gosh.
And we don't use the backdrop of the government to scare people.
You know, I can agree with them on that.
Right.
Yeah.
So, by the way, I don't mean, I know, not trying to be insensitive to this, but maybe I'm wrong, that this is a partial government shutdown, that only non-essential. This term is not essential.
Non-critical, I think, is what they're saying.
What's the word? Critical?
Yeah, I think that's what they've been
I've heard
saying.
both words.
Either one.
I heard non-critical then.
Okay, I want to say. That's right, the show that has lasted all the way to its 30th year, basically because it's not as bad as I thought it would be. And the shot rings out. Yeah. The gang is all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsey, Eddie Van Adler, Alapuca, and Cam Solo, Rick and Bubba University students. They'll grab your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Glad to be here, Rick, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Yes, remember, you can get the Rick and Bubba show live in various ways, but also archives every day. If you miss any part of the program, don't forget the full podcast archives, audio only, and also the full video archive on our YouTube channel. Those are options to go back and pick up the show either on your own time or pick up parts that you don't catch on your schedule during the live program. So we'll continue with some Biden stuff, and we've got enough to almost do an entire show on Biden, but this is a couple of other hits we have here involving MSNBC. You know, you would think when he goes there should be a certain amount of comfort. You know, he's not exactly going to be challenged on MSNBC, but he still can't quite seem to pull it off. Here is that reoccurring confusion he has with the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. So here we go. Here is Biden on MSNBC.
Some of your former Senate colleagues on the Judiciary Committee would go as far as to say that it's anti-democratic. Do you agree with that?
Well, you know, if I say it's anti-democratic, then it gets
in a lot of trouble.
No, but it is. Its value system is different, and its respect for institutions is different, and in that sense, it is not as embracing of all. What I think the Constitution says, we hold these truths to be self, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator. It's a uniqueness of America. We never fully lived up to it. We never walked away from it. And this court seems to say that, no, that's not always the case. The idea there's no right of privacy in the Constitution, giving states power that we fought a war over in 1860. You know, I just think it's... This is not your father's Republican Party.
All right, wait a minute. First of all, I got the part. He quotes the Declaration of Independence and says it's the Constitution.
Right.
I'm gonna give him a little bit of a pass on that because I've seen other people do that, and it can be confusing. But right. I am going to struggle
as president.
Yeah, as president, you should know the difference. But I am going to struggle with him going after the Supreme Court, who is trying to get the government back inside the Constitution.
Right.
And they're not there to rule on the Declaration of Independence. They're there to rule on the Constitution.
Right.
And the other thing is,
which makes that quote, the misquote, even more astounding.
Now I'm really, really positive that the War of the States did not take place in 1960.
Right. That is correct.
Now that I'm very confident on, because the Civil War was much further back than that, and that was actually about the states saying that the federal government was outside the Constitution, and the states' rights part was correct.
Joe Biden is making a larger statement here that I think we're really missing in this.
Right.
That what the United States tried to do, the slavery issue always overrides the entire conversation of the Civil War.
Yep.
But take that out of it, okay? What was done to take away rights of the states was illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is the argument, and that's why a lot of that is being restored over time, because they did not have the right to do that.
Correct. It was an attempt for a group of states.
I'm not saying we're pro-slavery. Okay,
Well,
don't twist it into that.
No.
I'm just saying that the states' rights issue was illegal. What was done to the southern states.
Well, you even will find quotes from those that were serving with Abraham Lincoln, and you've quoted before, I have, and other places have too. Some of the opposition against Lincoln from his own party and his own administration was, they said, you're about to free slaves where you don't have authority, and we're going to keep people enslaved where we do have authority.
Yeah, the Emancipation Proclamation freed the slaves in the southern states, which had left the Union.
Right.
He did not free the slaves in the northern states where he had authority to do so.
Right.
Which shows you how ridiculous some of this is.
Right.
And it wasn't a civil war.
And slavery was its own problem worldwide, it was going away because it was evil.
And it shouldn't have started to begin with.
Yeah, and and you won't even, and I heard people, I actually had a conversation about this recently, and of course the pastor of our church took it on back a few weeks ago as well. There's nowhere in Scripture, because a lot of times people get confused in Scripture with indentured servants versus people who were captured. And the Bible throughout Scripture always is against the going out, grabbing people, capturing them, and forcing them into slavery. What you see when Moses is getting all these things from God, there were instructions on how indentured servants were to be treated. These are people that owe you a debt and they're working it off.
Yeah, they basically sold themselves into that.
Right. And then there, but never ever do you see. And then if you did acquire slaves, even those that were acquired by sin, there still was a way to treat them and not treat them and things like that. But the capturing of people and enslaving them has never been endorsed by Scripture and shouldn't be endorsed by any human being. However, the Civil War, even though the southern states were saying you don't have the authority to tell us when we end slavery or anything else.
Right.
You can only tell us what's inside the Constitution that we all agreed to. Because of that topic is so, rightfully so, offensive and evil, but that wasn't really the point those states were making. They were saying you're violating our state rights. And so we're going to declare independence because we're not going to be part of the Union anymore. They weren't trying to usurp.
Because you stepped outside the Constitution we agreed to.
And we're not going to try to usurp the government in Washington. We will establish our own country. And the Union said no. And they broke the will of the southern states to have their independence because the southern states tried to declare independence and it was denied. So
that's why they couldn't prosecute anybody when it was over.
Right.
They tried and they got to looking at the law and they said we can't prosecute them. We were the ones in the wrong the way we did this.
But I will say this: the Declaration.
You should have hung all the generals and Thomas Jefferson Davis and all, and they didn't do it.
No,
because they couldn't do it.
No, because what they did was not treason.
They learned it. They looked at it and said, "We have no authority."
Right. They just lost the war. The Declaration of Independence is not what the Supreme Court rules on, and we did not have a war of the states in 1960.
No,
we
did not.
That
we did not.
That we know. All right, so Biden next.
That whole thing's just a minefield of its own.
Now here's the weird Biden walking off the MSNBC set while the camera's still rolling during a live interview.
I'm a mess. This has to be a director's mess.
All right, here we go.
Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate
it's great to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. It's a very exciting day around here.
And it's even funnier when she says, "Don't go anywhere" to the viewers, and there he goes wandering off.
All right, to explain the radio, they're sitting there, and she's still trying to go to break, where he's supposed to just wait.
Yeah, to the break. She's pitching to the break, and he gets up and walks out.
And look, there's not a camera angle you can take because he walks behind her.
Right. You got no options.
No. Stay in your seat, pal.
You can't make this up. Stay there another 15 seconds.
I'm out.
There he goes.
Yo, and the way he's walking.
What a rambling
I know.
mess.
That's unreal.
That's like when they bring somebody on to a talk show that's never been on a talk show. They won a contest or something like that. And Ellen's like, "We'll be right back." And so the person gets up and she goes, "Oh, no, you stay here."
But you can't do that to the president.
But it's the president, so he just walks out.
Bubba, one of our favorites, only hours after the discussion of the accelerating climate engagement, watch the motorcade that leaves this discussion with our president in it. Now,
30-plus cars.
You think these people
big
believe
old SUVs?
You think these people believe in man-made global warming and climate change?
I want you to justify to me what all those are for.
Well,
I gotta know.
It makes me sad about Mother Earth just looking at it.
I know. Look, we even got those little old microbuses in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sweet van.
Yeah.
What are we doing? I mean, who all's in these things?
All the leaders, Greg.
But Greg, don't miss what they just discussed, because please, that'll just don't miss what they just discussed. They're telling all of us we need to make changes in our carbon footprint, especially involving the combustion
Somebody
engine.
got there in a Toyota.
And there they go. They get in that motorcade and leave that discussion.
That is crazy.
Rick, another clip when we come back, we have Biden showing up at an event and Trump showing up at an event, and look at the way they're treated.
Oh, my goodness. That's hilarious.
It is funny.
That is hilarious.
You can't make this stuff up.
No. 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days,
Which means it's not critical.
We're a country that is broken financially, completely broken.
Yeah.
We would be shut down if we were a business,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
You would see
Absolutely.
Our,
100%.
you would see our empty building, and it would say out of business, right, on the front, if we were in the private sector, correct?
Yeah.
And we got 800,000 people that aren't critical. 800,000?
We ought to start there. We need to look what's going on in that department.
800. I got news for you. If we get in the financial shape here that the government's in, there'll be less people here.
Yes.
I mean, because you can't keep everybody.
No.
So we got 800, by the Democrats' own words, 800,000 people that aren't critical.
It's unbelievable.
And we're broke.
Unbelievable.
That doesn't even, I can't even wrap my mind around that. No. I can't even get to the border yet.
No. Right.
So
let's start there.
So anyway.
So if Trump can't get them to build a barrier, do you think they could just dig a bigger ditch? Why don't we do a Panama Canal looking thing?
Are you back to
for
the
Rio
new
Grande?
Panama? Mark Levin comes in and basically says that nobody knows what they're talking about. So we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So glad we're here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess here. Eddie Van Adler's got Blaze TV for you. Helmsey here. Welcome. And have had the opportunity to spend some time with Mark Levin. He's a brilliant guy. And I just like his approach to everything. And the guy, hey, let's just cut to the chase here, John. And so Hannity, of course, had Levin on last night, who's trying to clear everybody up on exactly how the government works. Because honestly, Rick Burgess included, most of us don't know. I mean, we know basically, but we don't really know the ins and outs of the fine details of it. And so so Levin has watched the president. He has now watched the Democratic response. And then he weighs in now. For those of us that do this for a living and kind of know the deal, there's going to be some uncomfortable moments when you can tell that Hannity needs to wrap Levin up. And the first try at it is Levin can't hear him because he's rolling and not listening. And then they go as far as start bed music. Then Sean realizes, okay, I have to do something, and he has to go in. But we get what we need.
Okay.
From Levin. So here he is, courtesy of Hannity's America. Here we go.
The president gave an outstanding speech. It was concise. It was compassionate and truly compassionate. He provided the context, both in terms of what's going on in the border, the expense, which is de minimis, and who's really responsible. Now, let's keep a few things in mind when you watch Schumer and Pelosi. They are pathological liars. They've been in Congress over half a century. What the hell have they done about the border? Nothing. They're part of the scam artists. They get amnesty, legalization, citizenship, and never secure the border. Just spend billions and trillions more debt, more deficits on the redistribution of wealth, on $200 billion a year on illegal aliens. One more time. They fooled Reagan. They fooled Bush 41. They fooled Bush 43. But they're not going to fool Donald Trump, who's dealt with tougher than Pelosi and Schumer. And let me point out a few things. These two and the rest of them are never forced to explain their flip-flop. Where they voted for border security, they voted to authorize walls, they voted to fund some of the walls, and now all of a sudden it's immoral. You know what's immoral? When everybody talks about those government employees who will be temporarily inconvenienced, who will get their money back, but nobody talks about the unskilled, low-skilled American worker who has to compete with people from Guatemala, from Honduras, from Mexico, from south of the border who come into this country illegally. Nobody talks about the big corporations like Hewlett-Packard and Boeing and Disney and others who are part of the scam artist operation, who want illegal aliens in this country. Nobody talks about the fact that destroying our immigration system, these Democrat cities, sanctuary cities, these Democrat states, sanctuary states, where the citizens are treated as second-class citizens, and the taxpayers have to cough up the money for what? Let me explain what this is about. Power. Democrat Party power. Democrat Party before country. There's an excellent piece in, of all places, The Atlantic, a left-wing site, written by a guy by the name of Peter Bumpart, a liberal. And he says, between 2008 and 26, the Democrats became more and more confident that the country's growing Latino population gave the party an electoral edge. So they switched Salon, which is a left-wing site. They declared, after Obama's 2008 win, if that pattern continues with the Latino vote, the GOP is doomed for 40 years.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, we are back, and thank you for being with us. Looking forward to being in Montgomery, Alabama Sunday night. Represent the show at Landmark Church, Man Church. Keep in mind, churches, fall is approaching. I know for a lot at our church, we just got our new curriculum ready to go for the men. A lot of churches operate kind of like a school year, so fall kind of starts it. If you don't have materials to disciple men in small groups, boy, we got them. At themanchurch.com, we have 4 different, and we're going to have another one out next year, 4 different 40-week curricula designed for men. Now, why is that important? Well, I'll tell you why it's important. Men and women and children are all equal, but they're not the same. And trying to reach and disciple men with materials designed for women, youth, and children, it hasn't worked. It won't work. And these are designed for men. So they're available to you at themanchurch.com. You can go check the store, shop around. They all have a video that tells you the uniqueness of each curriculum and all those resources. So find that at themanchurch.com. And looking forward to seeing you guys on Sunday night at a church that's already doing that, and that's Landmark Church in Montgomery, Alabama. Bubba, you said this is kind of comparing Biden entering into an event versus Trump. Is that right?
Well, the same week, it may have even been the same day. Biden made an appearance at the beach in his home state, and Trump made an appearance at a UFC match. And look at how both of them are welcome.
And it's a kind of a split screen here to let you know what was going on.
Right. That's Biden out at the beach?
Yeah, that's Biden just with his family at the beach, just kind of hanging out. Good night.
Big difference in what they were up to. Oh, he's doing that pose I do with my phone.
That's
on the toilet.
So you have Biden is wandering around the beach.
Oh, my goodness.
And no one is bothering him at all.
Oh, my goodness.
And Trump is being brought into the screams of 50,000 people.
There you go. Now, they did say that Hunter tried to sniff the sand. Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
He ran a line on the sand?
Yes.
No, that was true or not. I may be wrong about that. Also, have you seen, Bubba? I know that you're a week back from vacation is not complete without a clip from The View.
Right.
So have you? It's funny to watch The View and their inconsistency, because when your worldview is through emotion, it's almost impossible to make it consistent. So now we're going to say that the discussion of the Biden family, Whoopi says, is off limits because people have found it offensive that the Bidens will not acknowledge their 7th grandchild.
This is the one that Hunter had with stripper mom.
Right. And so Whoopi thinks that we shouldn't ask the Bidens about that, that's bad form. Because we know for a fact, right, guys, that if the Trump kids had produced children out of wedlock and Trump wouldn't acknowledge them,
they would be off limits. Sure.
That's nobody's business.
They'd be making sure they were protecting the Trump's privacy, and the child's privacy. But here we go.
I think President Biden doesn't need to overstep his son. I like that part, but I don't know why they go out of their way to say 6 grandchildren or 4 kids. When my parents talk about me, they say, we love all our kids. We love our grandbabies. I've never seen them numerically repeat over and over. I like 3 kids. I like 4 this. I like 6 this. I like...
The reason that's happening is because the right wing, who again is weaponizing everything related to Hunter, keeps asking, so how many children do you have, Mr.
No, it's
grandchildren do you have?
How many? It's not speeches he delivered.
Maybe Maureen Dowd should find something else to write about.
Yeah, write about something else.
I'm sorry. These things are, for me, when you start talking about people's families and what they're doing, I find it unnecessary. This is not anybody's business. Nobody needed to know about this. No. This is private.
It's private. It's not private because it was in a lawsuit.
Right. Yeah, I made it public.
It was in family court, as a matter of fact.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind Whoopi. You're right, exactly right. It was made a national story, and so it is out there. But if Whoopi even wanted to take on this narrative, if she would just be consistent with it, I might go, yeah, it's good to probably, if we can, the best we can. But the reason why this is brought into the public eye is because of the behavior of Hunter Biden and his connection to the president.
Yeah.
He's this president's son.
And we've been told time and time again, no one is above the law, even the president or the president's son.
Right.
So if the no one is above the law, then no one is above the law, which makes it a story. I'm sorry.
Well, and again, about what I said earlier, anybody here believe The View wouldn't be railing about one of the Trump kids having cocaine in the White House and producing children out of wedlock that they won't acknowledge?
It'd be 24/7
Come
coverage.
on, man. I mean, you either don't do it with anybody or at least be consistent that you're going to say it no matter who it is.
Right.
I think you can make a case either way. But you can't treat one family one way and treat another family different because of your preferred view.
Yeah.
The next one, once again, we have this a lot where Biden keeps telling us that oil prices are down. But I know they play games with this kind of stuff, but here we go. It was last week at a 9-week high, and gas prices remain $1.16 gallon higher than when Biden took office. But he keeps saying this, so here we go.
Number two, the price of oil is actually down, not up, and it's not because they have done one thing or the other, but the world's changing. Our policies relative to renewables are real.
No,
He always sounds like he's asleep.
I'm going to say this again.
Renewables are real.
Yeah. Last week, a 9-week high on gas prices, and they're $1.16 a gallon more than when you took office, which means when we stopped doing our own, the price went up.
Yeah, a whole lot.
And every time it'll go up because there's only a few ways to lower the price of gasoline. We've covered them ad nauseum.
It's a market-driven issue.
And one of them is to put more supply into the market.
And this whole, and Rick, I hate to use the term pipe dream that,
There you go.
that the left has that we're going to quit drilling for oil. Well, we're not going to quit drilling for oil, even if we don't use it as gasoline. Half of that that comes up out of every barrel goes to other things like plastics. Medical community, you think we use any plastics in the medical community?
Don't you think, do they know that? Because
Rick,
I mean,
surely they
if
do.
we
Surely
know
they
it-
do. I think they just think it's such a good soundbite that it speaks to their base.
Yeah.
Who a lot of them are about as intelligent as that.
Right.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's
Well,
ridiculous.
and you've made the
I
point.
can't believe we talk about such asinine topics over and over again.
Well, and you made
You're
the
not
point.
going to do away with drilling. What did Biden say in 10 years? And the people in the Congress laughed at him, openly laughed
Well, yeah, they
when he
did.
said that because it was that dumb.
Well, even the so-called renewable, which it would include electric cars,
They're full of plastic.
they're full of
Mr.
plastic.
President. What a goofball.
And you got to do all kinds of mining for the batteries too. Another kind of
Yes.
mining.
Yes.
All right, we'll come back. More updates and more stories to cover at 866 We Be Big. Find out everything you could possibly ever want to know about the Rick and Bubba Show. How to access all the content every day on your time or live at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wandering in the desert. And he goes on to explain this. This is a liberal on a liberal site. That is exactly what's going on. Notice Pelosi and Schumer didn't talk about the American worker. Notice they didn't talk about the communities on the border that are suffering. Notice they never talk about law and order because they hate law enforcement. They never talk about the overwhelming costs involved in health care, the overwhelming costs involved in our public schools. Localities and states, they're barely reimbursed for this.
Hey, Mark.
We, the American taxpayer, the American citizen, we take it in the neck. One other thing. The Democrat platform in 2008. Read it.
Let me ask you, Mark,
hold
if
on
I
now.
can.
The Democrat platform in 2008 basically supports virtually everything the Republican president of the United States said today. The American people haven't changed. The Republican Party hasn't changed. The Democrats, for political reasons and power reasons, they've changed, and they want to drag us all off the cliff with them.
Hey, Mark, that's a great point, and we played their past statements many times on this program. I know you played it on your radio show and Life, Liberty, and Levin. I want to get into the issue of legality, and I saw a post that you made, and that is that the president, as the commander-in-chief, has the right to declare a national emergency, which would then therefore give him the funds. Obviously, it would end up in the courts. They go judge shopping. They put it in a court in California, so it would go to the Ninth Circuit. I want to talk about the legality of that, and also as the commander-in-chief, constitutionally, this is your wheelhouse. Wouldn't he have the ability to say that this is a national security issue, and as such, be able to appropriate funds from the Defense Department as well? Doesn't he have other options here?
As usual, no brag, just fact. It's left to me to straighten out all the phony experts on cable and network TV who have law degrees and pretend they know something. It's called the National Emergencies
There are
Act
a lot
of
of dumb lawyers on
1976.
TV, Mark. I agree.
And basically, Congress passed this to limit what a president could do unilaterally. And there's a provision in the statute. It's a statute, so it's not the president acting unconstitutionally. And in this statute, if Congress wants to reverse or halt what the president is doing unilaterally, it takes a joint resolution of the House and Senate, a majority vote of both. So there is a check. That's number one. Number two, these powers essentially, in different iterations in the past, different laws in the
20
past,
seconds, Mark.
go back before Abraham Lincoln. They have been exercised multiple times. I would tell the Bushy never Trumpers they were exercised multiple times by George W. Bush.
All right, Mark, we got to have to let it go there.
So that's it. So that was it. But he said once again,
hard to wrap Mark up.
He said once again,
and rightly so.
There's a statute here that's clearly in the Constitution, and I have to be the one to bring it up because no one else seems to know about it. And here's what it's called, and here's why it was put in.
And it has a check and balance.
And it does have a check and balance, and all that. So Levin, though, I thought just the reason why I wanted to play that is once again I thought he clarified the situation just as crystal clear as you could.
And he's funny.
Yeah. And being
so Mark.
If you give me,
and we're glad to be on TV with him.
Yep. So you can see him right here on Blaze TV, and he does a great job. It's like if you really just want to save yourself time on a topic, when it comes to our government, how it works, and the politics of it all, just get Levin to explain to you.
Yeah. Cut to the chase.
Right. Yeah. Just go ahead and cut right to it. And he and there's a reason why Hannity refers to him as the great one.
Yep.
But I just love how that annoyed, just that the way it's just. I mean, that's my favorite part about it.
Oh yeah. When he's slightly aggravated.
Well, Sean, let me cut to the chase. Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are pathological liars. My gosh, they've been in government for half a decade. So anyway,
half a century.
I meant to say. Yeah. They do half a decade every time they get to.
Yep.
Every time you turn around, they've been there for half a century. "35 minutes past the hour." You got it. Glad to be here again today. Boy, it's good to be back home. Had a great vacation. Enjoyed it. We broke all that down yesterday. You can catch it in yesterday's archives. But, I made the executive decision. Listeners were advising me, I was trying to minimize the chance that traveling around the world would bring some sort of hassle. So I decided not to take a canister of Field of Greens. And boy, did I miss Field of Greens. This product, and it's interesting because, Burgess says we inherit a certain amount of digestive problems. And I I was actually talking to young Broderick about it because, he decided to live in my house while I was gone. So he also decided to use my Field of Greens. And I told him where he could buy some. But anyway, and he said, I've been using this product, and he has been using it. And he said, I got to tell you, it makes a huge difference. And because he had some stomach issues and all that too. And I said, well, I'll tell you why. It's because, it's very, very difficult. Even if you are the most disciplined person out there, it's very, very difficult to get everything that the body is designed to work with especially the American diet. It's very hard to do it. We're full of processed foods and all this stuff. And if you start saying, well, I'm going to do it myself, you'll still have a hard time, giving your body what it needs when it comes to fruits and vegetables. Well, with Field of Greens, they do it for you. So imagine the doctor saying to you what was said to me, hey, Burge, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Now, I'm obviously doing other things too, but Field of Greens is playing a huge role in this because my body is getting the fuel that it requires to operate at peak performance. I'm talking about my vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidneys, my healthy energy that I love, and I can already tell that. And of course, talking about your immune system right now, that's more important than ever. One of the things I worried about, was coming back off traveling around the world. Would we come back and be sick? We're fine. Metabolism, we're also part of that. So go to fieldofgreens.com and get yours now. You get 15% off if you will use our code there, fieldofgreens.com, and then do the code Bubba. And put this to work for you. It's a great product, and I just love it. Seeing great results from it. But then there's the downside to coming home, and that was, if you guys remember, I shared, because I spent 10 days without my wife, and so I was living man life with no woman to interject or to make any sort of plans for me. So I just did whatever I wanted to do for 10 days, trying to keep the house as tidy as possible. Now, I don't know why women make some decisions they make on decorating. I really don't. I don't know who in the world would decide to get chairs around the table where we eat the most, because you always have that dining room that nobody ever eats in.
Yeah.
But then there's that table you always eat in.
Right.
And we have two based on weather. One is, but we couldn't use it when everybody was living at home because it was too small. But now we can. One is a little 4-seat table that sits out on the deck. On the screened-in porch. And we love to go out there and eat. Space. Do you ever go out there and eat like during a rain? And
I love
it's so
it.
cool. Anyway, and of course you get to do that every afternoon now in Alabama. But so that's one. But then inside, in where the kitchen is, there's the kitchen, and then there's an area. Some people call it a breakfast table. I don't know what it is, but it's where we eat most of the time. Whatever that is over there. And but you can. You're literally sitting in part of the kitchen to eat. And so around that table, which we use a lot, are chairs that are covered with a cloth covering. Now, I don't
never understood that.
I don't understand why we would do that. I just don't like that. Now, I will acknowledge
it's like having carpet in a bathroom. It makes no sense.
Yeah. Yep. Now I will acknowledge that I'm now quoting my wife. She thought that point probably was valid when children still lived there. She thought she was in the clear when only I was there.
All right.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I had to handle our Sunday school class and everything while she was away, and we talked about all that. There was a lot of duress with that, and everybody thought I was going to blow it and all this, and couldn't keep up with everything. And so that morning, I was getting ready to go on Sunday morning, and I was taking my last cup of coffee drink, and I don't know what happened. It just went down the wrong way. And I just spit coffee everywhere. Oh. Okay? And everywhere. It was terrible. And so I was cleaning it up, and I noticed that one of those chairs on the back took a hit.
Yeah.
And I tried to do the best I could with it.
Picture it.
I only seemed to make it worse.
Yeah.
And so I thought, well, I'll move it around to the other side of the table now that there's nobody really at our house and we don't use all these chairs much anymore.
It'll be a while before it's
the
discovered,
odds of her
right?
seeing it by then, and now that Brody stayed there, I can.
The back of it doesn't face the room.
No, so I moved it over into the corner,
right,
where it now I thought faced away and couldn't be seen. I thought.
Oh no.
So we get back home. I think she was in our house. Let's see. We came in on Friday night. That just went straight to bed. And so I get through about Saturday to about 3 p.m. Okay, so we haven't been home very long. Mm-hmm. And she says, "Hey, won't you run, go get us something to eat? You know, I'm still unpacking. I'm washing all these clothes, and we'll just eat out here on the deck, on the screened-in porch." Okay, that sounds great. Hey, man, wasn't that a great week? What did you enjoy that vacation much as I did? Oh, I loved it, and I love you. I want you. I love you so much, and I just love it.
I love you.
And I didn't just love the vacation. I love you, and you made the vacation. I'm more in love with you now than ever. And she was like, "Oh, we just loved it." And so I come back, and I mean, we're so in love. I mean, we're so in love. And I thought it would last so much longer till we got back to the world, you know, because we're living in a fake. It wasn't a real world. We're back to the real world now. And so I come home with the takeout, and we go out onto the screened-in porch, and picture dryers are going, and washers are going, and luggage is laying around, and
a little rain coming in.
All the different
You'd forgotten about it, hadn't you?
Yeah, all the different gifts, all the different gifts she tried to buy out there. There was no way we'd get home with them, but somehow we did. Only one thing was broken. Of course, I called that, but anyway, and so but I'm not talking about that. And everything's just getting unpacked and put back in its place, and we're out there eating, and all of a sudden I look over her shoulder. And those two stains, you can see them through the window of the screened-in porch. I've now backed the chair up. Now I've framed it like a portrait right over her shoulder. I thought I had it out of where you couldn't see it. There's not enough wall.
How quick did she see?
There's too much window. And as soon as I see it, I just said, "Let's talk about the vacation again."
Look at me. Look at me.
Look at me.
Look into my eyes, my love.
She goes, "What is something on fire?" So what are you talking about? Well, you're looking in the kitchen. What's going on? I just looking in that kitchen thinking about us. That's what I was thinking about. I was just thinking about us. Let's talk about this vacation again, how good it was. Oh, it was, Rick. It was just wonderful. I thought it was great. And, you know, one of the things I thought of that it really reminded me of is, you know, not to sweat the small things. To talk about how as long as we have each other, you know, babe, I mean, it's like, you know, we get upset about things that just don't matter. You know, wouldn't it great to just rejuvenate and relax and just spend great time together? Have I told you about how much I love you and how?
Did you bring up maybe we need to plan to go back?
Yeah, and I said, you know, things like
let's talk about when we could do that.
You know, I'd hate for anything to take what we have right now and change it. I hope we're always like this. I hope it never changes. That's what I've learned. And so she goes, what do you keep looking at?
Your eyes couldn't. You couldn't.
I couldn't take my eyes off of it. And she goes, "You're talking to me, but you're looking past me."
Yeah.
And then this is what's in my head: stain. So much stain. It's worse than I remember it. It's lit well right now. I'm like, that stain is unacceptable. I'm upset about the stain. There's no way I can survive the stain.
Right.
And then it happened.
Did she saw it?
She goes, "Good night. What happened to those chairs?"
At that point,
what chairs?
At that point, did you run? did you run through your mind? Answering. You start out with what chairs?
Yeah.
In what kitchen?
I've never seen them.
I just started stalling like I didn't know about it.
That's
unacceptable.
Did you complain or did you say, "I don't know what happened to that"? Because really, you don't know what happened to that.
Well,
what happened to a chair. It was in there, but you've been gone long.
Well,
time.
it was a playoff between her devotion to me and Brody.
Oh,
and I feel like that even though we'd had a great week together, she still would forgive Brody quicker.
Okay.
And
so you put it on.
So
him.
My first reaction was Brody Burgess.
Yeah.
She goes, "Do you think he spilled something on those chairs?" Probably.
No, he was over here.
So you remember Spiral Dog picture? We got that.
Yeah.
You know he likes coffee.
He does.
And she goes, "Well, how do you know that's coffee?" It's like coffee to me.
Something dark.
It's like a coffee.
I'm just
Looks
guessing.
like coffee to me. I'm a stain expert. I can spot them.
Okay, Dexter.
I can spot
Dexter.
Specialist.
So,
oh no.
So she goes, "You spilled coffee on those chairs, didn't you?" And I said, "When I was doing work for the Lord."
Mm-hmm. You went there?
You went there?
I said, when I was getting ready to go to church. I said, and you know the message of the church, right? The gospel. What is it about? Forgiveness. This would be a great time for you to tap into that. She goes, you think that's probably not going to come out? And I said, and you know what? I'm sorry. Did I spit coffee on it? And and I never thought this could happen. I thought, how can somehow something so accidental?
Yeah.
I said, honey, I don't know what happened. Just coffee. Well, because you over gulped. That's why. Because I've seen you just gulp things, and you gulp things. If you hadn't gulped it, you probably wouldn't have got choked. You wouldn't have spit coffee everywhere. And I was like, 3 p.m. Saturday. Welcome home. Welcome back.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I certainly know it's part of what we're doing now, and it's normal. It's not as weird as it once was. Online dating or dating services or apps and all these kind of things, but we've got ourselves some problems here because
there's multiple problems here. Rick.
Multiple problems. But you don't know a whole lot about people when you're looking at these potential suitors, especially if you decided in your conversation. I guess you're trying to go along and see how well you know each other. If you start bragging to the person about something you did that was illegal, and that person who you're trying to date is law enforcement. Let me just say that's not what you're looking for, and really it's a woman bragging about an illegal deer kill to a man who turned out to be a state game warden.
On the dating app.
On the dating
had no
app.
idea that he was a conservation officer. How does this get started? Where in the dating app do you start bragging that you have killed a deer illegally?
Well, when it's at poachingmingle.com, you just never know.
You really don't.
Yeah. If it's not that, it's got to be that farmer one.
Buddy.
So he
That's that
started.
one Adler used to get.
Yeah, what was Adler on? Tinder. Is that right?
He loves that so much.
I thought it was.
Isn't that it?
I think it was on Bender.
Watch it.
So anyway, what happened? And they're showing some of the conversation here, and they
What does
start.
it say?
They start a how are. They start how are you, and then
No complaint.
and then-
She was a little quick to get to I killed a deer.
I
I'll
know.
tell you that.
And all he said was no complaints. How about you? Oh, I'm great. I just shot a big old buck. Pretty happy about it. And then he says, oh, yeah, did you get him with a bow? And he says, we don't need to talk about that. And then he comes back and he's saying spotlight. And I guess she goes on to say that she actually did.
So we need to see more of this conversation. The story doesn't really give us the meat of it here.
And she's an Oklahoma woman. She's been slapped with a hefty fine. She was showing off her illegal deer kill last month on a dating app to a potential suitors, we told you, who happened to be the game warden.
Boy, that's a bad draw.
And so
So it was out of season. That was what really got her, wasn't it?
I think so.
Because it says down here that the conservation officer thought that someone was just messing with him because they knew who he was and what he did.
Exactly.
Nice spotlighting.
But it said the season
bows.
which licensed residents could hunt with rifles had ended, making the act illegal.
The bow says you can still hunt with a bow, but not with a rifle.
That's why he was fishing about it at
If
first.
it was a bow,
Yeah.
right.
But she goes on to tell him, he said he was able to get the woman to admit to spotlighting, telling
That's
him
another twist.
where she shot the deer and sent the photo of her posing with the kill. And then, of course, they narrowed down the search because of the information they could gather
I bet she couldn't
from the app.
And the game warden showed up at her front door the next day.
Yeah.
I love it. She called it a big O buck.
So
Big O.
moral of the story,
Big old.
she could not outfine her spotlighting.
Yeah.
No, because we talked about that. If she'd have been better looking, he'd have probably said, "Look, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna
Right.
write you a ticket.
Yeah.
I've
but
got
we
to
got
tell
to go
you,
to
That's
dinner."
why he went to the house to decide what he was going to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when she came to the door, he said, "Yeah, I don't think so."
Yeah, that'll be
exactly what
$2,500 fine.
Yeah. And by the way, how's she calling that a big old buck?
That's not a big old buck. The picture here,
Well, it may be to her.
Greg.
I
This,
guess.
it looks like a
I know it.
4 point or
Right,
something.
yeah.
And now, and this was a Fox News story. They could have just taken a picture of somebody with a buck, but it looks like this was it. But I can't tell.
Well-
If it's the actual deer, because you can't see
Yeah,
the
it
face.
could be other. But he said,
Story to tell.
back to answering the
Yeah.
question. He didn't want to say it, but we're men, so we know what he's saying to us here in code. He says this: you just can't ignore a broken law that falls right in your lap. But it was kind of a bummer.
Are you saying the dog whistle here, Rick?
Yes. Are
Yeah,
y'all
that's
hear-
the new
are-
thing. Not only do you have to be politically correct,
right.
you can't send secret messages.
Yes, yes, that's a whole add-in feature.
But I do hear this dog whistle, by the way. And she said it was her first deer ever, too. He said
it is her and the buck here.
He says it was an unsuccessful attempt at romance, but I could not ignore the law being broken, which means I got to the door, she answered, and I said, nah, she's not fine enough.
Yeah.
She's not fine enough to let her go.
Yeah. Because if she had opened that door and been fine, he'd have gone, oh, hey.
Biggest mistake she made was not being ready at any moment for somebody to come to your door. You need to give your best presentation.
Right.
But listen to this. It says the woman and a companion pleaded out immediately to the charges.
She needed to have somebody to help her drag it out, probably.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm afraid this woman did not listen to the song Fancy.
Do you think she already had? Do you think she already had a boyfriend?
I don't know.
She on that app.
Yep. Yeah. She's probably Here we go. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Our number. Are you ready? Let's go phone trolling. Let's open up all 10 lines. Let's let America speak. Rapid fire, 30 seconds a pop. Where's our friend, the buzzer? Remember, boundaries are a blessing. At 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. This is designed for you to talk. I got a comment, guys. I got a topic, guys. I got a question. And you bring those things to the table, and you bring them rapid fire. We'll get started with David out of Mississippi. David's got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. David, go right ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. I just want to tell everybody I'm a direct descendant of Robert Edward Lee of the Civil War, and Robert E. Lee was a fine man, and everybody took it the wrong way and took all our flags down, our rebel flags down, and everything, and it's just awful because
now. Well, if I didn't convince you, what will? Didn't David? We know David. Didn't he also claim he was kin to Jimmy Rogers?
He said he claimed to everybody.
I think Robert E. Lee and Jimmy Rogers.
He's got quite a family tree.
He does. He really does. Rick, well, I don't know. I feel better about it.
Well, when you put it that way. All right, so
I wasn't clear, but
Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Helmsey, I sure am going to miss you when you take that job at Jacksonville State, buddy.
Yeah, I'm heading out.
That'll do it.
Yeah,
It's been a good run.
It's been nice having you on the show.
I appreciate that.
Let's go to Billy in Gadsden,
Hey,
Z90.
Billy.
Billy, welcome to the show. 30 seconds. Go.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just wanted to say I wanted to appreciate everybody had worked on the best of time because I had laughed so hard and it was just good times, and I'd have been okay if y'all take another few days of vacation.
Well, I even suggested that.
Yeah,
Bubba tried to work.
Now you sound like Bubba every vacation. Billy, let me say this though. You know what? We've made this point. It's called the Best of Show. It's called, Here Come the Hits. It's America's Top 40. So shouldn't that be a very entertaining show?
It should. A lot of pressure to live up to be honest.
It's like what Bubba said about cover songs. If you know something's a hit, shouldn't a show full of hits be a good show? Right?
When you do a cover song, people like it because it's been a hit already.
Right. Yeah. So, well, I actually talked to a lot of folks that really enjoyed the work you guys put in on those best of shows.
Yeah,
so
they are
thank
good.
you.
Lots of fun.
Yeah. And I even had somebody last night email me and go, I like when Helms hosts because I know he loves Greg. He plays the most Greg bits.
I'm Greg heavy.
He likes to make fun.
I'm Greg and Coach heavy.
Chris Florence, WLAY. Chris, go ahead.
Biggins, how's it going?
We're good, buddy.
Glad you got back from France, Rick. Parlez-vous français?
You know it's a place in
Comment
France.
allez-vous?
Helms, congratulations. We wish you nothing but the best. And national championship year one.
Oh, yeah, no pressure. No pressure.
That's a lot of pressure to put on this guy.
Hey, you don't go to coach for any other reason, do you?
That's it.
Huh?
That's it. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Priceville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. James, go.
Hey, Bubba, I'm going to go get my ham radio technician's license next month.
Good deal.
And I was wondering if there's anything that I needed to focus on studying more than anything else.
Well, I'll
Or
tell
if you had
you.
advice.
You know, I haven't taken that test in a while, so I really don't know what's on it. But I think it's 20 questions. You can do it. Just know the frequencies and the rules.
You got plenty of time
you'll
to
be all
study,
right.
I'm sure.
You'll be all right.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Good luck to you.
7 3s to you, buddy. Let's go to.
That never gets old.
Isn't that what you're supposed to say?
73.
I thought that's being nice.
73.
73.
Okay.
7 and 3s.
Well, I don't want him just to have a 73. I want a few 7s and a few 3s.
That's
and a few
right, Rick.
3s.
You don't want one big number.
Put them in your pocket. Save them. Let's go to Frank in Bell City. Listen to ZZK.
Hey, Frank?
Whoa, Frank. Sorry, Frank. Go
Real
ahead.
quick on Frank.
Oh yeah. Don't
Hey,
worry.
guys.
It happens to all of us. All right, go ahead.
I was listening to y'all doing the Biden clips and all, and I was wondering if anybody besides me saw it. He's coming off of Air Force One, and he almost trips, and he kind of just flips his hands out and he flips his feet out, kind of like the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz. And I haven't heard anybody mention that. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. Todd in Tuscaloosa. Todd, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, Todorowski.
Hey, monkey grass and Green Acres.
Thank you for the call, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to call and talk about Helms.
Okay.
Here we go. I can't wait for you to take that job in Jacksonville. Because I would rather swallow broken glass than hear your voice again.
Well, sounded like a supportive call.
So you're not going to
Jay, good to hear from you.
Thank you so much. So good.
There's always one.
Oh yeah. Well, there's you.
No, for me, there's several.
Got bad news for that guy. Not
Right.
going anywhere.
Yeah, that's right. Matter of fact, we may even crank it up, even have more hands.
Oh, man.
There's going to be the kickoff hour. I don't know if y'all know that.
Yeah, that's right. It's coming
Starts
soon.
at 4 a.m.
Coming soon.
We call it the Helmsey hour. We come on, we discuss a few things about tennis.
Yeah.
And,
Listen, you don't have a few of those guys in your world getting on you like that, then you're not doing it right.
Yeah. Oh, look. Sometimes
not everybody's going to agree with you. Not everybody's going to like your voice and all that. There's people I don't like listening to.
Well, think about our group that we run with here and away from here.
Yeah.
Here, you've heard the term. We're friends like y'all. Who needs enemies?
Guys, I change channels because I don't like people's voices. I get it.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he's talking about me. And that's fine.
That's just a little sidebar.
Yeah. Brad in Mississippi. Brad, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Well, now that I think about
Hey,
it.
I want to know if Bubba had watched the Sean Ryan interview with Dr. Stephen Greer on the Lockheed Skunk Works UFO stuff.
No, I have not.
Come on, Bubba.
Bubba, come on.
You're letting everybody down, man.
Come on, buddy.
You need to check it out. He talks about how Lockheed Skunk Works and all these
They got him.
They
got him.
Oh, hey, they did.
I cut him
Skunk
off.
Works. Right. The old Skunk Works got him.
Yep.
Not the skunk.
Uh-huh.
Had some nice toys they played with.
Bubba, you didn't seem interested in that. Why weren't you interested in that?
No, I haven't heard what he's talking
I'm going to have to
about.
take a 73 back from you.
No 3s or 7.
It is Skinwalker Ranch night, though.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just have some
and
guy.
a companion.
Yeah, what could have been another female hunter?
Yeah. Bleeded out immediately.
Of course. Well, yeah.
So
your
was
companion's gonna
was
throw
he
you under
already there, or was the companion there when he showed up at the front door? There's just a lot of this little gray area here.
We have a lot of deer stories.
$2,400 worth of fines.
We have a bunch of deer stories in show prep today.
I
It's
know.
weird this whole poaching thing.
It's
We've seen a
replacing
lot of
the snake
that.
stories.
And then this guy, this inmate or convicted felon that just went to shooting a deer and missed and shot a lady in the house.
Oh no! Well, I've also
shot her in the head.
I also see California woman seen dragging dog with electric scooter. I see that one.
there's
You couldn't
that.
keep up,
And
Rick.
let me tell you something. This video of the prowler. I mean, 3 hours.
Oh, you talking about
What in the
doorbell
world?
licker?
The liquor. 3 hours?
And it was a lean lick
Licking,
too.
right.
Like I'm a lean.
Have you seen the footage? No, I have not seen it. I want to.
I think we got to do that.
Yeah,
next.
all right, we'll,
It's going to be hard to go on without seeing that and knowing what we're up against.
Yeah,
What about DD Megadoodoo?
Every time I look at you, I feel good. Bubba, the headline, Prowler spends 3 hours licking doorbell at California home.
Rick, these new doorbell cameras are amazing, and it seems like every week we've got some new video out of some porch pirate or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, they're even making commercials now. You know, the Allstate guy, he's talking to a guy on his camera.
Funny.
Man, that is a good one, by the way.
What? Yeah.
What? So, but what is the deal? He's licking the camera?
Oh no,
he does it for 3 hours?
3 hours.
It looks
I mean,
like
I might even look if you're weird or he's got some issue or he's out to lunch and he just runs up there and licks it one time. You go, well, okay, he's got a problem.
Weird. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
But for him to have a problem and have 3 hours to have a problem, that's a
Right.
whole nother deal.
Yeah.
To me, that's a whole nother level.
My mind is scanning, and there's a lot of things I enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
3 hours is a lot.
Yeah.
So they got.
I can't eat ice cream that long.
That's crazy.
I was telling him you could drive from Birmingham to Atlanta, Nashville, almost make it to the beach, and he's still licking the whole time. The whole time.
No, wait, is it nonstop licking?
He stopped, took a leak. He did
he
stop.
did.
They got him on camera doing that.
But he
For
got
some
an
reason-
extension cord
Yeah.
out to take a leak.
I don't get that.
Not
Now
sure
listen.
what that plan was. This
Is
same
he,
guy
is he
licking
closed, by the way?
Yeah,
Oh,
no, he's closed.
That's
Now,
an important statement.
if I could, all right, so there's a ring.
Well, he's doing all this. Why would he be closed? Because
Right.
usually you have non-closed people acting this
Right,
way.
right.
Yeah.
So they got
Somebody asked
this
him why.
surveillance system, and so it's just left of the door. Well, the sidewall that's right in front of the ring security system it looks to be like almost like a speaker, like after you ring the doorbell you can talk to whoever's inside, and he is wearing that out.
Why?
I'm talking about I don't know. I'm talking about it's a lean on the wall side tongue, like
How, Speedy?
and it's not a slow tongue. I'm talking about it's like
So he's
he is
yeah.
tearing it
Yeah.
out. He's got a callus on the tongue.
He's tearing it up.
But we had a reporter go out and actually talk to the homeowners and give him information on Roberto.
Saturday morning, this man, who police now identify as Roberto Daniel Arroyo, spent about 3 hours licking and milling around this Salinas yard. The homeowners were out of town at the time, but their kids were home. They didn't wake up to the noise, but the family's surveillance system notifies them when there's movement out front.
I thought, boy, there's a lot of traffic. I go, 5 o'clock in the morning. My son doesn't get home till 6 o'clock. I go, that's kind of odd. So I started reviewing the videos. Who the heck is that?
The Dungans just installed this new security system less than a month ago, and police say it made their job easier.
We were pleasantly surprised that the image was so clear to the point that it didn't take us long to identify this individual.
This just kind of reinforces how important it is to have security within your home.
The footage also showed the man appearing to relieve himself. Police say he also took an extension cord in the front yard, but the neighbors found it the next morning. And although the situation is concerning,
Point, you kind of laughed about it afterwards because technically he didn't harm anybody. He didn't break anything.
but the homeowners did do something, wiping off the doorbell.
I'd have burned.
Clean that doorbell down for him.
Good
Yeah, you know
night.
what doorbell's probably a nasty thing to everybody putting their finger on it.
Oh,
you know?
yeah, you know it. Look at that thing.
The foot lickers are
he's
weird to
getting
me
after
for all
it,
the
isn't
same reasons.
He is
I mean,
wearing that out.
I guess
The random foot lickers.
the random
Yeah.
foot lickers.
Look at that
yeah.
tongue.
I mean, if you've cleaned somebody's foot up, you want to get a lick on it, I guess.
Right.
But I mean,
back at the house,
yeah,
whatever.
back at the house, and
Go back.
and all that. But
Look at that.
but this,
whatever gets you through the weekend.
Golly, he is wearing.
What
Good
what is he
gracious.
getting out of that? I mean, it's
How
just
about that?
how nasty.
Was that Adam Sandler
Yeah,
movie?
part of the story
What
earlier.
happened there?
Look at that thing.
Good night. What is this guy doing? I mean, that is
For 3 hours?
that's just I like the first guy. Look at him, and he's looking.
Look right there.
Why do I keep feeling the floor shaking?
It
Did
is.
you have
It
an
is.
earthquake
I was
or
the same
something?
way. But
Somebody's
the table.
rolling something
I mean,
heavy
it's,
around.
it must be something really
I
heavy.
mean, the table. I bet they got a
Yeah.
jackhammer.
I'm about to. I'm going to try to add something to this. Just me, and I can't help it. I'm trying to even stop myself from trying to understand it, and I can't. You know what I mean? I'm trying. He cuts his eyes over, and that could just be action of his eyes moving around. Is he wanting people to see him licking? Like, look at my tongue licking here.
Look.
6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. I said, I need you. Find out all the different ways to get all the Rick and Bubba content live or archived by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsey, Eddie Van Adler here, interns Cam Solo and Alapuca. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank you all for being with us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too much, and we appreciate you being here.
Yep. So while we were away, congratulations, Birmingham Stallions.
That's right. Defending champs of the USFL.
They win the USFL again, second year in a row, and and Greg and I were discussing. Our mom is a huge Birmingham Stallions fan.
Yes.
But she got locked and loaded
keeps
on
up with it.
The USFL, gives the quarterback stats.
Yeah, Alex Magoo's a big fan of his.
We went to
he
see...
went off in the championship, I understand.
Oh, yeah, he had quite a year.
Yeah, in the Southern Division Championship, or the semifinal going up to the championship, we went to see that, and we talked about it on the air, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It was a great experience.
So I didn't. I was out of the country, so I didn't see any of the game. But Mom gave me a full update.
That's
when I
funny,
saw her.
isn't that hilarious?
It was. She gave me the highlights, and then I read up on it a little bit. So there you go. And it looks like that the players that are going to be playing in next season, the ones that don't get drafted to the NFL, and some, of course, will, and some already have. But they'll make a little more money. So they're going up on their salary a little bit. A little bump.
So they must be doing all right.
Yeah. So
they're in uncharted water when they start season 3.
I know. So we'll see what happens. And so congratulations to our hometown where we're from, the Birmingham Stallions, winning it again. Speaking of sports, another story out of the sports world. As we do our little sports talk show, we do that from time to time. How about old Bob Huggins says he wants to come back to West Virginia as the head basketball coach?
You know, this was a strange story. He's one of the most recognized coaches in the country, has a lot of wins, and he got a DUI, and basically we were told he resigned from his job. And there'd been some other things going on over the past few years.
He was on a podcast and made some statements that were considered.
Yeah, he was having some issues, and but now he's come out and said that, or an attorney speaking for him, says he never signed a formal resignation letter or told anyone at the university he was resigning, per a letter obtained by a West Virginia Metro News. So he's basically saying they forged his name on the resignation letter, and that he's acknowledged he's got some problems and wants to fix that and come back and coach.
Do you see in the story, I've been reading it, that he says that the confusion came from a text message that his wife received, that received by the university, that led to them coming out saying he'd resign.
Yeah, from the wife.
Yeah, the wife sent a text to them, and
thanks, honey.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Hey, thanks.
So the lawyer's going, whoa, he never left. He's getting help.
He's getting treatment, and he's going to be back.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Hold it. Hey, ho. Apparently his wife wants him to resign because she told the university he did.
She claimed she was him.
Whoa. He said, whoa. So
not so fast.
So what's going to happen there?
I don't know.
He's going to get a little payoff to leave.
No. Is that what this is about?
Yeah.
Have they hired another coach yet?
I don't know, but they said they were.
Helms is up for it.
Yeah.
You couldn't get it out quick enough.
Me. Come on with it.
Is Bobby Knight still alive?
He is.
Yeah, he is. And I'm sure he's mad about something.
Time out.
Buddy.
You've got Bobby Knight dead.
I didn't know.
Hey,
Just for a split
you
second, you pulled me in with you.
Just because you haven't seen somebody in a couple of months, don't mean they're dead.
He looked rough last time I saw him.
I hadn't heard from him.
Remember the last story we had? He had got
into
he got into a fuss with a neighbor over a property line or something about some dove hunting.
I don't know about that.
Threw a chair at him.
Yeah, I wouldn't want Bobby too mad.
Headbutted him.
No.
You know there'll be trouble.
Got me on a wood pile, stomped on me.
You ever get in the videos of him and just getting hung in that loop?
Yes.
You can't stop.
Yeah.
But he had some sound bites.
Here's another headline that doesn't seem to make sense to me. And I realize that as I've said, and I don't mean this to be. I don't mean that to be.
Who's he throwing?
I don't mean that to be cruel. But, like we do this thing about dog years where we claim a dog is older than
somehow.
And I said, I don't know why we can't just face the fact that dogs just don't live as long as humans. I don't know why we just can't accept that.
Just call them whatever age they are. But just so if you're that age as a dog, you're old.
But listen to this.
You try to kind of
but it
relate
gets out
to
of hand.
what it looks like.
Once they
as a
break
human.
6 years, then the numbers get astronomical.
But listen to this, though. Does this headline not seem to – am I missing something in this headline? Georgetown University mascot Jack the Bulldog dies at age 4.
I know that's.
Now listen to this next line.
Here we go.
Brought joy to thousands.
See,
4
I
years.
gotta ask you a question. Did you hear the kickoff?
No.
So you don't know his commentary.
This is brothers right here. This is really strange.
That was my point. I said
In 4 years?
In 4 years?
In 4 years, he brought joy to thousands. He didn't even live very long.
All right, be honest. Did you not? Did you?
No,
hear
I
it?
didn't hear it.
We had the same argument. And they looked at me like I was just an idiot.
You can't bring joy to thousands in 4 years.
Idiot. It was
You can't bring
Look,
joy.
I don't think he brings joy to
Georgetown
thousands. No
has
matter
a
how
pretty
many
big following in basketball. Yeah.
What now?
They
Is
have
it that-
thousands in every game.
Is that they walk the campus or whatever? They talk about it in there, but he couldn't get past the
I
thousands.
can't get past
That's funny that y'all
4
didn't hear
years?
each other's commentary.
Rick,
That's
we're on the
amazing.
same page.
Look, if Uga went through multiple seasons, you'd go, wow. But this dog didn't even get through 4 seasons.
Nobody's even used to it.
If you're in the D.C. area, you know how people like.
It's not a legacy.
I know
Rick,
you've talked about the
joy.
River Walk and all that.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
how that. Have you been to the River Walk? Everybody says, have you been to Georgetown?
Oh, really?
It's
Is
that. Yeah,
okay.
yeah, it's that area.
Sure.
Yeah, Rick, he wasn't on the job long at all.
No, I
He
don't-
replaced one that retired.
That's what I'm talking about.
Now, they don't live long. The old English Bulldog, if you
no.
can get him to 10, you've done something.
8 to 10 years is average.
Do you think that Vols fans
Looked
would
it up.
celebrate a Smoky that only lasts 4 years?
But see, if it's their one game,
Yeah, they got a
Rick,
big stadium. He brought-
it's entertained 100,000 people.
Yeah, but
Well,
joy.
but did he bring anybody joy?
Joy-
Were they
joy?
people in the
Yeah.
crowd that were
He's
counted
not a-
down?
Can you be a legendary mascot if you
mascots bring joy?
But can you be a legendary
I would
mascot that got an article in
Pull the
Fox
ripcord,
News
Bubba. Pull it.
that was only out there 4 years?
I don't even think it makes news, really.
4 years. That's not a. That's not.
Like, I'm sorry.
Why did it die?
Even dogs say you
Well,
died
they just
young
said
at
he
4
had
years.
he had a short illness or something. They didn't specify.
I mean, that's
Greg-
not even 1 year old.
that screams parvo.
Greg, if you Greg, if you just asked a dog,
No,
if you,
it's
Greg,
7,
if you
right?
talk to a dog about a dog that lived 4 years, they say, "Well, I wasn't very old."
I don't remember him.
Even a dog, they would say, "Oh, well, we really never knew him. He's only 4."
Gracious.
How can you
had the same
garner an
conversation.
article that you died a dog that only lived 4 years?
Where did he touch that?
Or that'd be 28 human years.
There goes Rick.
Okay, yeah.
He was
So
28.
Are you just now working that math? I let that go a minute ago when you said he was only 1.
Yeah, I
was-
ran back the other way. Oh, my bad.
You sent him address.
I put the dress in. I was trying to help him. I was like, I'm gonna let that
Well,
go.
I knew it didn't make sense. I was
Greg,
like,
Greg,
wait a
I'm
minute.
gonna let that go.
I'm gonna do that. That's not him. I'm not even calling.
Yeah, that's just like him turning left when you should turn right. Let's not land there.
Or sending a text.
Right. I don't think
Post
you
3 times.
can't bring joy to thousands in 4 years if you're a bulldog.
Oh, guys.
If you want to say that bulldog icon brings joy to thousands
But
of
does it
Georgetown,
really?
but that particular dog doesn't. He wasn't even around long enough.
He was.
I mean, it's only
The
4
new
years.
one can, start passing out
Picture
joy,
this,
I
Greg.
guess.
Picture this, Greg. A parade today for head coach so and so that coached 4 years.
I know.
I mean, you wouldn't. There's no
You're
parade
right.
for the 4-year coach.
That's a good point.
Brought joy to thousands. He coached 4 seasons.
Yeah.
I mean, you just wouldn't say
And you
that.
know they didn't have the new one picked yet because they
No.
thought he would be around.
We
at
don't
least
even know if
8.
he was any good.
Yeah.
I mean, what if he wasn't even the best bulldog they've had? I mean,
What if he took him
What all
off
does
on
he
the
have?
court?
What all does he have to do?
it looks like he's riding in some
He
vehicle.
just bring joy.
Yeah,
Look,
and he ride in a vehicle, and
He
they
likes to
said that
bring
the
joy.
students and staff walk him through campus every day.
some reason Speedy's got
but
a
any
tender
bulldog-
heart about this.
Yeah, why are you so tender-hearted
I'm
about
the
dogs?
same way, guys.
I'm telling you what the story says that
Let
I
me
read.
ask you this: Is that what a Hoya is? A bulldog?
I don't know what a Hoya
Because
is.
they're not the Georgetown Bulldogs.
What is a Hoya?
I'm so glad Lisa likes
That was a
dogs.
word we used for something else when I'm
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix. look what I can do here. I mean, is this some sort of
Rick,
jolly?
why do that?
I want you to see me doing it.
But Rick, why do that? I mean, you can get on Facebook Live now and do whatever you want to do.
Y'all, who's in
All right.
You know?
Let's go to Craig Gardendale. Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, all I can get is a visual, but is he licking the doorbell like Richard Simmons licked Speedy's eye?
Just like it. Not as long. Not as long.
I still want to go back.
Similar.
And he didn't go. Blah, blah, blah. He just went. Bloop.
Who?
Richard.
Yeah, we got it.
Every time.
But it's not a bad
Right, but I want to make sure.
How did he go, Speedy?
Every time you try to make this better,
I'm just saying.
I want you to know you just
It
need.
seems like it goes worse.
You just need to sit down the ball, and this clock run. Stop trying. Every time you comment, it makes it worse.
But he didn't wiggle back and forth and all
We
that.
got it, but I mean, there's no
saying.
making this
I'm just
okay.
saying.
There's no making Richard Simmons lick your eyeball work. It just there's no taking it
I
down.
would deny it.
I would just say I was a victim
right.
to an unwelcomed. Well, you can't say that either. Never mind.
All right, let's get back.
Hey, next caller,
Let's get
Eric.
back on doorbell guy. Here.
Eric, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
I was going to see if y'all could do a play-by-play analysis of the doorbell licker by Beth Mowens.
Guys, I mean,
How about?
now he's got him some tongue.
Well, you got to play it so you
let's
can
see
see.
here.
All
Let's
right.
see if I can get
That's
it here.
Rocky's on the sidelines, and let's take a look at this review.
Well,
Rocky, can you? Well, there he's walking
Go
up.
back here.
Hey, he's got his tongue. What a rapid! I mean, he's 3 hours. 3 hours.
Does the term anteater come to mind?
He's looking like a Rocky. He looks like an anteater.
Man, he is tearing that doorbell up. I mean,
what if he was Tim Tebow talking about how good he's going to lick the doorbell?
I'm not good.
Get it. I'm going to go to that door.
Hey, tell you what he looks like. Speedy trying to get a raise. Hey.
That's funny.
All right, so there it is. A man has been identified on the doorbell camera as licking a random house's doorbell for 3 hours. Yeah, we got a lot of whack jobs out there.
Boy.
We got a lot of them out there, guys.
Yeah, we do.
We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba's show. We mentioned it earlier, but then we never got to it. How about this? Be careful if you decide to, walk up to a young lady and try to rob her, because she may be a mixed martial arts fighter.
Rick, that's what we call a bad call.
Yep,
right
that's
there.
it.
That's a bad call.
Bad call there.
But you got to love it though, for
happened
criminals
in Rio, where a UFC athlete, is it Polyana Viana? Did I say her name?
Close enough.
She was waiting on an Uber outside her home there in the Brazilian city, and someone came up and started to try to rob her, and said, "Look, I told him that he needed to move on." He then told her, "Give me your phone. Don't try to react because I'm armed." He put his hand over what he was saying was a gun. She said, "I realized that it was too soft for a gun." I put her, it said his hand. How would she know how soft it was? I don't know. But anyway, so she said that she thought she was suspicious the gun was fake, which is a bit of a gamble.
Mm-hmm.
Look at him. Look at his face.
She beat the crap out of him.
Yes, she did. She said, "I then threw 2 punches and a kick.
Bye-bye.
He fell. Then I caught him in the rear naked choke."
Now, what is that? What move is
it's
that?
not good.
Trying to get behind you.
You behind you.
Behind
Choke you out. Hey, tap out.
Yeah.
Just a regular choke. From
It's
behind?
over.
Isn't that what Taylor did with you?
Yeah, passed out.
And said she then set him down in the place that they were before, waiting on police to arrive. And then when they found out, as she was suspicious, that the firearm was a cardboard cutout. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, as we make our way back. Thanks for being with us today. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up at 866 We Be Big as the hour will continue. So really, I was just thinking, because, we upset Speedy with this Bulldog story, and then you finally, Greg, were able to tell me how it happened.
Hey guys, I know, here's the deal. I know what y'all are doing, but I can't help it because I don't know what you are. I know
did you not, honestly, just get aside, I may be slightly exaggerating, but did you not look at me like, what? When I brought it up. He did. He I was stupid.
So I think
pretty much called me stupid.
We both had the same
Helmsey
reaction.
and I had the same
both
reaction.
We do.
What's
Speedy
your Bulldog time?
Speedy and I do believe that there is a chance that this Bulldog brought joy to thousands. We do believe that. And I stand by that comment.
Okay, good.
And that's all we said.
That
is all we said. Now, all
Point
this
of order.
other.
Point of order.
All this other.
Point of order. Number one, Helmsey, you better start getting misty-eyed about roosters. Number two.
Good point.
All right, number two, based on this logic, and y'all walked right into the trap I was setting.
I haven't done anything.
Then we should say that Mike Price brought joy to thousands of Alabama fans.
Rick, I don't know.
Because
he did for a very, very short period of time.
He coached a spring training.
And there were thousands.
And there was an A-Day. And thousands of Bama fans went into that stadium, and they were joyful about their team. And at that moment, he was the guy that they called
He did
coach.
bring for thousands because there were thousands.
Yeah. So would we have a headline, a story, that Mike Price died, and then the headline say Mike Price brought joy to thousands of Alabama fans? Would we have that kind of article?
For one,
probably not.
One game.
Okay,
No,
that's
probably
my point.
not. Yeah. Probably not.
That's my point.
I don't necessarily like the headline. I think he probably did.
You're admitting
Jack.
A couple of things.
But
First of all, Greg brought the story to the kickoff hour because he couldn't help it. He was looking at it and he had to talk about it.
Yeah.
And he was stuck on the word thousands. So the funny part was that you didn't know about it, and being his brother,
right.
y'all were both stuck on the same word.
Well,
that's funny.
That is funny.
See, I think this brings joy to thousands.
Of course.
But this particular dog, because there's just another Bulldog now.
Yeah.
It's not the we're acting like
I'm
this
just
specific
picturing all
dog out of all the Georgetown, which I don't know why we call them Hoyas.
I'm reading. I'll tell you why, and it makes no sense.
Okay, because when I was growing
Part
up,
of a song,
when I was growing up, you wouldn't want to be known as a Hoya.
No, you wouldn't. That was negative.
Right.
Now, you did bring joy to thousands.
Thus earning the name.
No, it says the team name is derived from the mixed Greek and Latin chant Hoya Saxa. Saxa.
It was on your mind. It was on your mind.
Saxa.
That's Saxa.
Which means what rocks. So they said it gained popularity in the school. I'm sorry, y'all. And they would do it during sporting events, and it stuck.
So how we come up with a live bulldog?
Because there's no Hoya you can dress up.
But why did we go? How about a bulldog?
I know.
Other
How'd
schools
we
like
get
that
there?
got weird names, and they just come up with something.
No, you're right. Do you feel like the bulldog mascot's overused?
Yes.
Well, yeah, it's probably
Okay,
the
Rick,
most.
here it is.
Greg,
Though
you
the
still keep
nickname of the
trying?
team is the Hoyas, Georgetown adopted the English Bulldog as its mascot in 1962. Nobody says why, but that's when they did.
Now that one might have brought joy because it's the first one.
Yeah, the thousands.
But the article's written
because they tried to come up with a uniform for a Hoya and they couldn't pull it off.
Well, the article's written like this particular dog. If you only knew him,
he changed it all.
He was more joyful than all the other whatever he was before him and after. I mean, he just fell.
How do you feel about
Bulldog?
him in his own little car that they're driving around?
I like that.
I like that a lot.
I like dogs driving
Yeah,
cars.
that's good. You know how I love that.
It does say the most common bulldog or animal mascot is the bulldog. With Eagles coming in second, Tigers third, Lions fourth, Spartans, then Panthers, then Knights.
And no rhinos. I can't get past.
Yeah,
that.
Rhinos is a good one. That has been overlooked. I give you that.
And Bubba's man goes to Miners. It's not
Right.
Oh gosh,
Oh,
you're
here
bringing
we
that
go.
up. What are you doing?
It's something about today.
I know.
I mean-
Hey, he's saying for some reason he's got me and him at a disagreement. I don't know how.
I like when he said, "I tell you what, I hope it ain't." And it was the one they picked.
Yeah. I had a meeting about it.
Greg, say I don't know if he brought joy to thousands again. I'll be speedy.
I don't know if he brought joy to thousands.
That's
That's about what he did.
Okay, now you just made
You were shocked.
You know, you'll make somebody cuss.
How long was Speedy mad about that minor thing?
Oh, that all the way
y'all
to
go to
about
Atlanta?
Villarica?
Hey, guys,
It's Villarica?
yes.
Not Villarica.
Yeah, no.
Then the only reason he did that because he's talking about some land he wanted to buy.
That's just unbelievable. Now you're going to have me mad
True
at
or
South
false?
Carolina before it's over.
True or false?
That's false.
You weren't mad about that. Not mad, but you weren't concerned
I was more worried
some
about the land
you
than that. I was over that.
No, you weren't. You
I
were
was
mad.
over that.
Villarica?
About
Are you
Villarica.
willing to give him Carrollton?
Douglasville.
Rick, I'll give him.
That will be in the movie, though.
Yeah,
staff
we'll
meeting
give him
about it.
Douglasville. We'll
Had a
give him
staff meeting about it. Everything. It'll be in the movie.
Rick,
It'll be in the
that's
movie.
15 years. That's the maddest I've seen him.
He's the maddest. What are you doing?
Let me say this.
mad.
Let me say this. I will.
No, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I was speechless.
No, let me tell you this. I will say this. It's probably the most glaring example of how meaningless meetings are. Let me say this, though. It's the most glaring example of how meaningless meetings are. Having a meeting with us and covering something is a complete waste of your time.
Hey, it's a fine
I
line
remember
around
seeing
here.
that
and
logo
it's,
on the field of that drawing speed, and I loved it. I thought it was a great
It's
name.
a fine line around here that you have to walk. You don't want to have a meeting and inform too much because they lose interest, but they get mad if they don't know what's going on. So it's a really
it's a sweet spot.
It really is.
It's a sweet spot.
But what happened there? What happened there is, let's admit it, that was a segment that wasn't great. And
We're still talking about it.
I know.
We felt like it wasn't going very
It's the
well.
only one that brings it up.
Listen, we felt like it wasn't going very well, so we had to leave.
No, that's not it at all. It's just
It's legendary now.
Not him.
It's
He was
legendary
comedic.
now.
Correct, not him.
It is legendary.
You might be going for the laugh.
No, that one there still thought Miners was on the table.
I
It
thought,
had been off the table
I
about
thought
a
that
month.
was I thought that was a great mascot.
Yeah,
I thought surely they're not going to go with a name that people already have.
I'm with you.
When Bubba was innocent and all this, but I will say this: Greg and I both can be very, very dangerous. And here's when we're dangerous: if we panic and think need to save a segment.
Yeah,
If we think the segment's not going anywhere, there's no telling where we're
Well,
going.
granted, I lost sight of the fact the whole school was listening.
Yeah, right. Now, the
That's what the
segment.
memes.
It was.
Well,
it was. I forgot.
the segment was one of those things that we've done from time to time, each of us, and that is, hey, let's do something for either
got
one
guilted
of the
into it.
kids or something.
yeah.
The
I've
thing.
done it.
And so it was. The segment didn't have time to bomb. Y'all were already on it. I mean,
Am I misremembering?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, heck, it was, we could have done a 60-second read. I mean, y'all were already on it.
And Helmsey, why don't you and I do one?
I mean, we hadn't even opened the box yet.
Well, then I'm
Speaking of
sorry.
which,
If
we
you
need to
remember,
do one of
remember
those.
they had little stuffed animals. Remember it had little stuffed animals.
And you were carrying the box on with a look on your face, annoyed.
Right.
But
well, I was worried about it. You know me, because I heard secondhand, so I knew I was really worried. about it.
All I did was say that I'd be the honkies and gave that speech. This in here trashed what they picked.
Right.
Called it by name. I hope it ain't that.
Right.
Not out of malice.
Yeah.
Not out of malice.
It was just because that's what I thought.
A preference.
Right.
Oh,
well,
my
I asked you
goodness.
not to.
Anyway.
But that's fine.
But everything's good. School's
But
good.
I
didn't
still
get that
thought it
diamond
was going to be the
division,
minors. I really did. I thought it was the minors.
I know you
Bubba,
did.
I
Bubba.
thought
I already
Bubba,
saw the
Bubba,
swag we were going to wear to support
If
Speedy
you
and
thought
everything.
that, then
They
I
took that
did-
off the
I
table like
wasted
a month
I
before.
have
Yeah,
been-
but
just-
Bubba
I
didn't let
wasted-
it go because that was the best one.
Right.
It was a good one. I'll give you that.
So it was a tough
The
moment for
logo
me.
with the pics
Yeah,
crossed,
wasn't
I
that
thought
good?
was great.
It wasn't better than Rhinos, but it was second best.
It was second.
You ever have that moment
And they
when
were
you
going to
want
run out of a cave?
you want to
know,
come
the
through
rock
for
over
somebody,
the
and
locker
then
room?
it just all blows up.
Yeah.
And you actually made it worse.
That's how
and
you
better.
start it. Somebody slams a pick into
Right on the logo.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, everybody, listen up. Listen up. Got some exciting news this Friday. This Friday right here. Blaze Media, we're part of the Blaze team, teaming up with the Family Leader to host the first presidential forum for the 2024 primaries. Now, you think about that. Best part, guess who's going to moderate the forum? Tucker Carlson. So it's going to be his first public event since his departure from Fox News. And after Tucker's done asking the candidates the questions that we all want to know about, Glenn Beck will join Tucker on the stage for an exclusive interview just for the Blaze TV subscribers. So you need to know that. You do not want to miss this. Are you a subscriber to Blaze TV? If not, subscribe to Blaze TV today by heading over to blazemediasummit.com and use the code SUMMIT to get $30 off. Now, remember, while the presidential summit is free to watch, only Blaze TV subscribers will get to tune in for Glenn's exclusive interview with Tucker. So you're not going to get that without the Blaze subscription, so you need to do that. Go to blazemediasummit.com and use the code SUMMIT to join us this Friday. And
took a rump beating over
so
there.
he thought he would go over to a small woman because she's not very big and take her phone from her, and she decided no, and he picked a MMA fighter who beat him senseless. So that is not.
Don't you know his buddies had fun with that?
Oh, how would you like?
Wait till he got to the big house.
How would you love to go to the big house, Bubba? Is this real?
Oh, yeah, it is.
I'm so sorry, Bubba.
What now?
I know how much you love.
Do I have it?
I know how much you love Oreos.
It's under that story there.
I know how much you love Oreos. I know how much you love them. I'm so sorry, and this is where we tamper with greatness, and here comes a tamper move. Carrot cake Oreos hitting the shelves for good.
What do you mean for good?
I guess they tried them, and they think everybody likes them, and now they're there. Said they're so wherever you normally purchase a package of Oreos. Why would we take the Oreo and mess with it? And
now there's a lot of people that like carrot cake. I guess I'm not one of them.
Well, then have carrot cake. Yeah. No, don't mess with the Oreo.
I know. I think I'm kind of crazy. I think Oreos should taste like Oreos.
Yeah, there's an odd concept.
Yeah,
that the Oreo. See, this is not an Oreo. When they say carrot cake Oreo, it's really not. Isn't an Oreo chocolate with vanilla in the middle? You want to say you got a carrot cake cookie? Fine. But I don't think you want to call it an Oreo.
I think they should have stopped when they started all the double stuff, triple stuff.
They got out of control.
See, they started tampering there where they didn't need to.
Out of control.
Yeah.
You got a great cookie. Leave it alone.
Well, again, Rick, we had people who were in the company had to justify their job. You know how that is.
Yeah, we talked about that this morning.
Yeah. A lot of that going on.
How about I'm looking here, just 2 cookies are 140 calories. Good night.
Well, Speedy, we don't have to read everything. This is a nice little lighthearted story. You don't have to go into all that.
Hey, Speedy, can I tell you? It's a cookie.
I know, but that really hit home. I mean, nobody has to.
Cookies are going to be bad for you. That's why they're a cookie.
When you decide, here I'm moving now toward the cookie, then the health conscious part of your day is now over.
Rick, what
you're doing now is saying I'm leaving the plan, and I'm going over for something that I just want to taste good, and I'll have eater's regret. And but for a moment, it will be wonderful.
Rick, when I run my hand down into a cookie bag and get me a handful of them, I'm pretty much done with counting calories.
Absolutely,
you know,
sure.
I mean,
somebody says,
done.
You know that cookie's high calorie. Are you kidding me? I was looking for the low calorie one. And let me tell you this: anybody that claims to be a low calorie cookie, your intestinal health is in jeopardy.
Yeah, well, you can't ingest it or it wouldn't work. I mean, the numbers don't work. So it's got to be passed through.
And then we did this other story we were going to talk about, Bubba, about the woman on the scooter. Now the electric scooter people have been upset with us on the show many times. Greg, thank you for that on a couple of occasions. Big Mama Wop Wop.
Well,
but the electric scooter people, they're like their own little community.
Well,
but you would think that if I'm an electric scooter person, I'm pretty savvy with a scooter, and I know what we should and shouldn't do. But a California woman who has a small dog on a leash. Now let's run this down. I'm a scooter person. I have a small dog, and I have it on a leash. That sounds like a pretty savvy pet owner to me. It is 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. I do want to let you know about Cook's Pest Control. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon teaming up to give you the best protection when it comes to termite control. I mean, nobody's better. It actually builds a fortress around your home or property so termites never get in. That is cookspest.com. Go there to find out more, but you want to use them for all your pest control. You know, they have mosquito treatments right now. They're fantastic. any kind of pest control you need. And boy, we're at that time of the season where the pests are everywhere. If you want the best in the business, now they'll come do you a free evaluation, and you're not under any obligation to use them. We suggest you should, but let them come out and evaluate your property, kind of tell you what they would do and what they think needs to be done. And then you make a decision about where you want to hire them or not. We say you should because we use them, so you can sing with us. Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cooks, Pets Country. Bubba, the streak continues. Anytime you and I might be having a little bit of struggle with our weight or whatever, Speedy's always going to try to do stories to make us deal with it. Do you think it's a coincidence, as I told you I put on 7 pounds on my vacation, that I come into work today and on the stack of things to discuss, healthy eating on vacation?
Yeah, I saw that.
That is the headline, How to Manage Diet and Avoid Overindulgence According to Experts.
Yeah.
Now, did you just pull you just pull that right out of your rear end for today?
I was laughing as I printed that today. Can I say something that really struck me yesterday? Rick, you were talking about your vacation, and you said that you put on a pound every single day.
Correct.
And the entire room was like, that ain't too bad.
I thought that was odd, too.
The entire room acted like a pound a day is not a big deal. You guys understand, after 30 days, that's 30 pounds.
If I would meant that
under
the
2
end
months, he's 50 pounds overweight
Right.
in under 2 months at that rate.
I know.
Well, if you look at
My
it that
gosh.
way.
Yeah, I know. I even in my mind.
Hey, it's coming today
But-
for you.
yeah,
I thought it was like a goal to gain a pound a day when you're on vacation.
Yeah. But what was funny, Adler, we had the same experience because when I threw out the number, my mind immediately went, well, I was only gone 7 days. And I thought, well, I'm about to get hit with them that I put on a pound a day. And nothing happened. And I was like, well, okay.
Something about a pound a day didn't sound bad.
Yeah, look, I didn't think anything
But
of
now
it.
that you look at it that way.
I paid the price today, though.
I've seen a lot of long weekends that got 5. You know?
Yeah.
Well, today I see
Many.
I see Trainer Sean for the first time today. And it is
Okay.
going to be
Don't count every rep, brother.
UGLY. I ain't got no alibi. I'm ugly. Hey, I'm ugly.
What?
He's already said it. And the thing about Trainer
Here
Sean,
he comes.
Helmsey was asking me about his attitude.
Yeah.
He's not animated. He's not a shouter.
Good.
But he's
Greg is when we work out. Gosh, it's
but
annoying.
he's very, very straightforward. You know what I'm talking about? There's no, I won't get a hug either is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It'll be very, very much like this.
Ain't gonna suck up to you.
So what'd you weigh today? He said, "Did you get that food journal turned in?" I did. I'm back on it. Okay. You didn't see any food journals while you were on vacation? No, I didn't. I didn't see any
Didn't
reason.
want to do it.
Didn't see any reason to upset you.
Well, I was out of the country. Rick, I was out of the country. I couldn't
Well, it's
get it.
vacation,
The
and you're on
Wi-Fi.
the other side of the world.
Wi-Fi, all kinds of Wi-Fi.
But you don't want to fool with that.
No,
when you're
I
on
didn't.
vacation.
And so
I don't want to fool with it during the week.
So he will say to me today, as he said when I got home, we'll take care of that.
Oh, boy.
So it'll be, we'll start the process today.
Right.
There's almost, you ever remember sometimes when we said, sometimes your parents would hurt you worse by saying, well, no, I'm just disappointed. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
Yeah.
He kind of has that attitude. Like if he'll look, he'll go, now, I saw in there that you ate this, this, and this. Yeah, I did. And he won't go, hey, we've been over this. Hey, this is going, look at all the progress we made. You know what he'll say? Why you want to do that to yourself? And then he'll just go down to making his notes. I just don't know why you want to do that to yourself. I mean, you got your weight down. Now you're going right back. Why would you do that? And I don't have a good answer for that other than it tastes good. I mean, it's a pretty good answer. It tastes good. Right. And so I've since I've gotten back and got back on the routine, I was at 234. I'm 231 this morning.
Okay.
So I'm still
You're headed back.
I'm
the
still
right
4
way.
up.
That's right.
But that's not as bad as 7 up.
Yeah. No. Now, did you read any of the article?
No,
what
I
did
didn't.
it say?
I didn't.
Any suggestions?
Because I knew
I
knew it was a direct
Well,
shot.
it was talking about going out to eat. You know, you
Okay.
do that a lot, and you have to be careful about buffets,
Yes.
and ordering appetizers, and all that.
Think
kind of
quality
Things
over
I love.
quantity. Yeah.
Review
Isn't that part-
menus for calorie counts.
But isn't
and all
that part
kind
of
stuff.
vacation? I know you don't want to.
No, you don't want to worry about it. And Sherry and I made the decision we weren't going to worry about it for a week. Now, Sherry's now stressing because she comes back and says, we got those weddings coming up. And you know how women are about weddings? It's like they want to be as skinny as they can be for a wedding or something.
The men have never said, I
Men
need to
never
lose some
say
weight
that.
for the wedding.
You know what the men would say?
Or we want to lose weight for the Super Bowl.
No, absolutely not.
But you know what men say? We just go in and say, well, when they measure us for the tux, won't they put one on us that fits?
Yeah, really.
That's a good point.
They also
but they have
talk
to go out and
about
buy dresses and all that.
They talk about in the story about sticking to the BDD rule, which stands for bread, drink, and dessert. Only choose from one category. Portion control, that's always a big topic.
Yeah.
And know that protein and fiber are your best friends. So if you're going to cheat, stay in those categories.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Bubba. That's good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's funny you said that. One of the things I didn't mention, and you're going to love us for this.
We would not.
Listen, you're going to love us for this. So y'all remember I told you the night that we had the 5-course thing where you don't get to pick what you're being served. Yeah. They serve it for you.
Yeah.
And most of that, I'll use Greg's quote, had a lot of plate.
Yeah.
A lot of plate.
Okay. Now listen, this is going to own you. This is how much of a fun zone.
It's very colorful.
This is how much of a fun zone that Sherry and I were in, and we had such a blast. So in the hotel we're staying, that was one restaurant. Well, out here in that main area where the Falcon guy was, they have a restaurant out there too. It's not just where the breakfast is. They actually you can get eat there as well.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed they had different themes out there every night. It wasn't always the same.
A theme.
Well, as we're walking into the Frou Frou restaurant that features a lot of plate and a great experience, but a lot of plate.
A lot of plate.
Okay. We pass by and there's all these grills set up and all these smokers set up and all this stuff. And I go over to the person, that running that restaurant. And I said, "What's going on here?" He goes, "Oh, tonight's Meat Fest."
Rick, Meat Fest.
I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "We're going to have every kind of meat you can think of, and we're going to have roasted chickens, and we're going to have barbecues."
France did a notch up on my list.
Right. And I said, "This is called Meat Fest out here?" And they said, "Oh, just every kind of meat you can."
But how did you say it though, with an accent?
It was
the Meat Fest.
We are having the meat fest. I don't know.
We're gonna have a meat fest.
For some reason, I'm in
Nicaragua.
Nicaragua.
That's Italian.
It wasn't counted.
Not in Italy.
Buongiorno. But anyway, so as Sherry,
that's a pizza, isn't it?
As Sherry and I are being served 5 courses of plate.
Yeah,
we were kind of looking at each other and we're talking. It was a nice experience and it was all fancy and listened to all that and everybody was fancy and all that. And we were dressed up and all that and we're sitting there and we're getting toward the end of it and I said, "I got to tell you, I've been counting. I think that's 5." And she said, "Is that all the food we're getting?" And I said, "I think we're done."
They shouldn't call that 5. It was
good
really
news,
like
the Meat
3.
Fest is outside.
So I looked at her and I said, "I got 2 words," and I did my head out the window. I said, "Look out there." Because we could see it.
I bet you could smell
we
it.
could see it.
Could you smell it?
And so now keep in mind, listen. We don't have a table out there. We're not set up to be out there. So I said, "Just stand by."
Mm-hmm.
And I said,
You work your way out there.
we get out there and I said, "Just blend." A lot of mania here. Just blend in. Get a plate.
That's it.
And I said, "I see some tables that are available." And
that's Rick's France smile.
So we got busted.
Did you?
Guy came over and said, "Hey, can I help you?" And I said, "Well, we're staying here at the hotel." And Sherry was like that. And he goes, I said, "Can we just get a plate of meat?"
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, and he looks at me and I said, "Sherry, say it in French." I don't know if he can't believe what I just said or
is he offended.
And so Sherry talked to him and he just stood there and I said, "Could we just get a plate of meat?" And he picks up the plate and starts walking down there with us and tells us to pick out what we want and made us both a plate of meat.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, was it good?
Meat? Oh,
where's the meat?
Can I tell you what was my favorite of the whole thing?
What?
The roasted chicken.
Really?
They've been roasting them chickens out there. Yeah. Did you know rotisserie comes from France? That's where we got it.
Did not know that.
They can roast the chicken.
Didn't know that. Rotisserie.
Barbecue.
Yeah, well,
Barbecue.
You know where the best barbecue in the world is.
The beef was pretty good.
Yeah.
Barbecue.
What, those shoulder steak when they get you on the beef?
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
that's all right.
I mean,
it's done well.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. I mean, there was none of it bad.
No.
But the chicken.
How about some spiral dogs? Any of them?
No. But how about we just got a plate of meat
That'll work.
Yeah,
that dog will hunt.
Yeah, that was it. And so it was good too. Of course, that would violate this article.
Yeah.
I should have just eaten the plate of meat.
Right.
Yeah.
That was just a headline for the
Thanks,
day
buddy.
I printed. I didn't.
Hey, I'm going to get back, okay?
Yeah. Well, today, I mean,
I promise you that's going to happen.
Here he comes, Sean.
Mm-hmm. I look forward to that humidity today. That'll feel great.
That'll make you want to shed.
Does it seem a little cooler today, though? Is it a little bit cooler?
Yesterday was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Your phone calls and what we missed coming back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm putting up lost dog posters.
What I'm saying is that all that, if I told you that, hey, I said some name, and I said, well, she's on a scooter, She's got a little small dog. She loves to go out with it on a leash. You would think that person was pretty
good night.
That's not a scooter you ride.
No,
on.
it's an electric.
No,
one.
wait a minute.
And I'm talking about it's flying.
Wait
by.
a minute. All right, this is
Please
totally the
don't
wrong
think.
vision.
Stand up on.
Totally the wrong vision. This is one of those scooters you stand on that's most.
Oh my
gracious!
That
alive.
what you see being
Taking that dog out for a drag.
the one you see must have been named Cigarette. They took it out for a drag. All right, so the dog is connected to the scooter on like a leash, but the dog can't keep up. The dog's just being drugged like a piece of meat.
Wow. Is it still alive?
That's tough.
Is it maybe is she dragging it to bury
Its
it?
legs are a lot shorter.
So they
said she was just trimming his nails.
Where'd we lose it?
We had to go back, Bub.
They said the small dog had visibly bloody paws where it was trying to keep up. I'm not making this up, guys.
It looks like she's dragging a squirrel. A squirrel.
So
good night.
That's bad. That's bad.
A guy says, I followed her to her apartment, and all she responded was, blank happens, just like with kids.
What?
Oh, my God.
I hope she doesn't have kids.
Oh, no.
Rick and Bubba.
to the top of the hour. Alapuca, ready to take your phone calls at 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you to wrap up the hour. So lines are available, and you can reach us right now. Bubba, this sounds like something that would happen to somebody here on the program. It would make for a great story. A nesting loggerhead turtle on the beach in, I don't know how you pronounce that. Is it Corova, North Carolina? Well, you know, the loggerhead is a protected species, and it's endangered. It's in the network of endangered sea turtles. You may not know about this network, but it's in the,
you know what? I'm really out of the endangered sea turtles network.
Yep.
Or the network for endangered sea turtles, NEST, they call it.
Yeah, so they always come out and try to protect them. I've seen them out on beaches before. Sadly, this loggerhead turtle, after everything everybody did, all the markings around the nest, all those that tried to give their time to protect the loggerhead turtle, maybe the best route would have been to tell four-wheel drives they can't come on the beach.
I'll do it.
Because the turtle was run over by a four-wheel drive.
No.
Yeah. So, so the vehicle ran right over it.
Well,
and as you said, Bubba, if that you were riding in that, you might say, "Man, I think we just hit something." What about if you got out and all the news stories you'd had about this loggerhead turtle's finally nesting? It's nesting.
And you ran over
the eggs are going to be right here on our beach. Let's protect it. And then all of a sudden, here comes Billy Ray in the game and runs right over it in a four-wheel drive. So the loggerhead.
And it was a nesting one, too. It had eggs.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Wow. And it brought joy to thousands. But not anymore.
Yep.
Thank you, Greg. John in Nashville, Tennessee. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Well, I thought I'd share with y'all my disaster day in California on my road trip.
Sure.
We're at Yosemite National Park. Go in the park, get a parking spot right away, which is very rare. Take a few pictures. My wife says, "Hey, I think we need to drive closer to where we're going to be." And I said, "Hey, we found a spot." And she said, "No, we need to drive closer." So dropped them off at a gift shop. I go out searching for parking. 45 minutes later, still don't find a spot. And it's a one-way road through this parking lot. And this foreigner from Europe comes around because they go the wrong way. He's coming the wrong way. He throws his hands up in his car, and I tried to tell him he was going the wrong way. He punches my car, and at this point I'd had it. So I knew he didn't understand what I was going to say, so I gave him the international sign of disgust. And then he punches my car again, and then I had to tell Jesus I was sorry.
Sure.
Still got more work to do. So pick up my kids and wife. What would you know? We go back to that same spot that we had originally. It was still there. Get to that spot. Then I have to get on public transportation in the park, which is a disaster. We almost get on the bus, and then somebody had dropped their aluminum sunscreen. Bus driver runs over that. Shrapnel goes everywhere, hits us. We're bleeding.
What?
Finally recover from that. We hiked in 5 days 50 miles on this trip. So we were done. Get back in the about to get on public transportation, and I'd had it. So I told my kids, I said, "Hey, y'all lay down, act like you're tired. I'm going to thumb it." So I start thumbing it, and this guy Riley pulls up in a truck, and it smelled like the purple lettuce.
Yes.
And so he looked like Adler's cousin. Comes out of a Tacoma, and he's like, "Y'all need a ride?" We're like, "Yeah, sure." So we ride with Riley. I sent Adler some pictures. It really looks like it could be Adler's cousin. Ride with him. Finish up the park, and then we're leaving, and my kids both say, "Hey, I got to poop." And I said, "Well, y'all got to hold it. I don't know what to tell you." Get back to the condo. My wife says, "I got to go pick up towels." Oldest one, he goes in the bathroom. The second one is dancing. He's dying. And what do you know? He drops the deuce right there on the floor. And all I could think is, somebody help Daddy.
I'm telling you, that's a
busy day right there.
Yeah, well, our vacations could not have been more on two other ends of the spectrum.
I was looking for the pictures he sent me until he started telling about the bathroom thing, and so I stopped looking.
Yeah. There you go. Alex in Sylacauga. Alex, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys, I just want to tell y'all, Greg is an idiot. I know y'all already knew that, but
Sure.
when y'all go on vacation and have the best ofs, he don't know how to edit. He always clips the best of short, and commercials are overlapped. He don't know what the hell he's doing.
Okay, expert. Yeah. Going back to Walmart, you'll be all right.
Wow. Striking out.
What made you madder, that or the Georgetown mascot?
It didn't make me mad. I just thought it was exaggeration.
You're right. Yeah, that's right. That was. Is that you messing with Greg right now?
I didn't do a thing.
Yeah,
I'm just sitting over here hanging out.
Right. Greg, Alex thought you did a bad job.
Well, he must be in radio.
He must be.
He must be in radio, or formerly in radio.
Formerly in radio. There's a lot of people formerly in
Yeah,
radio.
a lot
By
of
the way. Also, we've covered this story.
We may be in that group.
Yes, we covered this story before, but she seems to be doubling down, and we're all taking issue with this for the right reason. This Megan Rapinoe, where she's going out and she keeps supporting trans women and playing sports of their identity, not their biology. And she has no problem with it, but are we the only ones pointing out, well, of course she has no problem with it. She didn't have to play against them.
Yeah, or be replaced by them.
Or be replaced by them. She's
one
retired.
of the headlines said that she would love to have trans players on her team. Or
She said trans athletes. She doesn't see a difference in
right.
trans women.
But
and
she
women.
would love to have trans athletes as players on her team. The point is, if you have trans athletes, the chances are you wouldn't be on the team.
Correct.
You will be replaced. See, they're kind of missing the whole argument.
I don't have any respect for people that try to create a world that they don't have to live in, but I do. And I wouldn't. But if I was an athlete who still had to play, these biological females that are still playing, they're the ones that have to deal with this. Megan Rapinoe doesn't have to and will never have to deal with this. So it's awful convenient for her to create a fantasy team of her trans athlete teammates when it won't ever really be reality.
Yeah.
Right.
But you're going to affect other people who are still playing. So you're not taking some stand that you're willing to sacrifice or, face adversity because of it. You're making a stand that doesn't cost you anything. All you're doing is pandering.
Yeah, if she is playing on that team, she's no longer the captain.
No. Right.
She would, and that's not a joke. She'd be replaced.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if a biological male got to play against her, she would not make the team.
No.
If you were going to field a women's team of biological males, I don't think I'm going to put a biological female in the lineup.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
So, and if she really thinks about it, she would not be happy about being replaced as a team captain.
No.
Well, she's just out there promoting
Yes.
because she's out there on the fringe and she thinks this is cool, and the one side of the fringe supports the other side. But she's not thinking about the true full coverage of this. She wouldn't even be on the team.
Yes.
She also says we're trying to legislate and deny people full humanity. So when did playing sports become part of full humanity?
That's not.
Dominating sports.
Yeah. When did that have anything to do with you being able to have the fullness of your humanity?
As a matter of fact, we have female sports because we want it to be competitive.
Right. Right. So there you go.
The whole, again, every point of that does not make sense.
So there you go. Thanks for being with us. If you are leaving us, we hope that you have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba based on how you're getting the Rick and Bubba content today. If that's the case, enjoy more. Find out how to do all that, either live or archived, by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.